The bad parent rewards their child for weakness.
Hopefully that sounds coming through okay.
Rewards their child for
The video.
crying.
I don't have it cranked.
Pain, for apologizing, for suffering, for being ashamed, for being a weakling, for being upset, being unconfident. The bad parent murders their child by calling their son a girl, or telling them that their soft feelings, their weak emotions, and their insecurities are attractive. The bad parent gives their children media icons that promote and encourage insecurity, instability, and sadness. The bad parent encourages their son to be dramatic and to overexpress emotions. The bad parent gives their son examples of masculine success that are sad, over-invested in women's thoughts, and distinguished by their weaknesses more than strengths. The bad parents encourage their son to cultivate an emotional sensitivity and treat his vulnerability as a talent or an asset for him to see himself. They lie and say that women want that. The bad parents lie and say women want men who respect them by means of being emotionally weak and sad. The lesser role models will encourage the same weakness and servitude in your son. The lesser men hide in will tell your sons to be gentle.
Why do I have all this confusion in my mind? Now, baby. I'm ready. Touch down. Unready.
All right, we should be good to go now, right? Okay, so he gave a lot of parental advice last night, Joe. Oh, I can do this now. Woo! Yeah. So I figured out what it was. When I updated OBS, there was some kind of driver that didn't update with it, and it wouldn't update easily. So I switched over to StreamYards. Luckily, I had this as a backup, so we're good to go here. So first thing I'm going to do is stop saying so much. So we oh, I did it again. We are talking about transposers to start out with, and like I said, transposers is the term I came up with just to kind of like represent the people that are putting on wigs and makeup and calling themselves things that they're not, just to get access to kids, just to get the shield of the movement of the trend that's going on right now, and we it's all under this guise of this gender confusion that's going on. The root cause of it is the gender confusion, the subversion of gender, I call it, and the ability for those that when something is subverted in our society, for the worst among us to weasel in through little loopholes and start doing their thing, and why this needs to be called out the way it does. See, there is legitimacy in different lifestyles. We can't deny that, and we can go into the reasons for that. But I don't typically wear cat ears. But we can go into the legitimacy of that and why that is on our own philosophical levels. But what I'm talking about more is that the destruction of the society, the destabilization of society with this. And I'm saying, you know what it is? It's like I get on these panels and I feel like I have to rush to talk. And then when I get on my own stream, I'm like, just slow down a little bit. Just chill a little bit. Okay, well, that's going to take a while to stop saying. The point is that we have to call out that there's a difference between the two of them. That's why I was saying, and I've said before, that there should be a brand split in that movement with the OGs, the original people that were just trying to gain legitimacy for their lifestyle, and the fetish people that are trying to just pile in for the goodies, right? So calling them out by what they are is the first step. The other step is, and I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into the next topic for time's sake, is the language war. Now, we all know about the info war, right? And we've been fighting the info war for many decades now, trying to win on that front, because we realized, at some level, somebody realized that subversion is happening through information. But it's gone down to the language level, and really, it probably was already always there. It's just that it's becoming more prevalent now as it's really accelerating. So the language war is this. It's the terminology that we're using. And nothing gets me like more riled up than hearing someone say the word cisgender. I mean, who gave these people the right to decide what they're going to call me, right? And then tell me what I have to call them. Like, I just know, what the hell is a cisgender? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't come from anywhere. It sounds like sissy to me, and I'm not a sissy, and I don't know many people that are sissies. So I don't think that that's an appropriate terminology, and I think that's a misgendering. We want to make them play by their rules. It's a misgendering, because in that, you're assigning a label to me, which I do not buy into, and I do not want. And at the same time, you're telling me I have to call you by these certain names, and I have to use these pronouns. Now you're affecting my grammar. This is a complete war on language. And we have to start fighting this war back at them by, one, holding them to their own rules, yet at the same time refusing to use their language. Kind of crazy, but when you refuse to use their language, then you can get them to engage, and then make them realize they're no better than they think that we are, in a sense that they're trying to make us go by what they want, instead of just letting us be what we want to be. So the whole idea of owning language, like I said, control of language is a God level power. If you can control language, you can control people's minds, you can control their actions, and through that, they're winning. They're winning on all fronts, because we continually give in to them. I'll sit and listen to streamers that are totally based and totally against this kind of stuff, sit there and use the terminology, and don't realize that by using the terminology, they're losing. They're enabling, and we can't be enablers. Because enablers are the fuel that abusers use to create new victims. And we have to make a stand, 1-to-1, that we will not use their language, their subverted language. There we go. Yeah. Very well put, Ryan. Very well put. Yeah, we're on the track, man. And it's funny how we have this information, yet we still kind of let it go. These people hunters, sometimes it's not even new terminology. It's the use of it's use of already used language for emotional conditioning. You see a story about gun violence and how they preference gun with semi-auto. Never did 10 years ago. Absolutely right. Dead on with that analysis, Mr. People Hunter. And you're right. And so I often point to the term used, social construct, and how those two words put together open the door for all of this. Now, if we take a step back, we can see that this came from political correctness. Two more words that were put together for a very useful agenda, huh? And you can see that this is the evolution of political correctness. And we all know where political correctness came from, right? Leninist Marxism. And it is there to completely destabilize a society. Because when you cannot communicate, you cannot have rational conversations, you cannot come to logical conclusions. Yes. That's all. It's stuff that we know from Yuri. Now, The great thing about Yuri is that you can see by Sheeple Hunter's avatar here, his popularity has been growing and growing over the last decade, which I'm very, very happy about. Like, some of you have heard me say this before, but I've been hammering the Yuri information for over a decade now. And to me, Yuri is the real red pill. Once you see that and you're awake and you see Yuri's material, it becomes very obvious what's going on in this world. So that's why there's so much passion behind Yuri and such a great fandom with Yuri himself, because he really, really did deliver the message that needed to be heard. He was just way ahead of his time, and in a time and place where we didn't have the kind of mass information networks to quickly get information across into free and open platforms. Well, as long as they remain that way, but we have had it for the last decade or so with the internet. And just now, in the last several years, have we seen that they're starting to crank down the censorship that we were always in kind of a ready-made trap, if you will, when it comes to this. So, we got the good use out of it. Maybe they didn't intend for what happened to happen. I'll take what I can get. But I will say that now more than ever, people need Yuri. And I tell you what, I don't know if I can pull this up on here, but I'll try. I actually did reach out to someone. I'm not logged in on my computer. You know me? Okay. Yeah, my Twitter, by the way, is this shadow banned as my YouTube channel. I have a good habit of pissing off the right people. So that's always a good sign, right? I couldn't reach out per se. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Okay. So I couldn't reach out directly to this guy, but the guy who runs the Yuri channel itself, right? Have you ever seen the Yuri channel? Yuri Biznov channel? Biznov channel. This guy has done a great job, and it's kind of made me rethink the modernization project, because this dude did a lot of work. So what I did instead was, instead of kind of going through and starting to do, here he is. I'm going to pull him up here. Okay, hold on just 1 second. We're going to share the screen. Okay, there we go. All right, so this dude right here, great subscriber count. He needs a lot more attention. Lecture in Atlanta. Oh, that's really good, dude. I live near Atlanta. We should watch this one too.
The following program is a speech given by Yuri Bezmenov, a.k.a. Thomas Schumann, a KGB disinformation officer who defected to the United States. The speech was delivered in Atlanta on March 14th, 1985.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name.
Okay, I'm gonna hold that for a second. The reason I brought this up was because this guy has done a lot of good work with this channel, and I wanted to get him on, so I went and I'll come back. I went and I looked him up, and didn't get a lot of information, but I went and found him on. I think this is the same channel. This is more than one. Yeah, no, this is it, Dharma. Okay, so it looked different on my other screen, but look at this location, India. Right. So I reached out to this dude on Twitter, and I'm hoping that he will reply and actually want to come on stream and talk to us. I think it would be great to have this person come on stream and just talk about it. He's done a lot of work. Look at this work he's done. He's done a lot of work. Just hammering it for years. I mean, this is the kind of person I want to talk to, and I want to bring in the Yuri 2022 initiative, right? To reform it now. Reform it to push it out again. And I'll say this is on my Discord channel, and we've been collecting different Yuri articles and whatnot. this is one I found right here. Just to kind of show you like the reach that Yuri has now. As opposed to like 10 years ago. So it's really taken off. And for those of us who have been strong and loyal to the Yuri material and have been pushing this out and trying to get people to look at it. And believe me, it's hard to get people to look at it, the Yuri stuff. You know, it's an hour here, an hour there, and they just don't want to invest that time for some reason. I guess they think they have more important things to do than figure out what the hell's going on in this world. But I want to play some of this right here. This is really good, and it kind of like this is a great mix of our topics tonight. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna listen to it real quick. Hello. I like the way Tatum. I like the way he starts his videos. By the way, this is a good one. I was thinking of like just doing a video of his intros all together. That would be really cool. So here we go.
Coming in out of Washington, we have the training materials being provided to teachers on how to start indoctrinating your children starting in kindergarten on the subjects of gender ideology, gender fluidity, and transitioning. Let's take a look at some of the training materials these teachers are being provided on how to start instructing their students.
Now, this is scary. This video is brought to you by The Officer Tatum Store. The Officer Tatum Store. Get the merch link in the description section. Like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live.
Man, to be that smooth.
Make sure you still subscribe to this channel. Like this video. Comment on this video. Share this video so we can get everybody in the world to watch. Let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, this was extraordinary. I never heard of this young lady before.
No, guys, the day that I get to be that good, you guys got to let me know. You got to say, you're Tatum good now. You're Tatum good.
But watching this video, it literally blew my mind. Somebody that follows me sent me this video. And people love to say that we're conspiracy theorists. Oh, we just making it up. Oh, y'all just making a big deal out of nothing. Y'all talking about the transgender stuff. All the kids just want to learn. The schools aren't teaching these people this. They're not really trying to attack your kids. Listen to what she said. I'm going to play the video. Listen to what she said. Teachers are being taught to teach this absolutely ridiculous, mind-blowing stuff. I cannot believe as a society we allow these things to happen. Our children are the most vulnerable and the most in need of our guidance and support, and how we are letting these schools manipulate and brainwash them, public schools. This is asinine to me. My child goes to school in the state of Washington. I've been trying to get him out of there for I don't know how long. I want to bring him here so he can get a good education. But, y'all know how it go. But let me just play the clip of the way teachers are teaching, not only in that state, but in states around the country. Roll the film.
On how to start indoctrinating your children starting in kindergarten on the subjects of gender ideology, gender fluidity, and transitioning. Let's take a look at some of the training materials these teachers are being provided on how to start instructing their students. Beginning in kindergarten and through first grade, they are taught that there are many ways to express your gender. Whenever I was a child, we just called this your personality.
In kindergarten, they're teaching your kids about gender.
Oh, and I just want to pop in here real quick and say, pay close attention to the Yuri language going on here.
Expression.
And we moved on with it. Considerably more despicable, in the fourth grade, they're teaching these children that their friends and family will be influencing their ideas of gender. Don't trust your family, kids. Trust us. And then they're teaching these fourth graders about sexual orientation. Under what circumstances are fourth graders having sex, or even thinking about who they would like to have sex with? If this is not pedophilic behavior, I don't know what is. Specific terminology that comes up many times in this paperwork is instructing teachers to interrupt their students whenever binary notions of gender come up. There is no such thing as a man and a woman. There is only a spectrum. You are erasing your children's identity. Furthermore, the teachers have been instructed to remove gender-based language from the classroom and basically refer to every student as a they person rather than the boys and the girls. Again, erasing identity. This is not inclusivity. This is the systematic desecration of an entire generation. This is stripping your children of the identity that they were born into. The less your children know who they are, the more easily they are molded and controlled. This is not conspiracy anymore.
She said it all right there. what's the lady's name? Becky Wise, I think it's her name.
Okay, you see it? This is not what inclusivity looks like. This is the systematic desecration and demoralization of an entire generation. You tell me that this lady right here has not heard of Yuri Bezmenov, has not heard the information that Yuri has to say, has to talk about. This is good news. This is really good news. When I saw this, I got really excited because I was like, wow, they are the materials out there. And this isn't the first time that I've seen or heard this. That's why I started saying, hey, let's collect as many of these as we can, because I want to see exactly how far the reach has gotten, because I think this is a good indication that people are at the right place. A lot of people are at the right place to see and hear this information again. Like maybe they weren't ready 10 years ago, but they're ready now. So this is exciting. And for anybody who's into Yuri and knows that the information that he has to relay to us is important, and that it will wake people up and help them know where to focus their energy on solutions. This is very exciting stuff. So anyways, what do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? Who do I got left here today? Say hello. Okay. Only essay. Okay. Right there. All right. Only a prior man could ever teach me. A preacher man. Okay. Only a preacher man could ever teach me. Gotcha. Yeah. I hear you on that. There's lots to be learned. It's just delivery is important, right? Delivery is important. So hopefully, we can do that together. You know, we can push out and get this material back out there to people together and help them come to this, you know, renew this sense of it. But I think that that's important to do it in a modernized way, and the look and the kind of the point he's coming from, like the KGB aspect, the Russian aspect. While I guess some people could really think that it's real, I think that hey Tish, how you doing? That we that these days, if we update it, like kind of like this other guy's doing with his channel or has been doing it, we can relate this material to today. More people would be willing to take a look at it and sit down for an hour or two and really go through the material and get all that it has to offer. When we can relate that to things they can relate to better, and keeping in mind that 10 years, different generational types, different types of consumption habits, and different types of understandings of the past come into play here with this material. And we want to be able to translate that in a way that it won't go past the people that we're trying to reach, in the sense that, within the first 30 seconds or a minute, they're like, oh, look at this guy, he's old, and, I can't relate to him. So I don't think that I should watch any more of this, but it's really important that we do. And that we do, and they hear this. But maybe it's that. Maybe people can take it straight on if we just give it to them. But it's just about talking about it more now. So, like, for those of us who have long since known and believed in the Yuri material, now is the time. Now is the time to actually get out there and start resharing these videos. And I'd like to be able to present it in a way so that people have an easier time doing it. Now, if we can get that dude from India on that's doing the great work on that channel, man, that would be phenomenal, because now we're intercontinental with this stuff. And like if you know the story of Yuri, you know that he did do subversive activities in India, and it was because of India that he had a change of heart. He fell in love with the Indian people. He married an Indian woman. He did not want to see. Is this really true? Record low. He did not want to see that beautiful country and that beautiful culture destroyed by the Marxist ideals that he was bringing in there and subverting the country with. So this is what caused him to turncoat and become a whistleblower on the whole thing. And God knows, if he hadn't done it, what information we'd have on it today. I mean, it's just really strange. It's not like there's a bunch of Yuris running around that everybody knows a lot about. there's this one Yuri, and there's one set of information that he gives, and there's one book, and that's it. So, is anybody here new to Yuri, or are we all kind of familiar with it? Tish, are you familiar with Yuri? Julian, yes, are you familiar with Yuri? I know Sheeple Hunter. I know you are. That's why I call it. That's why I found him. It's, hey, you got to come hang out. You got to come hang out. You're my kind of person right here. But if you guys just give me a little indication there. Love each other, but don't be. That's true. That's true. So if you guys have seen this before, let me know. If you haven't, that's cool too. It's always good to go over it again. No, not yet. Okay, good. 'Cause this part's gonna be for you, and we all enjoy. Okay, Trish, Tish, yes, okay. Good. Well, we're gonna do that and kind of wrap up the tail end of the other one. But let's just kind of give an intro.
I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy.
Okay, remember that? Right there. Entire generation.
In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid of society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place, and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt.
Social justice back in the 80s.
They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents.
Yes.
Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist.
What you doing, Yuri?
America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be the greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States.
Such a great point. Such a great point. That the people that are fighting for this, that think that they are on some kind of moral mission, that they are the virtuous ones amongst us, that are leading the way of this cultural evolution, as they would call it, are actually the ones that are going to get taken out first. And they don't get this. I think it's hilarious when you tell them this. But it's historical. And the amount of denial that comes in with that ability to hold on to that belief is nothing more than exact proof that subversion exists, that everything he's saying is true. This is why Yuri is his information is so powerful, because it proves itself as it goes. You don't have to hardly even research any of this to know that it's right in front of you all the time and you can see it. It's also what kind of got me going on the track of how mind control, how it works, and how to deprogram people if it's even possible. So yeah, this part it always jumps out at me as it's such an important thing to understand, because the people that we seem to be fighting against, that vote against us, that are trying to cancel people and doing all this crazy stuff, they're the most dead amongst us. They're not only are they dead, but they're have a target on them. Let me put it that way. By the controllers, by the ones that are pushing this stuff through them, but they're also fighting for useless causes, because none of them will exist in the future that they are pushing for.
It is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
That's the tragedy of the situation of demoralization. Never truer words have been spoke. The great Yuri Bezmenov. yeah, you can see it, can't you? With the people that you're trying to get through to, people that you want to save, your family, long-term friends, just sucked into this whole bit of nonsense, right? It is tragic. You know, I'm kind of hard-headed, so I didn't really. I still to this day think that there's a way to do something to massively undo this. But you know, hey, if I spend my time over the next many years trying to figure it out, and you know, I don't get there, at least I would still feel like it was time well spent in the sense that, um, you know, without doing that, we're going to lose a lot of good people, and we might get stalemated to the point where we have no choice but to have to go through the crisis and battle back for our country, if you will. But let's hope it doesn't come to that, and that you know, getting information out like Yuri can do some real good right now. You know, I will not let myself get demoralized. Believe me, many have tried. Many have tried. And I keep fighting back no matter what. It's been a lifelong thing of fighting demoralization on this end. Not that it hasn't happened, but at this point, I'm pretty bulletproof.
So basically, America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now.
6 weeks. That was his estimate. And he pointed out Central America. 6 weeks. How long did it take America to come to a pseudo crisis in terms of the recent pandemon? I don't know what you could say, but you know, the recent pandemic stuff. What do you think? Like, how long did it take really for us to realize we're kind of screwed? 6 weeks? Were people panicking then? I don't know. I didn't see a lot of action. But then again, if we were kind of like sheltered in place, if you will, and then the power went out, and then the food stopped showing up, and there were no more gas for delivery drivers, that would be a crisis. That could come in 6 weeks, right? Can you imagine? But here's the thing too. I've often thought about with the way that they can silo information and they can confine it, and they can, you know, who's to say that one state couldn't be getting reports that another state's getting a different report, and that are contrary reports, and they're saying, you know, militias in Virginia have combined and are now attacking these people here, and the National Guard in this country is fighting these people, and you know, to really stir the pot up, and really, you're just seeing a path of destruction laid by, you know, your everyday rioters, and then comes the food rioters, and you know, other things. I try to think ahead. I'm not saying this stuff's going to happen, but I'm trying to kind of predict it, because I think the most scary part about all this is not knowing it's coming and not having enough time to get away from it. From those of us that are kind of nestled into, I'm not necessarily in a city, but I'm necessarily in a high traffic area with roads that would take a while to get out of. So, how fast could I get to the sticks? And if I even got out to the sticks with all the people leaving the city that's right next to me, which is, biggest city in Georgia, how far could I get? you know, it's really nerve wracking. And it's, if you can get 6 weeks ahead of something, you could probably get away before people start freaking out. So that's why I ask these kind of questions I want to know, and I want everybody that I'm speaking with to be thinking about this and putting their ideas out there, leaving them in the Discord or coming to the streams and talking about it with other people. Let's get our minds together and kind of think about how we can predict something like this, and maybe in a sense have a way to kind of get a lot of us out of trouble early, and hopefully everybody has a place to bug out to that's near them. I seem to keep thinking that we got more time. Of course, the whole thing with the woo hoo, right? That kind of like threw some wrenches into my thinking. I'm thinking that it probably cause the same issues for other people, Oh, Sheeple Hunter. See, this is another reason why I can tell me and Sheeple Hunter are going to be good friends, because Amish country is probably in Pennsylvania, right? Right? Am I right? It's crazy. I have my whole life I've had this rapport with Pennsylvania. It's just crazy. My favorite football team is there, but my first real girlfriend was from there. Another long-term girlfriend was from there. 7 years with a girl from Upper PA, South Central PA. Okay, South Central. So you're like Lancaster, Hershey, right near the Maryland border, kind of crossover. That's where the first girlfriend I had was from there, Lancaster, PA. And then the one I spent 7 years with later in life, in my 30s, was from Oil City. But crazy. I love PA for some reason. I've got a thing for cheesesteaks too, I'm already going to visit Philly here. 15 minutes from Lancaster, 30 from Hershey. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been to your area many times, Sheep Hunter. Definitely, for sure. I was actually just in the Poconos trails, Pocono area, near Strasburg, I guess, just recently. I was up there to pick up my son from camp. He went to camp in the Poconos for 7 weeks and had a blast. Came back healthy and fit and ready to kick some butt. And I went up there to get him, and I dropped him off, of course, and then came back to get him. We were supposed to go to Philly and drive over there, but then I found out a hard lesson that you have to have a credit card to rent a car in another state than what your driver's license is. And I didn't carry a credit card with me because I had my yeah, I can tell. Yeah, we didn't have time to do any of that stuff, but I can tell that they had some really cool stuff there. But yeah, lesson learned. I couldn't get us to Philly, couldn't get us down to Virginia Beach, which was going to be our next stop. And so I was like, hey, man, we'll come back and do it. He was like, it's okay. I just wanted to go home anyways. But he really wanted to go to the Eagle Stadium and get a picture next to the Nick Foles statue. Yeah, we'll get that. Maybe we can. I told him, I was like, we'll come back and we'll do it when we go to a game too. Let's do this for real. And then we'll go get all the cheesesteaks in town. Off soccer season or something, right? Yeah. So, anyways, a little sidetrack there, but always worth noting. Yeah, I'm an Eagles fan too. We won today. Woohoo! That parade was awesome looking. I wish I could have been there. We beat Detroit today, though, so I'm happy about that. Don't run off if you don't like the Eagles, all right? So it's okay. It's not about football here, but yeah. Hey, Sheeple. By the way, do you Sheeple Hunter? I'm gonna say that. I'm not gonna call you Sheeple. Do you watch Philly 500? You need to come over and watch Philly 500 streams with me. He's a really cool dude, and he puts on the best Eagle streams. I've been watching him for years. He's great, fun dude, down home dude. Yeah, man. So yeah, Philly 500. Check him out, and I'll be seeing you over in that stream very regularly, year round for sure. If you check him out, you'll like him. Okay, where were we? What were we talking about? Oh yeah. Let's see.
And after crisis, with a violent change of power structure.
We were talking about the timing on crisis. Thank you, Yuri. Yeah, so that's all I'm saying. I'm saying, keep an eye out on it. Think about it. Put some scenarios together in your head. Think about a 6-week span. So if you could find out on day 1 or day 5, right, that we're heading into real crisis, like the subversion level crisis, right? And you know what that means? It means civil war. It means mass unrest, and a severe reduction in resources. Anything to put people at odds against each other. If you can identify those things quickly and have a plan to get yourself to safety, the more of us that make it through that period, the better off we're going to be, right? Because we still do have a chance at that point, as we saw from earlier videos, that we still do have a chance at that point, but it's getting very hard every time we pass another stage. Here in this stabilization stage that we're in, it's a push towards crisis, a push towards that inevitable event. And this is why we're seeing so much destabilization going on. And like I said, the language, division, right? Attacking children mentally and physically, and it just going unabated. The leadership just blatantly lying, the subversion of the justice system, and the laws that we're breaking, and the pissing on the Constitution that's going on right now by the pedos in power, man. It's very, very frustrating time. And so we all kind of sit back and are hoping that the anti-establishment political forces that have made much progress in the last 2 decades can push forward and push over into the political system and buy us some more time. But my philosophy on that is that if we don't solve the root cause issues, they'll just come back. So when we have the opportunity, we need to take it. And that is when we have power again, we need to, people networking, definitely, buddy. We need to take advantage of that situation when we have if we say we get all 3 branches of the government. You know what's going to happen, right? You know what's going to happen. We're going to see what we saw last time plus some. And every move that we make that infringes on their power, they counter with a heavier hand. Okay? We saw the disruptive force of Trump's first term, right? It's all about disruption, distraction, keeping them from getting as little done as possible. And he did really well globally because that's where they couldn't affect it. But as much, right? They didn't have any influence over there. But at home is where they made the biggest strides in preventing him from doing things like infrastructure his way, which means actual infrastructure, not spinning it into like bullshit, right? And telling us it's infrastructure. We're building roads and trailers and train tracks and bridges and all that stuff. We're doing it all. And we're sticking the money right in our pockets and showing you a picture, and then throwing all kinds of other right revoking, right infringing stuff on top of that, right? The green stuff on top of it, which is this baloney to control our travel, control our resources, and control our ability to communicate. So it's just more of the same stuff. And of course, more power to hurting the children, right? That's what they're all about. Getting to that that generation, the new generation, and looking down the road. People like me, people like a lot of you out there, we're an afterthought. We're a nuisance at best. And we're disposable. We'll die off. They think generationally, and that's the thing. We have to think generationally. People that aren't thinking generationally aren't helping. I mean, yeah, we need some people for right now stuff, but most people that just talk about right now don't have solutions in their hands. They'll say, yeah, we need to let people know and let people do this and that and that. People need to be aware of the long-term plan more so. And they need to be active in the now type actions, the now type solutions, and they get held up thinking that someone else is going to do it for them. They don't quite have the idea of how to use their energy correctly. Energy into solutions are stopgap for now. Root cause solution energy, yes, but it has to be energy going in to implementation, not just talk. Implementation of these ideas and these solutions. And then we think and we talk about the long-term consequences and we plan for those. But action is what we need to take right now. We can't wait for and rely on it and hope that politicians are going to do this for us. It's never worked. It hasn't worked. And just right now, that means we're just stalled. We're not getting anything done. We may be waking people up, but we're waking them up for a bloodbath, or we're waking them up for, the end. Hey, wake up, the movie's almost over, right? We need to think more like, okay, let's get to work on this thing. Can you carry a bucket? Can you shovel something? Can you program something? Can you talk well? Can you do this well? Well, let's get together and work on this solution right here. I know that's kind of broad what I'm saying, but if it's a solution to the grooming in schools, or a solution to division, or any of those type of things, we can focus our energy on. Doesn't matter whether it's my idea or somebody else's. If it's really a root cause solution, it's working on a root cause, it's good enough. Let's put some energy into it and not just talk about it. As far as the long-term stuff, that's the kind of thing that we can help with too, in a sense that we're understanding the enemy and knowing how they're going to react and being able to plan for it ahead of time, where a group of people that become friends on the internet and are like-minded can get a 6-week plan together that they can give to other people and say, in 6 weeks, we need to be somewhere else. If you have a 6-week plan, by the end of that 6 weeks, if you're not somewhere else, it's going to be trouble. So here are the ways to detect when you need to put the plan into action, and here's how to do it. But it takes time, and it takes people, and it takes energy. It takes people with this knowledge to get it done, right? All right, so let's listen to some more.
And economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins. Never mind, he will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control.
So who does that sound like? Didn't we just hear that in the red dark Brandon speech? Didn't we just hear that? One, that everything was under control, but two, that we're these MAGA Republicans are the problem. It's so this topic burns me too, because anybody from the Ron Paul days understands that there has been multiple factions in the GOP for quite a long time now, and that it's been a labor of love and survival here going on to do that. And that, I spent a year before Ron Paul ran for the 2012 election, I started going out there and trying to help people that didn't get it and had a strong aversion to the Republican Party because of college and everything they have been learning along the way, and the genuine bias and the groupthink that goes along with that, to break that perception that they have, and get them to understand that there's different factions involved, right? And it's something some people wouldn't even bother to give me even a second to explain that. But some people did, and I did pull a lot of lefties over to vote for Ron Paul in the primary because I said, "Hey, look, I did a good job with it. I hit it every day. I made images. I wouldn't call them memes because they weren't memes; they were like information images, if you will, just infographs or whatever. But it was like explaining the difference between a neocon and a liberty Republican, right? So I called them Liberty Faction Republican back. So just understand, hey, look, there's another group that wants to get rid of these neocons that you hate. You hate them, right? So that worked pretty well. But then when it came to Obama, they were back on the other side. So it did work for a little bit. It's a shame Ron is so old. He's a national treasure. That is absolutely the truth. And that's what I tried to convince people of, especially when Bernie Sanders rolled around, who was no Ron Paul, but who had a similar ride, if you will. And the people who were behind him saw what the people who were behind Ron Paul looked like. So they got just as enthusiastic about thinking that they could do it. Of course, they thought they were going to be able to do it, right? Oh, it's good. It's no doubt. It was the easiest way to look like a genius that I ever had in my life, in the sense that all I had to do was tell him that he's not going to win. He's going to bail at the last second. And the reason why is because they own a super delegate. And I learned that because I spent 2 runs with Ron Paul and I saw how the delegates worked on both sides. It was very easy to predict. It was just so easy. But I did win people over to this side with that prediction. So it did do some good to know that. But it wasn't any kind of rocket science. I'm laughing because I just don't think that it was that big of a stroke of genius to figure it out. So I'm being facetious when I say it, to look like a genius. To me, it was just very simple. But anyways, the whole point is that we've had factions forever, and to convince people that just now point out these MAGA Republicans, blah 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 blah. So where have you been, old man? It's like it's been going on for a very long time. So hopefully, some of those people that myself and other people like me who were barking up the same tree got through to, maybe that kind of recalled a memory or two, and had them recall that and say, well, you know what, man, it's been that way forever. Why is he just figuring this out now?
Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot.
Don't give a hoot. Dude, tell me Yuri wouldn't be killing it right now if he was still around.
If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom.
And we all know what's going on with the penguins, right? Right? They're getting to be human size. They're going to take over. Now, I don't want to freak anybody out. That's from Unbreaded Mercado Law. So if you don't know what that is, just remember it's a joke, all right?
And possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two,
Number 2. That's weird how this video is doing tonight. I have not had this problem before ever. I can actually get HDF. Great. Yeah, so it's crazy it's doing this. It usually doesn't usually this doesn't happen. So, I wonder if this thing's like causing issues.
To explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So basic, two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless, they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me, what is it in for me? Survival, obviously, because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we will sing beautifully together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
Quite dire. We understand what's going on. Here's what we picked up from the other one. That was the intro part of it. This is where we're kind of a little bit deeper into the conversation. Different one, maybe. I think it's the same one. Yeah, the same one. But it's not the same place, right? This is a deeper, longer version of it.
All right. As every student in USSR, I went through very extensive physical and military training and civil defense training too, unlike in the United States, where civil defense is virtually...
Oh yeah, by the way, I just want to kind of preview what we're doing here. Next, what I want to do is probably the latter half of the stream. I'm going to try to hang on to this one and kick it over to Cool Frog if we can make it. I think we'll make it because I got something really cool to show us. This is a video that's dropped, and if you were on the stream a little while back, where is it at? Okay, oh, here it is. So we were talking about mass shooters, mass shooting, and we're talking about the Robert Crimo case and what was going on with that documentary. Well, BxBulletTV just dropped the chapter 3 of 4, yes. And this is supposed to be the last one, but this is this one right here is really good. So we're gonna watch this too and go through it. It's pretty awesome stuff. If you haven't seen the first two, probably want to go see those real quick. But you can kind of watch these out of order, from what I can tell. But most of us here have watched the first two, so we're gonna watch the third one. And if you have seen this part of the Yuri stuff, maybe you might want to dip out and just go to her channel and check out 1 and 2. They're not quite as long, but if you watch them on, okay, yeah. So if you go watch them, it's broken up by chapters. Okay, I see what you're doing. All right. So, anyways, if you go back and you can watch 1 and 2, good. So this is going to be what we're going to do after Yuri, because this just dropped and it's new. I didn't have time to put it in the description. But let's get back to right here.
Non-existent, zero. In USSR, every student, whatever his major subject, has to go through very extensive 4-year military and civil defense training. You can see me here with a group of students during one of the war games near Moscow. The main idea, of course, is to prepare a huge reserve army of the USSR. Each student has to graduate as a junior lieutenant. In my case, it was administrative and military intelligence service. My first assignment was to India as a translator with the Soviet Economical Aid Group, building refinery complexes in Bihar state and Gujarat state. At that time, I was still naively, idealistically believing that what I was doing contributes to the understanding and cooperation between the nations. It took me quite a number of years to realize that what we were bringing to India was a new type of colonialism, 1,000 times more oppressive and exploitative than any colonialism or imperialism in history of mankind. But at that time, I was still hoping that, well, maybe it's not that bad, could be worse, and things may go for better. And I even tried to implement the beautiful Marxist motto, proletarians of all the countries unite. I tried to unite with a nice Indian girl, and I was fascinated by Indian culture, by the family life in this country. But obviously, Communist Party had different plans for my genes, so I had to marry this beautiful Russian girl. In the span of my career, I married 3 times. Most of these marriages were...
This is so interesting. Like, this is something most people don't think about when you talk about, like, spies and espionage and subversion. But it's very interesting. Listen to how in a oppressed country, right? How life is, like what we would look forward to in authoritarianism, and listen to how even the control of marriage happens.
Marriages of convenience on advice from the Department of Personnel. This is normal practice in USSR. When a Soviet citizen is assigned to a foreign job, he has to be married, either to keep family in USSR as hostages, or if it's a convenience marriage like mine, so that the husband and wife are virtually informers on each other to prevent defection or contamination by decadent imperialist or capitalist ideas. In my case, I hated that girl so much that the moment I landed in Moscow, we were divorced, and I married later, second time. By the end of my first assignment in India, I was promoted to the position of public relation officer. You can see me here translating a speech by a Soviet boss.
And you're on the right.
I'm on the right here, yes. And the occasion was commissioning of the refinery complex in Bihar, Barauni. Back in Moscow, I was immediately recruited by Novosti Press Agency, which is a propaganda and ideological subversion front for the KGB. 75% of the members of the Novosti are commissioned officers of the KGB. The other 25 are, like myself, co-opted agents who are assigned to specific operations. In this particular case, you can see me talking to students of Lumumba Friendship University in Moscow. This is a huge school under the direct control of the KGB and Central Committee, where future leaders of the so-called national liberation movements are being educated and selected carefully. And some of them have absolutely, this, for example, is a group of students from Lumumba. They don't look like students at all. They look more like military, and that's exactly what they were. They were dispatched back to their countries to be leaders of the so-called national liberation movements, or to be translated into normal human language, leaders of international terrorist groups. Another area of activity when I was working for the Novosti was to accompany groups of so-called progressive intellectuals, writers, journalists, publishers, teachers, professors of colleges. You can see me here in Kremlin. I'm second on the left, with a group of Pakistani and Indian intellectuals. Most of them pretended they don't understand that we are actually working on behalf of the Soviet government and the KGB. They pretended that they are actually being guests, VIP intellectuals, that they are treated according to their merits and their intellectual abilities. For us, they were just a bunch of political prostitutes to be taken advantage for various propaganda operations. Therefore, you can see perfectly well the senior colleague of mine on the left doesn't really have that much respect on his face, and myself with a very skeptical smile, typical KGB sarcastic smile, anticipating another victim of ideological brainwashing. This is how a typical conference in Novosti headquarters in Moscow looked like. Sitting in the middle is Boris Burkov, the then director of Novosti press agency, high-ranking party bureaucrat in the Department of Propaganda. I am standing next to a famous Indian poet, Sumitranandan Pant. He was famous because he was an author. He was the author of a famous poem titled Rhapsody to Lenin. That's why he was invited to USSR, and everything was paid by the Soviet government. Pay special attention to number of bottles on the table. This is one of the ways to kill the awareness or curiosity of foreign journalists. One of my functions was to keep foreign guests permanently intoxicated the moment they land at Moscow airport. I had to take them to the VIP lounge and toast to friendship and understanding between the nations of the world, a glass of vodka, then a second glass of vodka. And in no time, my guests would be feeling very happy. They would see everything in kind of pink, nice color. And that's the way I had to keep them permanently for the next 15 or 20 days. At a certain point in time, I had to withdraw alcohol from them so that some of them who are the most recruitable would feel a little bit shaky, guilty, trying to remember what they were talking last night. That's the time to approach them with all kind of nonsense, such as joint communique or statement for Soviet propaganda. That's the time they are the most flexible. And of course, what they didn't understand, they didn't realize or pretended not to realize, that myself, who was drinking together with them, was not drinking at all. I had ways to get rid of alcohol through various techniques, including special pills, which were given to me by my colleagues. But they were taking it seriously. In other words, they would consume quite a large volumes of alcohol and feel quite uneasy next morning. In 1967, the KGB attached me to this magazine, Look magazine. A group of 12 people arrived to USSR from the United States to cover the 50th anniversary of October Socialist Revolution in my country. From the first page to the last page, it was a package of lies, propaganda cliché, which were presented to American readers as opinions and deductions of American journalists. Nothing could be far from truth. These were not opinions. They were not opinions at all. They were the clichés which the Soviet propaganda wants American public to think that they think. If it does make any sense at all. It sure does, because from the viewpoint of the Soviet propaganda, although there are some subtle criticisms of the Soviet system, the basic message is that Russia today is a nice, functioning, efficient system supported by majority of population. That's the biggest lie. And of course, American intellectuals and journalists from Look magazine elaborated on that untruth in various different ways. They intellectualized that lie. They found all kinds of justifications for telling lies to American public.
Excuse me, it was partly your job to make sure that they got these ideas, yes, and accepted them as their own ideas.
Right. Actually, even before they arrived to USSR, and they paid astronomical sum of money for that visit, they were submitted, this Novosti Press Agency developed so-called backgrounders. 25 pages of information and opinions, which were presented to the journalists even before they bought their tickets to Moscow. They had to analyze the situation, and judging on their reaction to that backgrounder, the local Novosti representative or local Soviet diplomat in Washington, D.C. would assess whether they be given visa to USSR or not.
So but they were selected ahead of
yes,
time.
they were pre-selected very carefully, and there's not much chance for honest journalists to arrive to USSR and to stay there for 1 year and to bring this package of lies back home. This, for example, is a centerfold of the Look magazine. They presented this monument erected by Communist Party in Stalingrad as the symbol, personification of Russian military might. And they said in the article, which is published on the site, that Soviets are very proud of the victory in the Second World War. This is another big myth, a lie. No sensible people would be proud to lose 20 millions of their countrymen in a war which was started by Genoese Hitler and Comrade Stalin and paid by American multinationals. Most of the Soviet citizens look at this type of monuments with disgust and sorrow, because every family lost father, brother, sister, or child in the Second World War. Yet American journalists who were trying to please their hosts, presented this picture on the centerfold as the symbol and personification of Soviet national, they call it Russian national spirit. And it was greatest misconception and a very tragic misunderstanding. Of course, Look magazine was not distributed in USSR. The main audience was in the United States. But I presume that many Americans, millions of Americans who were reading Look magazine at that time, had absolutely wrong idea about the sentiments of my nation, about what the Soviets are proud of and what they hate. This is a group, you see the same lady with the sword in Stalingrad. This is the group of journalists. Myself is in the center with the same devilish smile. And Mr. Philip Harrington is on the extreme left there with his camera. This is the gentleman which was so deaf or so uninterested in what I had to say to him. This is the same picture, a blow-up of the same picture. Many guests from various countries, in this particular case from Asia and Africa, were taken by me as a Novosti press agency employee for a tour across Siberia, for example. We would show them typical kindergarten, you see, nothing special by American standards, just nice children sitting, eating their breakfast or lunch. What they could not understand, or they pretended not to understand, that this is an exemplary kindergarten. This is not the kindergarten for average person or average family in USSR. And we maintain that illusion in their minds. You can see myself under the red spot in the middle there with the same business-like expression. I'm doing my job. That's what I'm assigned to do, and that's what I was paid to do. But deep inside, I still hope that at least some of these useful idiots would understand that what they are looking at has nothing to do with the level of affluence in my nation. This is a better picture which reflects the true spirit of the Soviet childhood. This picture was printed in a Canadian government publication by mistake. In the middle, you can see children playing on a small courtyard, and the caption goes, "This is a typical kindergarten in Siberia." What these idiots didn't understand, that it is not kindergarten at all. It is a prison for children of political prisoners. But there was not a single mentioning that what they were visiting actually was an area of concentration camps. And the job of people like myself to help them to not to notice that they are actually talking to prisoners. Most of the children were dressed, especially on the occasion of the foreigners' visit. Of course, there were no corpses on the ground. There were no machine gun guards. And it looks not very pleasant, as you see. It looks dull, but obviously it does not create an impression that this is actually a prison.
Well, did any of the journalists have the curiosity to ask about prisons and that kind of thing?
Yes.
They were in Siberia.
Yes.
This is what you associate.
Yes, some of them asked questions, and naturally we would give them, for the stupid question, we give them stupid answer. No, there are no prisons in Siberia. No, most of the people who you see are free citizens of USSR. They're very happy to be here, and they are contributing to the glory of the socialist system. Some of them pretended that they believe what I was telling them, and most of them, we may discuss it later. What are the motivations of these people? Why would they stubbornly bring lies to?
So welcome, Cool Frog, to the stream.
What's going on, brother?
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. What are we doing?
Oh, watching some Yuri, talking about just he's going through his history and like kind of like where he came from and what things look like and as far as propaganda goes and all that stuff. And we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna take a look at this new drop from BXBullet, the third part of the mass shooter Robert Crimo story.
Okay.
It's really good. This number 47 thing will blow your mind if you haven't looked into it before. It's pretty crazy. So
Sure.
should be fun. How you doing,
Look
man?
fun.
What are you up to?
Seriously, we were just sitting around, almost getting ready for some Sunday night drinking.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, Div does a little thing or whatever where we kind of do a Sunday night drink and we have some fun. So
What time does that usually start?
soon, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Whenever everybody gets there.
Okay.
Hello, Winning Reality.
Hi, Jessica. How you doing? Thank you for being here.
Great. How are you? Thank you for
Good.
having us.
Absolutely. I should have got you guys in here earlier. Once I got things kind of rolling along, I was like, all right. We're doing good now. A little rough start because I updated my OBS right before I went live, and like one of the drivers didn't load, so everything was like blurry.
Oh, sure.
Noob stuff, man. Noob stuff.
How many people we got watching us?
I haven't checked in a minute. 3?
3? Oh, dang. We got a big party going on. Heck yeah.
Yeah. I put it out there. So, paying the dues, man. You got to pay the dues, and you've been paying the dues for a year now, right? At least.
Okay. Well, I just hit that like button. I gave you number 9. So
Sweet.
if there's anybody else that's out there that hasn't done that, though, let's make sure that they do, huh?
I know a couple people that were familiar with the Yuri stuff kind of bailed to watch the first 2 episodes of the bullet stuff, the mass shooter stuff, and we're coming back for that replay or for that play. So, I know that. Hey, look, I got some more people coming in. Awesome. Yeah, if you guys let a few people know, maybe we'll get some more.
Yeah.
I just hit up.
And get a couple people come join us and.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be great. I sent invites to a lot of people. ID Crisis and Michael Mallory and Madcore and V and and all those guys. So hopefully some of them will show up.
Yeah, sure.
But anybody else you can think of, please share. And 'cause this is a great topic. We were talking about earlier about how important this topic really is, and that people are kind of like seeming like they're really ready for this topic now. Oh, don't even worry about it, man. I'm just happy you're here. They are they're really Sparkles. They are more ready for it than they were 10 years ago. And like some people like me and the Sheep Hunter have been, pushing this knowledge out for a long time, but it's really hard to get people to be interested in watching a Russian from the 80s, in an 80s kind of setting, and not think that it's, not realize that it's still relevant what he's talking about, quickly fading out and not really giving him a chance. But over time, it seems like a lot of people have started warming up to the idea, or at least revisiting the idea that he was the things he's talking about, because they're seeing it all around them. Do you guys agree?
Yeah.
Welcome, ID Crisis.
ID Crisis. What's up, brother?
Hello. How are you?
Long time no see.
I know. It feels like forever and a day. Whenever we're apart, cool frog.
I know, right?
Hey, Jessica, thanks for all the hard work last night. That was really good.
No problem. It's what I do.
You keep doing it. Go Steelers. I can't believe they pulled one out. Just saying.
Or did they win?
Barely, but yeah.
Well, the Eagles won too, so it was a good day for PA.
Not
I know
bad.
too.
Yeah, not bad at all. I would love to see a PA bowl.
Me too.
Yeah, and do not do it in an enclosed. It's got to be like flip a coin. It's either going to be in, Heinz Field, or where do you guys play?
FedEx Field.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. The Lincoln Field.
Yeah, one or the other. Outdoors in the cold, like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that would be the perfect PA Super Bowl.
That would be cool. Yeah. What are you all talking about? I imagine it has something to do with today's festivities. Happy 9/11 day.
Oh yeah.
No.
No, I haven't even touched on that actually. I was just doing like a third part of the series I did. I started live streaming, replaying Yuri Bezmenov
Oh
stuff,
yeah.
talking about that. We were just kind of catching up on how it's becoming more relevant these days. And I actually played this earlier, but I'll play it again because it's so good. The this person right here, I won't play the whole thing, but she came out and was talking about I started the stream talking about transposers and people that are using the LGT as a sword and a shield to just kind of infiltrate it and not really be serious about it, but use it as a way to gain access to whatever is they're after, whether it's just tension or if it's actually just harming other people. And I talked about like how this person came out, and she's part of Gays Against Groomers, and she uses language in here, right? And language is like teachers are being instructed on how to indoctrinate your children with sexual identity. This is not what inclusivity looks like. This is a systematic desecration and demoralization of an entire generation. So if you know the Yuri material, you'll know that demoralization is the second stage of ideological subversion. And so it was really great to see this person come out and start talking and using this language. It's really exciting to see them using the Yuri language to describe what's going on, because for decades we've been trying to get people to take a look at this material, and they just generally kind of resistant to it. You get some people that are real truth seekers that I'll watch anything.
Yeah, into the context that there's a much bigger picture going on. It's not just about this detail over here that you're concerned about, or this detail over here that you're concerned about, but they're all intertwined and they're all leading to this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we really talk about like on here about thinking and looking at things through the subversion filter. So thinking generationally and acting and putting our energy into quick root cause solutions now. Rather than just talking about it, or rather just spreading more awareness. But if we're going to spread awareness, let's spread it in the right direction towards the ideas that are going to give us the big picture to work towards. So we plan generationally, but we work for today's solution. That will head off and take the power away from the things that are pushing us forward. If we can do that, then we're really attacking the root cause. We're really making progress. More than just waiting for the next politician to try to fulfill promises. Right.
Which they can't really do without our help anyways.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, as I was saying earlier tonight.
Supposedly.
Yeah. Well, we hope so. I was like, we can't leave it. Let's put it this way. We can't leave it up to them. We should be working in tandem with them, right? We should be team. So when hopefully we get the House and the Senate back, and hopefully we get the exec back, and we have the big three going.
We should definitely get the House back for sure. That's one. I really don't see us not getting that back. As far as the Senate, I still say it's pretty much a toss-up come up this November. So
yeah, I keep hearing that. I just call me, prejudiced or whatever. Well, don't call me that, but biased, but I when you look at everything that's going on, you're like, how can people honestly think that voting Democrat is a viable solution to anything?
Yeah, right.
It is. It's nuts to me.
But yeah, that's more the Yuri stuff, though, right? It's like they're subverted. Like you were saying earlier in this conversation that.
Yeah, right. And it kind of goes back to that one line in Blade Runner where the Deckard asks his captain, how can it, talking about replicants, how can it not know what it is? So, like somebody who's out there who's, they have that Ukraine sticker on their car, and they're constantly wearing a mask no matter what, and just buying into every single one of these things that I mean, at some point you have to feel sorry for these people, that they really don't have a mind of their own, that they only have, like, they're constantly referring to the instruction book like a bad dungeon master, like that they can't come up with things on their own. They have to keep going back to the rules.
I see Julian's Julian 2021 says when are the elections? The elections are coming up in November.
On the 8th. If you're a Democrat, they're
Be
coming up on the
ready.
9th.
Be ready. Yeah, right.
Democrats vote on the 9th. Am I allowed to say that, or will I get your stream struck?
I have no idea. I'm a noob.
Let's find out.
Good thing to ask after you ask the question.
I know. Well, it never occurs to me that something that because I mean, I believe the lie, Cool Frog, that free speech is free speech and you're allowed to say what you want.
I agree with you.
I'm one of those old people who just believed that what their school told them when it was the 80s. We didn't know any better.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I catch myself all the time doing that. Like really feeling strongly about my free speech and then forgetting that I have to play by the rules.
Whatever those are, yeah. And they're constantly changing. It's like trying to nail Jell-O to a tree.
Right. Well, I was talking earlier too about the language war. That was kind of a step back from the Yuri stuff. Like I kind of opened with the transposer issue, calling for the brand split and why. I think that's important, not just to save the legitimate people and the lifestyles, but and not erase their progress, but also to identify who the bad actors are there by putting people into different categories of like lifestyle versus fetish, right? And then say who objects the most to like school safety measures and things that are going on in Florida, for example. So the next step I was talking about was the language war, and I opened by saying that we were all familiar with the information war that's been going on, right? Trying to point out disinformation, point out the lies and where they're heading all along the way. But really, when you boil it down to it, now it's become a language war, where it's a war of words. And we had some good points being made in chat at that point. But the war of words, like how we just adopt their language and run with it, and how every time we do that, that's a loss.
Exactly. I don't. That's why I won't use. Hey, what's your handle on Twitter if you have one?
Let's see. You winning reality?
It's new or you?
You like you. The letter U.
The letter U. Oh, there you are. Okay. I thought that myself before. Like I refused. I'm going to say it so that I can describe that I refuse to use the word cis.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, dude.
Yeah, somebody says to me, cis, and like, what does that mean? Who made it up, and why are you saying that word? Why are you just buying into the idea that this is a thing that you're supposed to do now? Like you haven't even stopped to figure out what makes up the group that you don't belong to, but you're still following the rules of. Please stop and think about that for a second, and everybody.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't even know what it means.
Like when somebody tells me, what's I don't even know. Am I allowed to say the G fluid word? Am I allowed to say that?
I guess.
Gender.
Cool Frog,
who's the expert on this?
He's now the veteran, so he's pretty Cool Frog for all of
I'm the veteran.
Yes, you're the veteran now.
You're the one with the 3.98K.
Oh man, dude, they're all here too.
Is that what your followers are? You got 9K.
Yeah, like
he does. He has a very large
4K?
group.
How long have you been doing this? That's amazing.
Well, I think we're on month 4.
Month 4.
Yeah.
Man, I'm talking about the wrong stuff.
I'm
trying to avoid politics.
He did the small stuff or whatever. Did all the editing and put up little clips or whatever that people like to watch because it's easy to click on and watch. You get the clicks. You get the subscribers. Live streaming really takes a lot of work to actually get the subs.
Okay.
Last night, because I actually had Good Logic show up or whatever, as well as having Legal Vices, it actually put me 46 subscribers that had picked up from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
So it put me really I've been doing this for 8 months.
Yeah.
You know, so as far as that goes, live streaming really takes a long time because there's not so many people that enjoy sitting there listening to hours long of people talking or whatever, as opposed to watching a quick clip of something funny that Nick Rekieta said.
You need something that people can listen to while they're waiting for their burger at the drive-through.
Right, exactly. People like quick and fast.
Right. I'll have to remember that.
What am I hearing?
Are we at the drive-in? Veritas just put something up like 6 hours ago. Did
Project Veritas? Yeah.
New York City middle school teacher encourages students to appear to engage.
That was quite an interesting
violence.
little listen to. That's
just
one of
thought
those that
now,
you
looking
really
for-
shouldn't try live streaming or whatever. Is Project Veritas? They don't like. Yeah.
Oh no,
Project
I'm not.
Veritas very well.
I was actually.
No, I'm just saying.
What was I looking for? I was looking for something completely different, and I just kind of ran across that. So you're winning reality. You're of the opinion that do you think there's any coming back from this, or as long as the public schools keep, and even private schools don't even touch on the. I mean, in my opinion, that this is an emergency. Like we need to grab a hold of every kid's head and point it to the light and make them stare at it until they understand.
Right. No, I think that there is, but it's a limited window. It's a limited window. We have to approach it right. That's kind of like what I'm trying to do.
Part. Yeah. How do you approach it without sounding like an absolute lunatic?
Are you talking about in terms of ideological subversion and
well, just trying to explain exactly, like when you have to explain to somebody what's going on around them, just the idea that you to the person that you're talking to, you have your own eyes and ears and brain, and I'm still explaining to you what you are seeing because you don't get it. And it makes me wonder, is like, okay, does that make me the crazy one?
It could feel like it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, hey, you're driving in the opposite lane of traffic. I don't mean to hurt your feelings or anything like that, but since I'm in the car with you, I might want to yank the wheel and pull it into the correct lane of traffic. That's what it feels like.
No, I totally agree. And the thing is that I think we start with what becomes apparent, right? So whatever the moment of clarity is for them, that whether it be the media, right, or an event, or maybe it's the education, what's going on in schools. From there, then you can walk them into, well, why is this happening? Why isn't anybody doing anything about it? Think about it when you had your moment of clarity, the questions that were going through your head and that you wanted answers for, right? So I think that's where you start with it, right? Is that you but at the same time, people in the know have to reaffirm what they know and then understand how to attack the subversion itself, like how to create solutions to move people out of harm's way, even if don't know why yet. So we can all agree that what a lot of us can agree on what's going on in the schools is it's not right. Parents, people who are parents or want to be parents or come from families that they understand that you don't treat children the way that are being treated in school, right? And then you have this whole group that's against that. But if we take away their incentives to be there, the groomers, the types of people who want to do harm, if we take away their
that word,
right? Blooming onion.
The pet groomers are a thing.
Yeah. Cocker spaniel cuts, poodle cuts. You got them all.
Jeez, I like Cool Frog's a pro, man. He not only does he know the words you're not supposed to say, he knows the alternative. That's what we were talking about. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Hair everywhere. What are you drinking tonight? You got anything in your hand?
Does it sound like it? It sounds like it, doesn't it?
No, I'm just asking the question.
My daughter got me a 6-pack of some odd craft beers for my birthday. This one is
it your birthday?
No, it's past. It's been at least 7. It was last week. Railbender Ale, Scottish style ale from the Erie Brewing Company. So that's what's in here now.
Nice.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. It was, you know, it was nice of her. She can come. She knows how to come through on special days, but lately, unlike in all the other days, I feel like that, you know, like we've been talking about, like grab her by the ears, point her head towards the light. Like, how do you not see what's going on around you? You know, it's especially tough when it's somebody that you raised to think for themselves. You know what I mean? Like you have kids and you raise them so that they'll think for themselves. And then one day the strangest thing happens. They start thinking for themselves.
Because I'm not scared. I'm going to actually turn this on real quick. Here you go. This is what I got going on for the night. Right here. Got myself a little bit of
tequila. I bought it.
A little bit of 100% agave. You know, none of this made with, made from.
Yeah, this is
so this notes of oak and vanilla with smooth, rich finish. So
you're having a better night than I am.
Kind of excited to actually pop this open and try it.
You haven't popped it open yet?
No, I just popped it to let it breathe for a few seconds before I pour myself a glass. But yeah, I'm kind of excited for it.
Go easy, man. Tequila.
We'll see how that goes tonight.
Oh yeah, you're not doing a stream tonight, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I was all planning on bringing this one out and sending it over your way.
You know, winning reality has got nowhere to go now.
He's like, "Well, where do I go now?"
I know. I'll start. I can start one up. It'll be me drawing stuff, but you know, we can hang out and talk about whatever.
Oh man,
give me a chance to practice my OBS.
Right.
No, man, tequila's tequila. I don't know. I
like myself a little bit of tequila.
Yeah. I mean, I'm no connoisseur in that. I can appreciate it, but I've always found myself leaning towards whiskeys and rum. I like. I'll grab like a Sailor Jerry or what's the name of that one? The Kraken.
Sure.
Yeah.
Kraken rum, Black Kraken.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is what. This is the other
go.
bottle. I grabbed myself a bottle, a Jefferson small batch, just so I had it.
You have way more class than me.
I was debating on which one to go for. I mean, working in a liquor store for a few years or whatever, it kind of, brought my senses up for certain things and what's good and what's not. And
Dark and stormy. Dark and stormies, man. I like those. I like dark and stormies. I forgot that. It's been so long since I drank. I stopped drinking when COVID hit. I mean, when that,
and everybody else started.
That
well, I mean, it's just me and my kid. I was like, I'm not gonna sit around and drink with my 11-year-old and 10-year-old and just me getting drunk by myself. I was like, that'd be stupid.
Lemon and
salt.
Julian says lemon and salt. No, when you have good tequila,
you don't need it.
There's no need for it. I'm telling you right now. It smells so good.
Although, well, I guess you wouldn't want to do like lemon drops with just any old vodka.
A lemon drop of sugar, not
lemon drops is what you want to do with any old vodka, but
vodka, yeah,
like
that's tasty.
You don't,
Yum.
Yeah, I drink vodka, lemon, Sprite for a while.
I have to watch myself with that one.
With the lemon drops?
No, with this bottle of tequila. That was super tasty.
Oh, is it really?
Oh yeah,
man,
that
you're
was
making me
so
jealous.
Smooth.
Because I mean, you like these dark beers and the ones that are like heavy, like a pale ales, they put you down pretty fast.
Dude, that stuff I can drink like champ. Like I like 200 ale.
Dark ones.
200 ale. Okay, so I started drinking. I used to drink like Bud Light. I mean, not Bud Light, Budweiser all the time. That's really easy to go to. Like right?
Yeah.
Easy go to beer.
Drinking water.
Like I got those buddies that can recite that shit on the label like it was the Pledge of Allegiance.
It feels trashy, man. But I'm from Virginia, so but we. Anheuser-Busch. You ever seen that Simpsons episode where they go to Duff Brewery?
Yeah.
That's Busch Gardens in Virginia, basically.
Oh, okay.
It's a knockoff of that. So, yeah, we had the Clydesdales clumping down the road, and
I've actually been to St. Louis and actually been to that brewery. That one's fun. It's, whatever. You get to the end of that tour and they give you a couple small glasses of beer to taste test on there or whatever. It's good stuff.
And you're like, oh yeah, it tastes like Budweiser.
Right, but when they do it, they're not giving you some, shipped across the country, put in the shelf and stored there for a week or whatever. No, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
fresh. Oh my Lord, it's so good.
There's a big difference.
Big difference.
But I started drinking 200 ale, and like it was a perfect IPA. It's really high. It's high alcohol content, but I just loved it, and I couldn't stop drinking it. So I started drinking it, and then I found out I couldn't drink domestic anymore. Like I didn't like the taste of it anymore. Like not anyone you can name, I couldn't stand it. The only one I can drink now is like the organic Michelob.
Organic.
Yeah, they have an organic. It just doesn't have that other. It has a clean, watery kind of finish. It doesn't have like the other kind of like tap water finish. I guess.
Tap water.
But yeah, so I just started drinking 200 ales.
Doesn't have that Jackson, Mississippi tap water. Hey, does anybody remember that joke from yesterday? How was American beer like having sex in a canoe? That was on your stream last. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking close to water.
So
Nice.
I see Julian's asking, is Winner's face always behind a pixel curtain? Have you ever thought of doing or is there something that's keeping you from?
Yes, very big. Two big things are keeping me from revealing. Though
one of them is a fat ex-wife.
No, she ain't fat.
Okay.
But it's custody for sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Custody is one, and any angle she can get, she would take. But
oh wow,
and smile while doing it. The the other is my job. I have a big job.
Oh no, that's cool. Look, and I got to meet.
That's important. That's why we ask.
And it's not super strange if it can. I think Cool Frog already heard this one. When we recently went to vacation in Tennessee, we knew that we were going to be close to, and then set up to have dinner with the expert and the White Rabbit, and then Volstorm came, and we all got to meet each other in person. But I still don't know any of their real names because of that discipline.
Sure.
And that's, you can know what I look like and whatever. And I was trying to, it felt kind of strange to me, and I don't begrudge them, whatever. It's, that's how they want to.
While you're actually here, ID, I noticed that you had actually thrown me a tip last night.
I did. Oh, I did. I did.
Yes, you
did. I did. I forgot about that.
And the fun one is now I actually do know your name.
Oh yeah. No, that's okay. I don't care. I tell people what my name is on my on the videos that I do.
Right.
Like, which is fine. Like, and that's one of the things. Like, I don't want to be beholden to, like, my job is fine. It pays the bills. Plus, it's not hard to do, and that's all fine. But if I'm being honest, I don't want to be beholden to anything, no matter how much I rely upon it. You know what I mean? Sure. So it's, if I'm, and most of the people that I work with, we all think alike anyways. We're all in Southwest, a little bit South versus, but we're all in, Southwest, PA. We're not in any sort of a city. Most of my clients, like the last guy that I did any work for on the side, he's got 100 acres of land, owns a trucking company. And when I talk to him, I feel like I'm talking to myself.
Hey, so let me jump in real quick. We have another person that was in here earlier. He's coming back. Sheeple Hunter. He's in east PA as well.
Southwest. Well, he's southeast. That's Philadelphia. I'm in Southwest.
You're Southwest.
Yeah, I'm in
You're
Washington.
Not near Lancaster.
Yeah, no, I'm in Washington County. I'm on the other side. So we're Steelers fans over here.
Okay, yeah. You're Steelers side. How far are you from Oil City?
Oh, let's say like maybe an hour and a half. It's put this like 2 hours to get to Erie, 4 hours to get to Buffalo, where I grew up.
Okay. Yeah. So, I have this thing with Philadelphia. I mean, with Pennsylvania. Like,
Julian's got something for you. She's really liking you right now, winning.
Definitely join the Discord. Make sure you subscribe. But I
Winter.
have to say,
Winter sounds sweet and hot. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
sweet
I
and
mean,
hot.
I talked to him on the phone before. Don't like. I'm glad you made it back home, by the way, and I don't want to
yeah,
get into
thank
like
you,
too much of the
man.
details, but yeah,
Yeah.
you were on my mind for like at least a day and a half. Like, man, I hope everything turns out right.
I totally
No, it's
appreciate
the
it.
same because it's, you know, I caught that message that day, and I'm like, the
Mhm.
only person I know is nearly possibly close to you would be
Yeah.
this guy.
So all the way on the other. It's about
Everybody
as far.
was super helpful, man.
Well,
They were
that's
really
good.
great. I appreciate everything. I especially appreciate what you were willing to do, ID Crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were kind of in a spot, and I just had to cut my losses and head home. Instead, it just learn my lesson from that. But what I did is I just promised. I was like, hey, we'll come back. We'll go to Philly. We'll do it right this time. It won't be a day. We'll spend a couple days there. We'll go to a game. You know, we'll do all that stuff. So it's gonna be better this way, even though we didn't do the trip. So, and he was like, I'm ready to go home and see my cat. He wanted to go home and see his pet.
Well, as long as he's not too disappointed, then that's good.
No, he was a champ. In fact, I was busting my butt for him, and he was totally just like, no, I'm totally cool going home, Dad. No worries. I'm like, all right.
Awesome. Well, that's
You
good.
know.
Well, you guys were safe.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah, dude, he looked phenomenal too.
So
He
then-
came back, made a soccer team. You know, did everything he set out to do. Man, couldn't be more proud.
So you wanted to watch this video? What are we? And not to break up the
No, go ahead.
Not at all.
cohesiveness of the conversation or anything, but
Not at all.
You want to watch this video on Yuri or whatever, and
Yeah, we can
see
watch
if we
a little-
can't get something out of this. And I really haven't really followed the guy myself. I've heard of it, you know, several times. I just haven't had the time to, or you know, whatever, to actually go in depth and look at this guy completely and see what it's all about.
Wow, I almost want to replay the video I played earlier. Well, and let's see who was here. Julian, you were here. Sparkles, I think you caught some of it. Hi, Tony. And I think that was just us. And yeah, everybody else came in later. It was us and Sheeple Hunter, and he's still over there watching the bullet stuff, this mass shooter stuff that's going to come up next. So I would like to, if I'm going to show somebody, let's just do it this way. Let's do it. Okay, so me and Cold Frog have been talking. He's heard of Yuri, but he doesn't know the material that well. So how do I want to introduce this to him? This video right here.
That's the first best opportunity, right?
Yeah. And what I wanted to say with this right here, guys, is I've actually reached out to this person. This guy has done an incredible amount of work. I originally wanted to do this modernization project with Yuri and kind of relate his stuff to modern day stuff, right?
Okay.
And I still may do that. But this guy, he's over in India, and he's done some amazing work. I'm just like, look at all this stuff he's done already. You know, he obviously has a strong passion for this. I'd like to bring him in and talk to him and at least get to know him and say, hey, man, you know, good job with this stuff. And what have you done? And, you know, here's my ideas, and let's collaborate. And, you know, maybe he already has a lot of the modernization stuff done. I mean, this is 4 days ago, and he's still cooking. So, but he's in India, so maybe we'll get a new friend, and that would be really awesome to be able to connect with somebody that's this passionate about Yuri that lives in India. It's the India, you know, they've been through it too. That's the kind of connections that we need. But here's how I would start out with anybody in terms of Yuri Bezmenov and introducing the topic to them. So here we go. Right, and off we go.
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see, most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place, and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents.
Yes.
Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him.
Hail, Jimmy.
Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his Then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically, America is stuck with demoralization. And unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of American, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. It's what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C.
That's pretty much where we're at now. You guys agree? Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Yeah. I agree.
It really seriously sounds like a lot like what's really starting to currently happen with us right now. Is just keep on handing out stuff or whatever, and people become
bread and circuses. Is this released on Audible? It says that they have a rare recording of Yuri Bezmenov released 6/16/21. Is that what it says for you on that video?
The rare one, I believe, is the one from India.
Okay. Yeah, because he basically looks the same. He's wearing the same shirt.
Oh, it could be the same one.
Yeah, it might be the same one. And then this is not from India?
This one isn't from India.
Okay.
However, there's this lecture from Atlanta that I haven't heard yet, but we looked at earlier, which is very interesting.
Yeah.
But there's also another one.
He has another book, The Life and Legacy of the Influential KGB Informant Who Defected to the West, Yuri Bezmenov. Okay, I was just looking up to see if he had anything else available, video or otherwise, up on Audible, because I got 3 credits.
Oh yeah, hey, no problem.
I haven't been keeping up with.
I'll show you when we get through this one. I'll show you the next one that I would recommend. So the next one is when he's like in the classroom, like literally on the chalkboard, running down every single stage in detail.
On a chalkboard,
just the primer right here,
just like Glenn Beck.
But more clever.
All right.
With benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins.
Sorry, that's what makes me think this is from like the 80s, because the video is so grainy and he's referencing Walter Mondale.
Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. The United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. however ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So basic, two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless, they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war. And
this is something I've been trying to get through to people for a long time, that, a subversion is part of warfare, and that as much as people want to talk about it these days, that that we've been born into it because it takes generations to do, and that kinetic warfare
There's
is
370 million battlefields
Mhm.
in this war, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go.
Disco, of course.
Overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me, what is it in for me? Survival, obviously, because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we will sing beautifully together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
Yeah, that's definitely some 80s synth going on there.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. No, something that he said earlier, not too far back about it made me think that like a better way of saying it would have been, stop caring about counting your money, you capitalist pig, and start considering, like, you're going to lose your capitalist system if you don't pay attention to this thing over here. In other words, it's like that whole, like, a capitalism, what we have works as long as there's morals. Because the only way that it does work, and you try to explain this to your kids, like, trust, that foundational thing, if nobody can trust you, then you're never going to be able to make it in the world. And if there's no trust, like a trust company, then there's no reason why something should be invested in or money should be spent on, and the capitalist system doesn't work. Where the communist system is all based on not being able, your trust isn't earned, it's demanded. I say that you do this or this will happen. It's not based on the free exchange of goods and services, ideas, and all of that. It's all forced. It's all with the threat of violence.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Exactly.
if you don't pay attention, to your morals and to those foundations that the country was founded on, however square that you think they are, if you don't pay attention to those, then you're going to have to put up with this other thing that I just ran away from in this other country. Okay, Jessica had to bail out. That sucks.
Oh yeah.
Internet is acting up.
Oh, what's this thing?
Yeah, she
I'm
says,
born in the wrong place. Oh, born in the wrong place. Oh, where are you from, Julian?
Oh,
Am I saying that right? Julian.
Julien. I don't know what's going on over there. That's you might be.
She's. I'm hoping it's a she for you. Is very interested in what's going on.
Yeah, she's interested in what is going on. Everything, whatever Julian is interested in,
In
it's
your
going
life,
on.
anyway.
It's going on with quotes going on.
Sounds French. Well, hey.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
However, just don't catch anything. I'm saying, I'm not that I, whatever. I'm gonna go.
Well, technically, that would be my last name, which I guess some people will know one day. It's actually French. So.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
The
French Canadian.
And then so we got a French guy up at the top, and we got a frog over right next to him.
A Polish frog.
Okay. Well, frog being the derogatory term for Frenchmen.
Well, yeah, hey, man, go to Discord. We'll get to know each other. We'll see what happens.
Is it just me? And I think I asked this last night. Maybe I don't remember a whole lot of what was going on last night, but is the news that you've been listening to lately had an effect on how you grocery shop? In other words, like you buy extra of fill in the blank.
It did at one point, but right now it's not.
Not right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I got into doing that. Not, I guess I'd say like prepping, but doing what I could with prepping whenever like Obama was in office. That dude scared the hell out of me. No, maybe it wasn't.
There's a lot of that going around. There was. We talked about that before.
Right.
State of mind at that time, around 2012. Everybody thought the world was going to end.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too. Oh, you're right. Yeah, there was that too. But it was somebody like Barack Obama would pull some shit on purpose versus Joe Biden pulling some shit on accident as if he crapped his pants. And which one is worse?
Do you really believe that Joe Biden's doing anything other than?
Well, no. He's just let his arms and legs go up and down, and his mouth works because somebody's pulling the strings.
Right.
Yeah. He is definitely, he's a Muppet. But still, yeah, it's like not knowing who it is. Anyways, I kind of felt like that the last time I went grocery shopping. I was like, all right, I'm going for more of this and more of this and more of this. Yeah, I did more at Sam's Club than I did anywhere else.
I stocked up when Biden won because I thought that we were going to be locked down for a lot longer. So I really pumped up we got like tons of mac and cheese, tons of, things to make sure my kid can still eat.
Right.
We already have the filtered water, the gravity filters. We already have the.
Oh, do you? You have those? What are those? That starts with a B or something.
I have a ProPure. They have Berkey.
Oh, Berkey. Yeah.
ProPure that are really good.
Well, until my septic tank decided to take a shit, no pun intended, I get like a year-end bonus every year, and we always invest into the house, even though it's like this old thing from the 1900s. I was going to go for whole house water filtration, but I think now what I'm going to be doing is putting another tank in. Another, you know what I mean? Like another, literally a poop tank. So, do you want to talk about that in detail? We don't have to. I tell you what, I'm learning. I am learning a lot about, but nothing teaches you about biology than when the septic guy comes over and says, "All right, this is how this thing works in here, and you know what I mean? This is why this bacteria is important." So, anyways, you keep going. I'm gonna mute myself and listen.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say that the Cool Frog. The next one I would have you watch is the one that's on the screen now. Hopefully still, yes. And this one he goes through everything, and we've watched this, so I'll just kind of like give you an idea of what it looks like. But it's like you can see he's drawing on the board. He's going into great detail, and there's even some parts in here where they bring up like some of his stuff from his book, right? So it's another hour-long thing, but once you start watching it, you don't want to turn it off. It's like that good, and I've seen this hundreds of times. Well, probably that's an exaggeration. More like 100 times.
You've watched it enough times where you can pretty much repeat some of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I definitely understand it.
I mean, so then basically what I caught off of the first one, I mean, it really, like I said, it sounds like it's something that we're currently dealing with. And it seems as though it's not even just a current thing. It's like we've been dealing with this kind of stuff for a long time. And the propaganda that they're actually pushing at the people to make them believe that this is good, and people are actually ignorant enough to actually believe that it's good and that everything is going to be okay. And if you believe that capitalism's the bad guy in the situation or whatever, I mean, though they're saying that their dealings that they're doing with like Russia or whatever or a thing, it really kind of it just sounds like everything that we've already been dealing with. It's just like you look at the stuff with Trump and how they're trying to push and say that it was this Russia stuff or whatever, and now there's and you go and you listen to what he had said. It really can't. It's really similar storylines.
But as a concept, this is the kind of thing that could be taught every November in every class in every elementary school. Concerning Thanksgiving.
This is the kind of stuff that they should actually be showing these kids.
Yeah, because
to let them know this is what's going to happen in the future. The sad part is
that what was tried.
Schools have already been infiltrated by the quote unquote left that is pushing this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I've talked about before how it goes to generations, right? So our generation had a type of subversion that was, or demoralization that was pushed on us. Like I refer to like 80s movies in the sense that they were a lot of fun, but they were party hard, no consequences, you always win. The good guys always come out on top. It also had a lot of inclusion in it as well. If you really look hard at these things, but it was all about getting laid and partying and having a good time. So we grew up. I don't know about you, ID Crisis, but we went off to college, man. We were looking for toga parties and crazy times, and
because we
basically we live in them. Huh?
Well, I don't want to get into the details of like when I was like moved out of the house and then went to school, because the two things didn't exactly happen at the same time. Like I left on my high school commencement day. Like I have a twin brother, right? So whenever we did our high school commencement, he went to his. Like I didn't even bother to buy a gown. That's how badly I just wanted out. My buddy came over in a old Datsun, packed up as much stuff as I could possibly fit. And this is from the suburbs where life is supposed to be great. And I just packed up all my stuff and we moved into a place that was basically his, the basement of his house that was set up like an apartment. And I lived there until I moved out. And it was just, I just moved out like really early. So I didn't go to college until I was old enough to drink, which made me everybody's best friend. Because because nobody else could buy beer,
right?
You know, but the thing about like the stuff in the 80s, a lot of propaganda. We had our Rocky Fours, we had our Rambos, we had our Commandos, and our Arnold Schwarzeneggers, and there was a good part of Hollywood that was, you know, down for being American. You know, or do you remember the 1984 Olympics? I mean, they made the Mr. T Saturday morning cartoon. His buddies in that cartoon was the Olympic, not by name, not Tim Daggett or Bart Connors, but it was the American gymnastics team that he drove around in his van. You know, the A-Team was an American thing.
Okay,
you know,
so
and they were on the run from the government. Like I remembered both. I don't remember anything being like, everything was very anti-communist, but to the thing that you're talking about where there was a lot of ease and partying and we didn't have to actually work at anything. It was just going to always happen because we are American and it was a magic wand. Yes, I get that.
Okay, so yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten to the bottom of a mystery here, guys.
What's that?
Okay, so
who's
if I'm
Julian?
correct, huh?
Who is Julian?
Yes.
That's the mystery.
I think so. If I'm correct, I think this is it. So we'll take a listen and see what she has to say.
Hello, Americans. This is Natasha from Russia. And we want to thank you for all your sanctions, for taking away from our country Coca-Cola, KFC, McDonald's, and all that shit. We understand that you take care of our healthiness.
Oh, I love her already.
Healthy. And that's why we'll be stronger and more beautiful and without fat. So we take care of you too. And that's why we cut our gas. So you have to walk by foot instead of using your cars. Don't thank you. Don't say thank you. Friendship. I am so sorry. I have to go to feed my bear and drink vodka and play balalaika right now. See you later. From Russia with love.
Mwah.
All right.
And mwah and mwah. One for each boob.
Oh, thank you.
Cassette tape makes blah 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 blah. Did anybody see the God, for the
possibly the daughter of Yuri?
But there was like an underground videotape. Like somebody would get a copy of our movies in the 80s and they would make them into Russia, and there would be a like somebody was, you know, translating them, like doing like dubbing from English to Russia. And that the people in Russia, they would sneak these things in and have these like watch parties in one person's apartment. The entire building would be there. I remember seeing this as a documentary, and for the life of me, I can't find it now. And I'm not putting the right search terminology into the search bar either. Nobody, just me. Nobody else saw that.
What's that? I'm sorry.
In the 1980s in Russia, when like VHS tapes would find their way into Russia from American Hollywood, like Red Dawn, Rocky, Rambo, and things like that, and that they would be, copied and distributed, and it was like this huge underground thing where somebody was actually two people, one guy and one woman, translating from English to Russian. And like there'd be these huge watch parties in one apartment building, and like while they want to watch these movies, and they would be super inspired by them, at the same time worried that they would all get caught, watching our media from the 80s. And I'm the only person that saw this documentary.
I think I've seen that.
Okay.
I mean, I
didn't pay attention back then, so.
I saw the one of Bernie Sanders sitting around with a bunch of communists talking about how great it was on his honeymoon.
I'll have to find it now. I mean, it's bothering me. But,
honey, where are we going on our honeymoon? I was thinking of the Soviet Union.
He reminds me of. He reminds me of the freaking the ant. It was what was that guy's name? The ant and the anteater. He did the.
Oh man, I remember that. That was great. That was
that guy's Jackie. Shit. No. Well, just open another tab and search for that. Jackie Mason. I think that's Jackie Mason.
Oh yeah, man.
That's Jackie Mason, the ant and the aardvark. Yeah, okay. All right, that one's down.
There you go.
But yeah, keep going. I don't want to interrupt.
No, not at all.
Probably going to happen.
Great to have a conversation. I'm usually just trying to wing it myself.
Ask Cool Frog. I interrupt all the time.
Cool Frog, what do you think so far?
ID Crisis is really one of the nicest guys that you can actually meet, and he's actually very fun to talk to.
He always says that before he tells me to shut up.
He really is, though, and that's the fun part is he's so well spoken on his thoughts or whatever. Instead of
are you kidding me?
And thinking about his thoughts, he actually just speaks what is right then and there.
Stop it!
I have too much of a filter.
I'm terrible at that.
Now, I have too much of a filter when it comes down to it. Is like I'll take everything in and I'll think about it for a little while, and I have to really think about it for a while before I can actually say anything. And when it comes to certain, it's like, you guys were talking for a little bit, and before you started this one, I'm like, okay, it finally caught up to me. And now I have my thought on the last show. So as far as, if I have to watch an hour-long video, it's going to take me a long time to gather all that information and give you any type of coherent thought.
You got to sift through it a little bit. And
right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, it's a blessing and a curse.
You see all these things that come from Julian. She's like cola light, aspartame. Yeah, aspartame is the worst thing for you. Don't eat crap. Obviously, you don't eat crap, but if you like to be pegged, maybe.
Yeah.
Vodka and tequila, boys. I don't quite get what that's about, but
well, Russian.
The last thing that she said. Just shut up and swallow. The last thing she said was, that unjabbed sperm, it really is a thing. And, anybody that's, pure blood like myself or whatever, that hasn't gone through and done what the government's trying to force us to do, that's going to be worth something. It's totally going to be worth something. Oh, yeah.
I might not have a new side job.
So it is a thing that people will be looking for, to actually hope that their children, future children, won't be already quote unquote jabbed from coming from a parent.
That sounds pretty straight up.
It's very interesting.
One thing too, I've really kept my son on a organic, natural. I know some people roll their eyes at that, but really no fluoride in the water. His whole life, he's been eating organic food, drinking filtered, not just filtered, but gravity filtered water. We've been showering with that same gravity filtered water, and I've kept him really clean. So I know that there's this the at least in America, I think if not worldwide, there's been a drop in sperm count and drop in fertility, and you know, it's usually environmental, right? It's definitely not hereditary because I've never had a problem with that.
Julian's just save up. How long can you hold it? When it comes down to it, some people just, they're fairly active and the stuff needs to, appear, a couple times a week. Just saying.
Right. There you go. Yeah. Julian, are you trying to make your way to the U.S.? Yeah. Okay, so that stuff. I mean, I think the Yuri stuff is something that's going to be definitely a reoccurring theme for my channel, because I always look at look at things through a subversion filter. Always that or mind control. It's like that's really where I come from on things, because I'm trying to solve those issues. And this is where the root of that information comes from, and decades of observation and further study and research and thought, onto this. So I'm happy to see, and just the third part of the series, I'm happy to see so much enthusiasm about Yuri these days. And I think it's no time like the present to start and reintroducing this topic and getting more and more people onto these watch parties or onto the idea of looking into Yuri and learning the information and seeing the world through that subversion filter, because man, there's so much to learn. Yeah. So you're not a she, is that what I hear?
Hey,
I didn't. We were kind of wondering about that.
Cool Frog are winning. If you want to take that link that I put in the private chat and throw it in the comments, that is. I finally found that article, The Voice That Brought Hollywood Films to Communist Romania's TV Screens. This is a woman who's responsible for dubbing over 1,000 movies in the 4 years between '85 and the Revolution. And that's basically what happened. And the movies got smuggled in. Yeah, me neither, but it's okay. Movies that were smuggled into Romania and copied and transposed and she dubbed the voices from English to Russia. And now if I can go from this to find the actual documentary, then that would be even better. But that was the thing that I could not get out of my brain is now a link in the private chat. And no, I don't know what Julian is, because it's one of those names. It's like Pat or Chris. Right. Remember that Saturday Night Live thing? A lot of people say, "What's that?" It's Pat. A him or a her, perhaps ma'am or sir, whatever the case may be. It's time for androgyny. It's just Pat. Yes, I am proud of myself for remembering every one of those.
That's awesome.
Yes!
Oh, cool.
All right.
Is this the theme song on it?
Word.
Careful.
Oh, that's the movie.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Great.
Julia Sweeney.
You already got the theme song sung to us.
Yeah.
So.
Have you ever seen any of those? The whole gag is nobody can ever remember, or guess who she is or what she is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they keep trying to say, well, of course.
Yeah, exactly. They keep asking those leading questions, and those answers keep coming. Well, what do you mean?
Julian says he could be my grandfather. I doubt it. I doubt it. If you were my grandfather, you'd be way over 100 years old.
No, Julian says I could be your grandfather. So I think Julian is the cougar to you.
Oh, what's that?
Even worse, I could be your grandfather. So
grandfather, grandmother.
There's a red hot chili pepper in there.
Yeah.
And the rose.
Whether
You know,
that's-
every rose
He
has
says he still loves you, though.
Yeah.
So.
That's cool. Yep.
Bouncy, you want to go bouncing on that knee?
You can love me all you want. Just don't try
Yeah.
to love my kid, and we're all right. So yeah. So the next part.
We have some degenerate
Please, let's
friends
go
that
on to
might
the
be
next part.
interested.
Please, let's go on to the next.
I can definitely introduce you to some people, but but the next part I wanted to do is review this mass shooting video here. It's really a documentary about the Robert Crimo case, but it goes into a deeper topic of like mind control on a one-to-one basis. When mind control becomes brainwashing, and what that's doing and how it's affecting young kids. So I say I've talked to Bullet before, and I've said, what I study is the mass mind control, and I say, one helps the other become something. It's like without the mass mind control, the one-to-one kind of brainwashing, the cult-like stuff, isn't as effective. And it's strange because the formula is the same as above, so below. The formula is there, but it's a lot more granular when you get into the brainwashing aspect of it, because there's so much more that goes into it. It's more of a specialty, a technique, and these people who know how to do it, and these big cults that kind of arise from it, always are gonna most likely have the COINTELPRO-Fed handling it at some level, right? So that's the research she's doing, and I think it's really great research, and I think it's really going somewhere. From what I've seen, she's been getting her ass kicked lately by a lot of these people, actually, and she's lost her Twitter lately. She's she's shadow banned like the rest of us, and she is definitely feeling some heat big time from these people. And there's one guy named Tipster who's like, oh god, I tell you, I talk about. Have you seen this dude? Have you guys seen this guy? Let me try to find this guy real quick, because it's worth taking a look. And just before I start this, I just want you to see what the kind of stuff that she's dealing with. Even though she's kind of do it herself kind of girl that doesn't like to reach out for a lot of help. She doesn't want. I've offered.
No, I know
help.
what that's like, man. It's sometimes it's really hard, but just because if you actually get the help, even if you ask for it, you're worried that there's going to be a catch at the end.
Right. Yeah, and I figured she's a pretty hot girl too. So I figured that there's probably a lot of guys just trying to get close to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she has a kid, so she has to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to press, and I did put it out on the table. I was like, dude, you're definitely in my friend zone, because I'm trying to be pro here, and I know guys probably come at you with all kinds of shit, and I'm telling you straight up.
As platonic as that,
right?
As Pluto, that used to be a planet but is not anymore.
Yeah, I'm just telling you straight up. It ain't happening with us, because I'm taking this stuff seriously, and I'm not trying to screw around. You're smart. You do some good stuff.
I know what you mean, man. I have to beat him off with a stick all the time. It's not easy.
Wave edit.
So take a look at this guy, right? Now really, really kind of analyze this dude. He is dogging the shit out of her right here. Okay, all of her hard work, making a joke out of it. He obviously him and his little crew has set something up and trapped her into this thing. But he got her banned, and let me just show you what that looks like. He got her banned, and let me show you what he did after he did this. And he's going to deny it all through this video, but she caught him. And one thing this girl does really well is she documents things like immediately. She's really good at this. That's why the Crimo stuff is so good that she did, is because she got into his social media before they could delete everything.
Yeah, that's what that Star Wars girl is always saying. Screenshots.
Yeah. If something goes down, get on it, and you want to be part of like understanding it, get on it fast.
Mm-hmm.
Get on it
Yeah.
fast.
I got blocked earlier today about something that had to do with mermaids. It was on its face stupid, but
what?
What
do you mean you got blocked?
Sorry, I'm just
no, somebody like blocked me on Twitter because I won an argument. You know how that happens, like when you finally like, no, there's this.
You win.
Why you
F
exactly?
off.
Yeah. So what are we looking at? Are we looking at the fat guy?
Oh, here we go. This,
Okay.
yeah, I'm just going to show you something real quick too. This is what he posted This is what I sent to Twitter. This is how I respond to these people. It's actually effective, believe it or not. I just said she caught a screenshot of him bragging about taking her out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this, you're gonna see why this guy's such a tool and uses Easy E as this image right here. But I just said, hey, look, he's making a mockery of your platform, making a fool out of you. This is the kind of people that are bringing you guys down. You're gonna keep taking this crap.
Why Elon doesn't want you?
And guess what? I didn't hear, but much later on that he was accusing her of running a campaign against him to get his thing taken down. He obviously got
right.
Yeah, but I just know how to. I did that against the Amber Heard bot too. Not a bot, like a real person, but I did that against her that was bragging about taking people down. I caught her brag clip and then sent it to them, and she got taken down. So you can fight back. You just got to know what to do. You don't fight their game.
Yeah,
it
sounds like it takes time, and you have to be in the right place at the right time too. Because
luckily she caught.
Dig into the backstory.
Listen to this guy real quick. Look at this guy. Look at this dude. I mean, if Ricada was here, just imagine if Ricada was here. Okay.
Oh,
this is a dude who's got toys all over his. Look at this. He's got toys everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. He's dressed like a dude from the 80s and 90s rap kind of look. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He's got this look. He even admits to it. That's his style. Right. And then listen to the sound bites and clips that he uses on here. This guy's got 100,000
of guys that look just like him
and just raking in money.
Here, let's try to find out what the fuck is going on, chat. What the actual fuck is going on? Here we go.
I never gets laid.
So it all starts right about here. I actually didn't know about this until this whole fiasco went down. But apparently, BXBullet, that's who we're talking about here, BxBulletTV or BxBullet, right? Apparently, she got demonetized on YouTube. Now, typically, this is the kind of thing that I might bring attention to help a fellow creator. Got to be honest. I've been critical of BXBullet in the past. Thank you.
See that? Did you hear that? What he said?
Risky.
It said, "Thanks for the money, you fucking stuff."
Risky Reds, yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So.
Well, that's his automatic thing.
Right.
Yeah.
He has a lot of these, and they're all sexualized, right?
What's he running to? Is it OBS or something else?
I can't tell. I don't know him.
That has to be an OBS or Stream.
Yeah. I haven't gotten into it that deep, but I know that's one of those things. They have like all the icons on the bottom, and it has
just the way it's laid out.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
The way the camera is.
But still, it's his doing. He's making it sound that immature.
Right. No, he's totally playing this down to this. And she accused him of of pandering to incels and teenagers, right? Teenage boys.
Mm-hmm.
Which you start looking around.
He is an incel and a teenage
boy. Right. And see what she does.
It's like
part of her research.
It's in your face.
Part of her research is going into infiltrating these groups of incels and cults. So she's like in 3 different cults. She's like in a bunch of different incel groups as like an anonymous person or a fake person, right?
Yeah.
And she's in there gathering intel on them, right? So she knows already what's going on. She's got the screenshots, she's got the receipts, she's got all that stuff. So when she says something like that, she's not just talking out of her ass. She's like, she means what she's talking about. And so this guy's got to play it off, right? But when you just look at this, watch. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit here.
I'm sorry, but like I grew up with rap music. My style is very much inspired by rap culture, especially old school gangster rap and shit like that. I mean, you guys heard some of the remix I played at the start of the stream, the mashups. Very much,
Terrible.
Inspired by old school gangster rap culture, especially like West Coast shit, right?
Awful.
But like, does she have a problem with rap music?
Oh man, what a weird way to go.
Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. At YouTube, at Team YouTube, is it because you are somewhat complicit in these mass shootings and acts of violence? Oh my God. Wait a minute. Wait a tick, chat. Wait a fucking minute, chat. Is this bitch trying to pull a Mama Max where it's like, oh man, you're either with us or against us when it comes to like protecting predators on your platform, YouTube?
Just want to say that this is for review and educational purposes and critique. I know. You can't take your eye off of it. It's like he's the walking gunt, man. He's guntastic. Dude, where's Ricada when you need him?
Right? All right, let's do it. Well, let's do our best.
So, real quick, the Mama Max is actually I believe a YouTuber of his own is what he's getting at. Is it some?
Well, it would be a tactic that Mama Max uses, which is one of those things. It's like the George Bush. You're either with us or you're against us. You're either against terrorism or you're a terrorist. You know, and I guess that's basically what he's saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, he's saying anything, but he's trying to deny what he
Gun violence?
Right.
It really seems like she's trying to pull that, isn't it? Doesn't it, chat? It kind of seems that way
as
to
he
me.
sucks down a Red Bull. Oh, is that a Corona?
Oh, wait, I forgot Edwin's in chat. Let me go ahead and play this.
The girls can't contain their wet pussies anyways.
I got to do it whenever Edwin's in chat. And I think I saw Xylee earlier. We added Xylee to the soundboard.
I am the old busted bitter bitch.
Nice.
You just got that laid out on a.
Yeah, she's trying to pull that shit. Like Mama Max style, it's them or us, right? Is it because you're complicit in
Turn
these
this guy
mass
down a little
shootings and
bit.
acts of violence and don't want anyone exposing the way these kids are using YouTube or other social media platforms to organize and radicalize? Is that why you revoked my partnership? This is conspiracy theory level cringe.
He looks like he's sweating a little bit.
Chat. This is conspiracy theory level cringe, chat. Oh my god. Like, is this bitch like, is she like the child of like Alex Jones, or maybe she's like fucking him or something like that? Because this is like full on tinfoil.
Dude, is there more like beta comment than that? Fucking Alex Jones? Seriously? This guy makes money. So he's pulling money from these people like with this crap. It's amazing. I can't believe it.
But what she's calling him out on.
Well, yeah, because he used a fake account or something like that to trap her into something.
Okay.
It's just that they have this thing going on, drama, right? I hate this stuff, but
That's one of the things. Like on one hand, it's like it's the rubbernecking. This on the information highway is it's a wreck on the side of the road.
Welcome, Madcore.
What's up, Madcore?
Oh, what's up, Madcore?
Hey, Madcore. What's going?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Sound great.
What's going on?
You got a little bit of an echo.
Okay, hold on. I might change my audio source. Hold on.
Yeah, but that guy's been spending way too much time in that gaming chair for sure.
Dude, it's I can't, like he's sitting here and like everything about him screams Peter. Yeah, I hear it. What do you guys think?
I mean, if I knew a little bit more. So what you're saying is this, what's her face? BxBulletTV. She kind of infiltrates some of these groups and figures out exactly where the bullshit is flowing and in what direction. Calls him out on it. And then he doesn't like being called out on his bullshit.
Yeah, obviously they've kind of figured out like, she was in their group and they kind of set her up with a fake account of his. Or supposedly a fake account.
Like I know whose side of this I'm supposed to be on, but it's like one of those things. If I'm trying to get to work and I see two people in front of me, one in the passing lane and one in the regular lane, and they're trading paint, the first thing I want them to do is pull off to the side of the road and take care of their shit so that I can go to work. In other words, I'm not saying that it's not interesting. I don't know how I other than on the existential, one of these people is telling the truth and one of these people is lying, and that person should lose. They shouldn't be able to make money off of it. Then I'm on the side of the person who's calling them out. I don't want them to be successful. Other than that, I'm hitting the gas so that I can get to the time clock and punch in.
Right?
Did that make any sense?
Kinda.
Okay. I'll take kinda. I'll take kinda over totally. If I can't get totally.
Wrap this guy up though.
His name Augie's little simp.
Fucking simp.
You fucking simp. All right.
This is how he talks.
Zero larger creators have responded to my DMs to help Signal Boost. Just for the record, I didn't get a DM from her.
I wonder why.
And I've been kicked off YouTube. I could take that as a sign to quit, but instead, I'm going to start calling out accounts that botched their coverage of the Highland Park shooting to publicly respond. Fuck it, we ball. Okay. Also, the ones that don't answer are going in a schizo wave edit. Speaking, the only line of support that you can get.
So he goes through and basically tries to explain it, but I just thought that this guy himself screams pedo, screams groomer.
Yeah,
And
kind of. I mean, if we're going on like
do
a
you guys
look
know? Do you know Tipster?
No,
I
that's what
don't-
I'm asking about.
So
I've
why
never heard of him.
why are you saying that then?
Well, it's just because of his the style here he's got going on, right?
Right.
And the
Do you know-
sexualized content
do you know
he
what-
has,
Do you know
and
what
then
do you know what his content is and what he does?
well, he does like from what I understood from watching this one stream of his, is he?
Wait. You're saying these allegations that you think that he's like.
Well, I'm
this
saying he
because
seems like it. Seems
So
like it.
You watch your one stream, and you're saying this stuff about him. It's kind of a bit unfair. Don't
Is he
you
a friend
think?
of yours?
Well, I used to know him very, very well.
Okay, so tell us about him. Enlighten me. I like to hear the other side of it. My mind is not made up. So.
But no, hold on. But you're playing one stream and you're accusing him and saying that he's this and that. I just want to know.
I said he
you
looks
think
like
that.
it. Oh, because I
like
pointed it out because he's the way he's dressed, his content, and he's got all this stuff kind of around him, and he's being like a super tough guy, and he's not a tough guy, and people like that putting on a front, I see through that shit.
He is a drama news channel, right? He covers drama and content that's happening in the YouTube and other social media community. He covers all content that is drama based. So what's happened here? Someone's contacted this chick under a fake tips account, and she fell for it. That's not his issue. But what she says, all right, she thinks it's him. So he's covering all the bullshit that's going on. All right. I don't know why you got to say that, oh, he looks like this, he looks like that. If you go back and watch all of his other stuff, he's a drama news one. That's what he does. So
he's
I would just say, just be careful what you say.
He's the rubbernecker of
Because
rubberneckers.
he knows a lot of people that. That's why it's fucked. Because he can really go to town if he finds out what you said. He will fucking go to town on you, and I don't want that for you. All right.
As you can tell, I haven't said a damn thing about this dude because I have no
Very
clue.
careful. He knows all the big YouTubers. He knows he's mates with all the big YouTubers. Just be very
I'm
careful.
just asking questions here. I'm just asking questions.
That's cool. I'm just wanting just be careful what you say. That's all, because I know what he's like. He'll go after
No, I
people.
appreciate that, man. I appreciate you back watching for sure, man.
Okay, well, the winning. Don't call him fat.
All right, nah, he doesn't care if he called you fat. You can call him fat cunt. It's all right.
I mean, he's,
All right, then winning,
he seems like he's kind of.
winning. You can call him fat now.
Just call him a fat
But one thing I can't point out about this is I
I'm
think
just
this,
impressed that he has one of those
I guess it's
boards
his
that all you have
style.
to do is hit a button and the sound comes up.
Right, highly
so-
sexualized
so-
stuff.
okay, so that's
Those are
soundbite.
triggered by
He's got-
payments.
if you go to look at his Discord, he's got a thing called. He loves these chicks called goth mums, right? He's got a thing for them, right?
Goth
Now
mums.
he's got a lot of females in his community as well, and a lot of them. So that's a chick's voice. So this chick that he knows very well made up all these sound bites for him, and he's made them as notifications for his streams. Yeah, so that's
Right on.
that's
Hey, I'm glad
some-
you jumped in.
that is some other girl doing those soundbite voices.
The stuff that's on that. What is the technical term for those boards? Because I know that,
he's using OBS, and they're just sound bites. And that's
no, I know that, but because I've seen it in other videos, and like when you see somebody with like a really nice studio, really nice setup, it's not even the keyboard. It's just something.
Winning.
With
If you scroll down a little bit on that screen and you actually see where those blue highlights are, and you see what comes after them, that's what triggers all that stuff. Is like there's funds that you can actually dump. I can't really see it. It's kind of small on my screen, but usually when you drop a dollar amount at these people that have these types of setup or whatever, it triggers those. So he's not pushing anything. It's the audience.
he is though. I
It's
mean,
like
there's
he's not though.
Every month
This
when
is
I
chat doing it.
Apply for a membership, when it pops up on his saying, "Thank you for the membership, you fucking simp."
Yeah,
and that's her. That's her soundbite that she made for him.
Yeah, it's one of these things.
Right.
Let's see.
Like he's
he
come
has
and
one-
gone from the community, from the drama side for a year or so, but he's come back again. He's taken off again now. He lost about 5 years.
That's really interesting. There's a drama side community. See, I'm a noob, so I'm just still learning.
Yeah, so
it's like this.
With,
If I
with the drama
tap on
side,
one of
it can
these,
be. Can
Do
be
you know him?
and it's just on my iPad. He has some kind of a. If you share my screen, I'll show you what I'm talking about. He has something like that sitting down there.
That's yeah.
Oh,
But
wow.
then it
Because
comes
every time somebody says something, it's
so
I
he's
can
got
see
something
him
like
press
that,
a
but he's
button.
also But when those memberships come through and all those donations, it's just automated for OBS. But yeah, he does have a soundboard as well. Yep.
Okay, so they are automated. That's cool.
Wow. Yeah, no, I think that's really cool because I would like to actually get something like that so I could use some of the sound bites that I want. Like I have some stuff like I've thought about. Yeah, I want to use this. I want to use that. So I'm definitely on the plan to get one of those one day.
It looks
If
like
you're
you're
good at
actually
something,
picking up a
never do
little
it
bit of an
for free.
audience now. It looks like Divinity's here, Ash is here.
I sent Divinity an invite if she'd like to join.
I told him
Sinbad's
I was popping
here.
in.
Hi,
I
Sinbad.
told him I was popping in.
Well, how long have
Sinbad's a
you been?
hometown
How long have
hometowner.
you been YouTubing, man?
904 pinball.
3 or 4 months and just started streaming. This is my 4th, 5th stream, maybe.
No, I asked you that before. I mean, Madcore. How long have you been YouTubing?
Oh, fucking what? Since I think March or April. I think April. Yeah, but I'm demonetized at the moment, so I've got 5 more days to go till I can reapply. So I've been laying low. I haven't been streaming much. I've been holding back a lot of content. So I'll make up a new logo for my channel, Madcore Unleashed, because fuck it, when I come back, I'm unleashing.
Well, I was just curious because it seems like for. I mean, if it was me, I would have to be YouTubing for a while before I knew who that guy was.
Yeah, so I used to follow. I followed him. I've been following him for years, but I used to help out with his content. I subscribed to him when he was like 10,000 subs, and and I was helping him with finding content to do, finding drama and shit back in the day. Yeah.
So he has to find the drama in order to have a channel. So he's
right,
out there.
exactly.
He's basically like that night crawler. He's looking for the car wreck.
So if you go to his Discord, that's what he's got there. He's got people that will find stuff and pop in links and shit, or stuff that's going on and crap. Yeah.
That sounds.
His Discord's pretty huge. It's pretty big.
And I'm not judging you by any way by saying this, but that sounds kind of toxic.
Yeah, well, the drama community it's very toxic. He got out of it about like 6 months ago, I think. He had a big breakdown. He wiped everything from his channel.
How could you not?
He put everything on private because people were going after him. When you're in that community, you're gonna have people after him, man. Like you see, like you're bagging him out, but there's other people that will do the same thing, but twice as bad. But if they were big, their community will go after him too. You know what I mean? And it just got too much for him. So he got out of it for like, I think a month or 2, and he lost subs, and he starts doing gaming streams. And then you can tell he didn't enjoy it. So he's gone back into it again. He started back in it about a month.
Do you think that some of this
he misses
what
the
is
relevancy.
going on is a plant, like he's trying to create drama with BxBullet?
A lot of his stuff, I say, with the drama stuff he covers, if there's drama already going on, he knows whatever he does, he wants people to talk about it. Because remember, even if it's negative, he can retaliate and make content.
No such thing as bad publicity.
Fuck no, man. And he's smart in that way. And that's how he got really big, really quick too. He when people would go after him, he would go back at him and be a fucking smart ass back. He'll burn them back, and he'll get so many views and subs. You know, some of his big streams are just nuts, like just him attacking someone else or him inviting them on his stream, and they're both going at it. You know what I mean? Like, he knows how to fucking play the game. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Like, but
Yeah, so it's like a
he,
pro
he-
wrestling.
but he can take on Twitter. When he was on Twitter, I think he's not on there now because he couldn't handle all the shit that was starting. You know, people were talking stuff about him. He just couldn't handle it, so he deleted his Twitter account. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, that takes a lot.
Yeah, so now he just does his mates and friends will find him drama shit now. You know what I mean? So
that's
It's just crazy.
I had something
Like I
like
said,
that.
If you want to get big,
earlier
actually,
today.
that's probably a smart way. All right, Tipster. I don't mean this, but I don't give a fuck. If you do streams
Wait,
on him,
you were
right?
just telling him to be careful before. Now you're like, I don't give a fuck.
I just thought about it.
That'll
You want to get
make him
big,
go
fuck it.
fast.
It's just
Yeah, he'll never
Go
find
through-
this. So just
go-
make it real
go-
tight so that he can
go
pass us
through-
right over it.
I'm really good at pissing off the right people.
Go through all of his content and start finding stuff on him, and I can share it in his Discord, and then he'll check it out. And then he'll come after you. And
He's
you'll
like,
get
you
viewers,
want to
you'll
grow
get
really fast? I'll help you.
you go back and forth, and you both go back and forth and just fucking battle it out. Yeah.
Oh man, that's where it's like the people.
You'd
that
have
are
nothing
blogging,
on me
you have
too.
to-
You'd have
yeah,
absolutely
like-
nothing to go on.
You have to decide. It's sort of like
Exactly.
maybe.
So
Who is
he's
this
only-
guy?
He's only
Howard
got stuff.
Webster.
He's only got stuff to go on that you give him shit. You know what I mean? So you could grow that way.
It sounds like trying to populate your neighborhood with neighbors, and you either care about who you're living next to, or you just want someone in that house, and it could be anybody.
You can get a toxic audience going. Like
Right,
that, too.
right, exactly. Yeah, I don't want that.
Sounds like
Fucking
it.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He can't control what most of his viewers do, because a lot of them will go after some. They'll just go give him shit, even though he tells them not to, and he's against that. But you can't control your audience. You can't control your viewers. You can't control. You're going to get douchebags that are going to go and fight for you. You know what I mean? And they can really make a mess. It's nasty. Drama community is fucking nasty, man. Nasty as shit.
Wow, it's amazing. Just learning new things about the YouTube world all the time. I'm glad I found some cool people. Though.
Don't ever talk about the beauty community. Oh my god.
Who the hell are they?
Oh, just
You said too much.
The beauty community, mate. Trust me, if you get involved with the beauty drama, fucking goodbye.
Beauty drama.
Oh yeah, it's all those people. What's his name again? What's that? What's his name? That guy. It's all these guys that wear makeup and shit. Yeah, I'll find it.
Drag queens.
If you look at Tipster, go through his stuff, you'll find it on there. He did it like about a year ago, and he's like, the biggest mistake was me going talking about their drama. Holy shit! He had them coming after him though. Like fuck.
Huh. Oh, no, I picked up a new fan tonight named Julian. He's in the chat.
Is that what you said?
I'm wondering if they're part of it. Oh, hey, Divinity. How you doing?
Hey,
What's up, dude?
Welcome.
What's going on?
Talking about drama and beauty. You know anything about this thing?
Oh, Charles,
And then Divinity drops in.
Charles, what's his name? Charles.
You're talking about like Jeffree Star, Charles. What's that?
Jeffrey,
fucking-
that's it. Jeffree
James
Star.
Charles. James Charles. Yeah,
Don't
sisters. Hey,
don't get involved
sisters.
with that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
Because there was drama going down about a year ago.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, it was fire.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah, but you know what? Even us who don't care, we fucking know about it. Like there's no
Yeah,
way in
right,
hell.
yeah.
But it was kind of like I would watch him like, damn, look at his house. Look
Divinity.
at this place. What's
and
up?
Tipster was going after him. It was just nuts. Fuck, it's crazy.
It's Divinity.
Do him.
Oh.
James
Oh, you got
Charles.
an intro.
James Charles.
Thank you for doing that for me.
What are you guys up to? 3 hours you've been
Right
doing this?
here. That's it. Oh my god, really?
I've only been here for the last hour.
Hi, Heidi.
This is
Hi,
the
buddy.
Hofbrau Hefeweizen. This is beer number 3 of the mix and match that my daughter put together for my birthday last week.
Oh, nice. Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
I thought it was
it's
for the
all right.
queen. It kind of looked royal.
No, this is German, wrong country.
Okay,
but
doesn't matter.
So
Crown is a
I
crown.
honestly, I am a little disappointed in that. That's one of those world societal influences that you wish could live forever because of mostly the stuff that I'd seen on movies and documentaries and things. My wife is very much into the royal family, so whenever something was going on with the Queen, or there was like a movie or a documentary or something like that, she was like, I'm always wanting her to watch stuff with me. So I figured I would go first and watch something with her. And it was always something with the Queen. And I found that, that as much as people think that she had some sort of a charmed life, that it wasn't everything that it was cracked up to be. And, being thrust into that whole thing at a young age, I think that she was one of those personalities that you would want your kids to learn something from, and it's too bad that she's not here. So, anyways, that's all I have to say about that.
So I think my initial title, I opened talking about transposers, attracted some new people, and
it's not sure exactly what that meant when I first got in here. Trans what?
Transposers.
Right.
It's like the ones that are kind of using the community as a shield, right? They're kind of now they have a new identity, or they have a new sexuality, and they're throwing stuff on to kind of imitate it. They're not really committed to the lifestyle.
Yeah, right.
Just to gain access, and they seem to be the ones that are going into sports, that are going into schools, and they're doing all this stuff that's really kind of bringing the rest of the community down. I'm not against the community itself, but I am in favor of a brand split. I've said before, I think that the original OGs need to go their direction, that the LG and the T, legitimate T, I call it, go their direction, and let all the other B plus whatever go in another direction. And we'll see who really is in favor of the grooming, where that's really coming from. I feel like it's going to be on the other side of that. So that's like when we talk about solutions earlier to the kind of diversion going on in schools. That's my solution to that. It's like to get the people that are legitimate on the sides with the parents, which is the largest faction in the world if they ever come together, right? And then then we can kind of silo the troublemakers off into a little corner, and it's easier to pick them off that way, and easier to see who it is. And then eventually they're going to run for cover because now they're exposed. They don't have the safe comfort of the LGT and all the work they've done over decades holding them up. But anyways, so all the juicy comments going on in the chat tonight, or thanks to our new friend Julian, who I believe is part of the community, and from Russia.
These girls these men are weird. I'm sorry to say. Are they really?
Yeah. What am I looking at? I am looking at a woman.
Are they really what? It's the man,
right?
though. Yeah, it's really a man. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, seriously, is it a man?
Is it a man? She said she's a man. I mean, she said that she was a man.
Oh well, then I take back what I said before about kissing boobies.
Yeah.
I wasn't even looking at the screen. I had something. I was like,
I wasn't looking at the screen. I only seen the boobies.
Hey,
I saw this right here, and it totally clicked off to find that other article that I put in the chat, and I was just listening to it. I was like, all right, well, sounds like a girl.
Yeah, but anyways, just wanted to let everybody know.
Toy bots are year round.
Yeah, toy bots
are still here.
Don't even point
toy bots in
my direction.
No. There's somebody else in chat that might be interested.
Okay. Oh yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
A collision of supernovas.
I like what Sheeple Hunter said right here. Because this is
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's something I predicted a while back. I said it's going to start with the L's. The L's are going to get mad about the T's and what's going on as far as the infringement on women's rights and how they're erasing things that exceptional women have done in sports. And this is obviously going to become a sore point inside the community, and that will cause a split. A division, start to implode on itself, right? and I hate to see that happen. I'd rather see them, come to the conclusion that they need to start, cleaning up their community from the inside with themselves, and to police their own kind of territory and put requirements on who can call themselves what, when, and how, who actually gets under the umbrella, and who doesn't. And I think that it's legitimate for lifestyles to go in one direction and for fetishes to go in another direction. If you're fully committed, if Julian's fully committed and got the surgery and went through with it and living that lifestyle now, then okay, that's legit to me. For all the ones that are just calling themselves a woman and then trying to get into female sports, or that right there is the issue.
I did a biker festival type thing up in Erie a couple of years ago, and my wife and I both saw that. It was just a guy walking down the street, sneakers, hairy legs, everything about him said guy, except he was wearing a dress. And we just referred to him as the lazy tranny. Like, if you're going to do the thing, then do it 100% and convince me. Otherwise, stop it, because you just look like an idiot. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't shave your chest before you put that dress on.
This is a good question.
You didn't shave your legs. You just put the, you just put the dress on, and you were like, okay, I'm a girl now.
What were their names again? Would you rather be Buck Angel or Blair White? $1 million.
This is a different. Are you reading chat?
I mean, Julian's obviously put a lot of time into this look. A lot of time and commitment.
It's not $1 million.
Is that who this is? That's this Buck Angel?
Yeah.
Is this really a guy?
Not for either one of them.
No, I didn't know that. Okay, well, I'd rather fuck Blair if I get to answer too.
You would rather scissor Blair.
It's still got a penis.
We'd make love and we'd fuck and we'd scissor. We'd do whatever she wants.
There you go. Hot scissor action.
Hot scissor.
God, Jesus. Did I find?
Okay, well, so this is what you guys are doing, huh?
Well, actually, we're getting ready to do this, and this is going to be interesting. We're getting ready to do this right here. We're going to look at this, the third part of this Mass Hero series in America, by BxBulletTV. Just dropped tonight. Put a lot of work in on it. Not getting a lot of coverage. It's pretty badass, though. I encourage anybody to go back and watch the first two, but we can totally pick it up from here, and you'll find it interesting, and at least enough to go back and want to see the rest. So if you guys don't mind, we'll start a little bit of it, and then we'll talk about it. Cool?
Yeah.
Your channel, man. I'm
Right,
up. I'm here.
I've got to go to work soon, so I'll try and hang out as long as I can.
Island Park Shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh, God.
He's my favorite rapper.
You know him?
No.
Uh-oh.
I downloaded his songs though, because he had one about frog pong.
This poor little guy, man, just a young kid playing video games.
Ugh.
It's sad. It reminds me of my kid.
That's
Is there
part of
volume?
like that's like the cinema of the unsettling right there.
Yeah,
Hold
we
on,
don't hear
hold on.
anything.
Sorry. I don't know why they make you do this. They make you like.
You have to share audio, probably. So.
I had to have Cool Frog come on and save me one night because I didn't even know that button was down there.
So at this point, we were left with a question. How did Bobby go from a normal high school boy to a homicidal loner, seemingly obsessed with cryptic symbols and esoteric images and these contradicting political statements?
This is Mom. I tell you that this scene right here, like just seeing him like as a young kid, about my son's age, chokes me up a little bit, man. It's
crazy.
It's just see innocence destroyed. Nothing gets to me more than that. That guy right there steals. He's got a whole story behind him. Well, you're gonna get ready to hear about it.
Because not only did he want people to unravel his clues and decode his mystic manifesto, but he seemed to also have wanted to confuse people by intentionally playing both sides of the political aisle and then pitting them against each other. And if that wasn't what he was going for, well, that's definitely what happened.
This is breaking news. The terrorist shooter in the deadly Highland Park, Illinois parade shooting is in custody. The terrorist's name is Robert Bobby E. Cremo.
The last time I heard that type of gunfire was on the battlefield. In fact, it was AK-47 rounds. These are weapons of war. They were able to penetrate the fuselage of my aircraft in flight, traveling at 130 miles an hour from the ground. Imagine what the same type of weapon does to a human body or a child's body.
Photos are now coming out showing the mass shooter is a MAGA diehard Trump rally goer and QAnon fan.
The one thing
God damn it.
I remember that wasn't true.
One of them, with some but few exceptions. All of them are alienated young men. They're numbed by the endless psychotropic drugs that are handed out at every school in the country by crackpots posing as counselors. And of course, they're angry. They know that their lives will not be better than their parents. They'll be worse.
One thing that occurs to me is that Robert was yearning for some way to feel special. He wanted to have something that he could use to identify himself that was novel. So he chose the numbers 4 and 7. Like he had to have something. Therefore, he just selected those numbers for no specific reason.
It's right here. Cremo's work is also very dark. He uses an icon throughout his social media. This icon comes from quote mystic set with magic circles, pentagrams, and imaginary chakra symbols. Flashes of icons with witchcraft and occult handwriting. Tonight I'm drinking Fruit Smash Hard Seltzer by New Belgium Brewing. It's a pink lemonade flavor. It's quite good.
Our children are dying because of guns. Our families are being destroyed. Our communities are being destroyed. The answer is to not ever give up until we ban these weapons of war.
This isn't really surprising, is it?
That isn't a lie.
Most people live in a social media echo chamber, or they have their TV tuned to their favorite news channel, and they rarely see both sides of the story. And most of the time, it seems to be too much to ask for them to just do a shred of research, even just as simple as reading the comment section of a tweet to see if anybody has posted any conflicting information. Obviously, none of these people did that in this case, because if they had, they would have quickly seen that they were being trolled. So let's take a look at some of these specific contradictions that Cremo had put out there for the public to fight over. So first, we have the Trump rallies. You would see him in a Trump rally and assume he was a Trump supporter, right? Or you could look into the meaning of Waldo to see a little bit more. I mean, is it
This is why she got demonetized.
Waldo at a political rally? And then further, the picture of him wearing the Pepe shirt is nearly a
She got demonetized because
revolving around
Because of what she does or what she preaches on that stuff.
And then the picture
The truth. The truth.
Yeah, she told the truth, so naturally demonetized.
been a jab at
Yep.
the death of Ashley Babbitt. And so then the icing on the cake was also his friend who spoke out on Twitter, first saying that Cremo wasn't political, but then later changing this slightly to agree that he sympathized with BLM and other causes that would likely place him squarely in the anti-Trump camp. And then on the right end of the spectrum, people saw a kid with colored hair, a hat with an A on it, and a slew of fake pictures pulled from all over the internet and misrepresented him as being, Antifa. And it actually hurts my brain thinking of how many people thought this tattoo was Cremo's. Even from the tiny bit showing, we could see this man is like 4 times Cremo's circumference.
And can grow a beard.
People seem to be increasingly averse to accepting a different perspective or even acknowledging that they could be wrong. And this all led to an absurd spectacle of finger pointing between the right and the left, because apparently it's important now to determine whose political party a mass shooter belongs to. Now, I couldn't help but watch all of this and just feel embarrassed for my country, deeply embarrassed and disappointed in how divided and hateful we've all become. And no one is looking for the truth. They're just looking for validation. I wonder what could have driven that change in human behavior. Now, aside from the political posts, there were several other inconsistencies laid out in the trove of multimedia content that Cremo left behind. On the one hand, you have the skateboarding videos. He and his friends with catchy music, just enjoying their teenage years rather innocently. And among
This will point out when you've heard reports about Cremo, you've heard that he's a loner, right?
But he's
Loner.
got-
Nobody
but he's
likes
got
him.
skater buddies.
No friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind.
All these skateboarding videos, there's no ominous or violent imagery really, and yet in the same archive,
Except for the
we have
glooch.
edited music videos of him committing a shooting. And we also have his former friends that he grew up with saying that he had grown isolated. We have his uncle calling him a loner who never had any friends over. Well, what happened to all of them? Now, around the time that the skateboarding videos seem to have been filmed, there's also a lot of online gaming content because Primo would stream on the Twitch and YouTube platforms. They would stream games like Call of Duty and Rust and Minecraft with, a party of friends just laughing and enjoying the community experience. And he also made multiple social media accounts on Twitter, YouTube, pretty much every site you could think of to promote his music. But filed in the same archive, The Mirror, being brainwashed by the TV, a lyric that says he sold his soul for a phone and a computer. And then, of course, the entire series of videos where he seems to be ranting about technology and materialism and the need for social media validation. Not to mention he built a Unabomber cabin next to his dad's gigantic house to live in. So again,
That would be so awesome.
What happened to turn this normal skateboard gamer kid into Ted Kaczynski 2.0? Yet another Easter egg shows Primo wearing an FBI hat in multiple pictures, and then his own video taken from a light.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Stop. Wait. Troll of the millennium.
Right?
That kid wearing the FBI hat, almost as if he's saying, "Hey, these are the guys that told me to do this."
Yeah.
Back to your regularly scheduled.
Seemingly trying to lead people to propagate conspiracy theories regarding FBI or government involvement in the shooting. But what about the references to MK Ultra? The newspaper clipping behind him in the Out of This World video, it alludes to the assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald by Jack Ruby. Jack Ruby is one of the most notorious assassins believed to be conducted through hypnotic mind control programs. So what was it supposed to be, MK Ultra or an FBI agent? Is it possible that he didn't want his motive to be known and so he just decided to throw disinformation in every direction? Or was there more significance here? Now, as the dust began to settle after the arrest and people around town began to speak to the news outlets, we started to see yet another side of Primo emerge from hiding, a deeply religious side. What religion, you ask? Well, that's a great question. It's almost impossible to know, as he was seemingly affiliated with all of them. The most widely publicized story discussed Primo walking into a synagogue during service and getting kicked out for erratic behavior, which led to a lot of misinformed discussion about him scoping out the place for mass shooting in the future and anti-Semitism. So in reality, Primo had walked into the synagogue for service, but then the rabbi said that he wasn't a member and he made him feel uneasy. Now, there's not a whole lot of details to the story, but I'm going to go ahead and speculate it had something
Exactly,
to do with
look like your
the way he
typical
looked at the
Jew.
time. But when the rabbi walked up and asked him
Not
to
that
leave,
that's
he was
bad.
there to attend service. Kind of a big difference in what was originally stated by the New York Post and various Twitter accounts, which said that he was behaving erratically, like he was scoping out the place. So this event happened in April of 2022, and it's the only evidence we have of him visiting a synagogue. Maybe that's because he was busy attending weekly church service at a non-denominational church less than 1 block away from the site of the shooting. The church's name, ironically, Christ Church. Now, in a story that was not widely reported on, a woman named Charlotte Banks said that Primo had come to service every Thursday for 4 years, and that he wasn't very talkative, but that when he did talk, it was really deep and spiritual. And she expressed surprise at the attack, and she stated that Bobby was supposed to come to her house the day before the shooting, but canceled. That's it? We're not going to get any additional details as to why he was going over to this woman's house, really? And doesn't it seem strange that all we heard about was that one visit to the synagogue? We heard almost nothing about how he had been going to a church less than a block away from the shooting for 4 years. So now apparently he's both a practicing Christian and interested in the Chabad Church synagogue services. But we aren't quite finished yet. Closer examination of his Instagram account showed an affiliation with a group called Yahuwah Yada on Instagram. And this is where we found...
Why are there rainbow colored runes? That's weird. That's such an odd crossroads for me just to look over and see that. Also, she's doing a very good job. I like that plasma rifle she has laying on the wall behind her.
I just noticed that too.
Like right out of the Terminator.
The
Like, I see that one that looks like a regular AR-15, but the other one right next to it could only be shooting lasers.
Yeah, she's a competitive shooter, by the way. I think it's where she gets her name.
Oh man, that makes her twice as hot.
Yeah, she's a real woman too.
Yeah, shame that they
she's real. That's
demonetized her though. It sucks. They, they don't, they, YouTube don't like the truth. We lost audio.
Oh,
They, 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 YouTube don't like the truth. We lost audio.
They, 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 they Yeah, that's the only reason I started talking is because the audio dropped out, yo.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Your audio.
No audio.
It looks like he's trying to fix it. Take it off mute. I mean, that's you right now, right? In real time.
Yeah, the
trying to figure
YouTube
this out.
video is muted. The YouTube video is muted.
You can't figure out if this is live, stupid.
No, I'm saying like I am talking to people. I'm watching that. Like that's not him playing a video with somebody.
Oh, this is you.
Not being able
Live?
to figure it out.
Say my name.
You have to
Say my
call
name.
God by his true name, which is Yah or Yahweh,
yeah.
Yahuwah,
That whole thing, God, you can't say
It
God's
kind of depends
name,
on
so
who
you
you
have
ask.
to come up with a
See, each one seems to have
substitute.
different information on the rapidly approaching doomsday and urge you to adopt the correct interpretation of God and Jesus' name.
Good now,
which
right?
Of course, is their
Yeah.
interpretation.
Yeah.
In addition to the naming controversy, there's also other branches with various fringe beliefs, and a lot of them are inarguably cults that prophesy the end times and encourage their followers to adhere to strict nutrition and worship schedules and just devote their entire lives to the church. For example, thanks to this rabbit hole, I'm now accustomed with the end-timed Messianic Jewish Pentecostal New Blood Covenant Ministry and their amazing website. You guys, I could spend an insane amount of time on this website, right? It's got these amazing graphics. It's got a
Are you
Wolverine
fucking promoting
Jesus,
love?
a
Wolverine
bride
Jesus.
mansion where you
Whoa,
can
did you
marry
hear that?
Yeshua.
It is
I've
a
never
sponsor,
heard that
it's a
in my life
sponsor spot.
before, but I
It's a
want to know
fucking
more.
sponsor. The sponsor.
Wolverine Jesus.
The sponsor spot.
I don't get it.
Don't get what?
Sponsor.
In case you're wondering, the woman who runs this organization goes by the name Elisheva Eliyahu.
Like I was saying earlier, she infiltrates these groups and cults and stuff, and
All right. And this is
And
what's her
a
name?
lot of
BX
people
something
fears
something.
for her abusive cult-like behavior. Yeah, I could do an entire deep dive on this group alone, but you get the picture. So Cremo's affinity towards this kind of unusual belief system led me to the website PromoteTheTruth.com, which gave me my first taste of gematria numerology. Now, the concept of gematria stems from the idea that mathematics is the universal language of nature and therefore is key to explaining our universe. In Hebrew, every letter is given a numerical value, and then those values can be added up to achieve a numerical value for the word. Simple enough, right? Well, actually, there are at least 5 different versions of this calculation, so each word could have at least that many values. And the values are commonly
Yeah, that's because every letter in the Hebrew language has a bunch of different meanings.
It's kind of vague, like a horoscope kind of. So from my perspective, it seems like any word could just be taken to mean anything you want it to. But regardless, this is a pretty popular belief system. So who knows? Maybe I'm just missing something here. Now, to be fair,
Or
we don't
you end up
know
susceptible to the
if
person who's translating it.
or not, although the numerology aspects of his behavior
Yeah.
would certainly imply so. So naturally, I jumped in and joined some of these gematria-based Discord servers and forums, and oh, what I found. Oh, Lord. Let's just say that you're much more likely to fall into a gambling scam than anything else on these servers. This is also where I witnessed for the first time the overlap of esoteric beliefs such as numerology and other New Age spiritual concepts with the QAnon movement. These servers are full of Facebook moms having what some people see schizophrenic breakdowns, just trying to get of like Nancy Pelosi's death based on the temperature in Ontario. This hit of random numbers being.
It sounds funny, but man, people get trapped in that stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, I've seen it all. Yeah, it's hilarious.
What's up, Primo's number? 47. A quick search of 47 gematria reveals some pretty spooky websites where people discuss the significance of number 47.
My wife's favorite number is 42, which is also the answer to
The answer.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, good for her.
I know. She didn't
She
even
carries
know
a
what
towel
that,
around.
She had no idea what it was, right? Yeah, I gave her some
For
pocket
example,
lint
Bible
on their
credits
anniversary.
Good for you.
Contains many instances of significant words equaling 47 in gematria, including one of the spellings of Yahushua. And the belief in the number
Yahushua.
47 runs so deep in some of
I
these.
mean, this lady's making me want to smoke cigarettes. I don't even smoke cigarettes.
47 also has plenty of significance in mathematics. So it's considered the quintessential random number, meaning that the majority of the time, if somebody were
this is the one he has
She
tattooed on
needs
his
to
face.
breathe, for
car.
fuck's sakes. Just breathe.
God, remember the number 23? The number 23 is
Oh, I
supposed
remember
to be
this.
the thing.
Second
look,
catch up here.
it's the golden rectangle.
The gold. Wait.
Well, the golden rectangle being like a 2, 3, and 5, and then 2, 3, 5, and 8, and then like this.
Every number adds.
Yeah, that's the Fibonacci
Golden
sequence.
Fibonacci sequence. Yeah.
The Fibonacci sequence, but yeah, in art, it's called the golden rectangle.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's funny. I remember seeing a picture
The OG
of
fractal.
a fight. It was a bunch of people that were fighting in the Ukrainian parliament, and somebody managed to snap a picture of it, posted it online, and then an artist or art student or something got a hold of it and applied this to it. And they were like, this picture of these 3 parliamentary figures fisticuffing and the floors of their chamber is perfection on the Fibonacci sequence. Like the whole composition of the picture was just perfect.
They use it for everything. They use it for crypto and all kinds of.
But anyways, that's she's her brain is very sexy. She's doing a lot of research, man. That girl knows how to read.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
And all kinds of stuff.
She makes these videos too.
I know. I mean, and she knows what she's doing. Like she's a very good speaker. Apparently, she knows how to hit a bullseye. Like it's I mean, it's.
Are you falling in love, man?
No,
I know.
honestly, no, I'm not. I would not.
You can get a T-shirt on her site.
I don't know. I would not want to be in a relationship with this person. You wouldn't be able to get away with anything.
You get a T-shirt.
You wouldn't be able to
You
get
just
away
gotta
with
sit there and be like, yep, yep.
You guys want to see something funny? You guys want to see something funny? Get back over here. Turn on my camera. You can see the T-shirt that my brother got me for my birthday.
It better have this on it.
No, it's better than that. Wait, you see that?
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, there it is. I can't do this.
We see your needle dick. Yes, we do. Put it on.
That's cool.
It's a little airbrush humor.
Oh, that's cute.
I thought so. Now I have to get him something. I was going to get him a Corn Pop 2024 T-shirt.
32-bit program.
There you
And
go.
Euclid, back in like 300 BC, established the Pythagorean theorem as his 47th problem or element. So it's this fact that makes the number a very important sacred number to the Freemasons, which they believe holds deep, universal, nearly godlike meaning. The 47th problem of Euclid is actually the basis for the Masons 3-box symbol, which you might have seen sometimes worn as like jewelry. So we aren't quite done yet. See, there was another much more innocuous incident back in the 1960s that resulted in the number 47 going mainstream. And this is when a massive Donald Bentley at Pomona College in California presented a joke to the students and claimed that all numbers are equal to 47. But the students took it a bit too seriously, and the project they created had extensive lore around the number. So much so that even Hollywood adopted the concept and started making many movies with like subtle references. And there was a Star Trek scriptwriter who graduated from Pomona College who notoriously found a way to sneak the number into almost every Star Trek episode.
48 minutes.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh.
Relation to the next time distortion should occur between
A Jeep.
47.47747.
Verify. It is code 47, sir. Starfleet emergency frequency.
There it is.
There it was.
There's that. I love it.
How's this?
It looks like a Renaissance painting. It's like okay. All right. I'll spare you the rest here. Onward. But that was it.
I don't know. Winning reality. Mike corrected himself after that.
Oh, something. Great. I didn't mean you were supposed to yeet what you were doing before. I just
gotta go, I gotta work.
At your convenience.
All right. Have a good night.
Going to work
See you guys later.
Take it easy,
All right.
brother.
Say us.
Wait. What happened?
I don't
He's going to
know.
work.
Bye, Madcore. Thanks for coming by, dude. Appreciate it.
Everybody loves
See you
you,
soon.
Manticore.
He's.
He actually
Time he started
looked like somebody I know.
Spiral.
This guy?
Schizophrenic.
No,
And also
Manticore.
remember that 23 was another one of Cremo's special numbers that he claims is like pivotal to decoding his manifesto. So there's a scientific explanation for these phenomena called apophenia. which is the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. So in the case of
Oh my God, I do that.
Every woman does that.
the numbers at the forefront of your mind.
I was gonna say that before you said it. Like, oh, the timing is gonna be so good on this. Yeah, sorry. Go. I didn't. I know this isn't my stream. I'm being rude.
At the forefront of your conscious mind, and so you notice it more often. And then whenever you would see the number elsewhere, you would also tend to assign more significance to it, which would just further validate the illusion. Or maybe there's some divine or spiritual explanation for this that transcends our knowledge of human consciousness. I don't know, okay? I'm just here to document the facts. Although I have been looking into it, and it's interesting. I've been noticing the number 47 around a lot more.
Oh no.
Tattoo. So as it turns out, there's a whole lot more to this number than simply the date of Cremo's attack or his cosplay of Hitman. Not only did this kid have the number tattooed on his face, but his videos are also littered with the number 47, down to the file names and his logo, which when examined closely,
Yeah, I just want to say, I know where this thing's going right now, and it's going to kind of blow your mind. I know it kind of seems like it's redundant right now, but when you see where this comes from, you're going to be like, what the heck? Because I've done some research on this part.
you can see that it's actually 4 sets of 4 and 7. But everyone who was so assuredly arguing 47 was a date or a Hitman reference or whatever else, they were only partially incorrect. See, the deep spiritual meaning of the numbers is compounded by what the spiritual numerologists call synchronicities. Because since there's important. So 47 being able to represent the 4th of July, divine meaning. Hitman Agent 47 being a sniper who shot people from on top of the roof, synchronicity.
Timothy Oliphant shouldn't have been casted in.
That's the best explanation I can give. Okay, so this is starting to become more apparent now that Cremo held some uncommon beliefs. And the question becomes, was he raised this way, or did someone introduce him to these concepts at some point later in his life? And which of these beliefs, if any, contributed to him becoming a cold-blooded killer? So in order to really understand what happened here, we have to take a closer look at the early life of Robert Eugene Cremo III.
When are we gonna meet the warm-blooded killer?
And today I'm bringing you a memory custom controller from Imagine Customs. They're a really good custom controller, Matt's factory thing, whatever you call it. And
Something else I want to point out is this kid was just kind of normal, and he really went downhill in about a 3-year period. So the last 3 years of his life is when he spiraled. He wasn't always mentally ill. He didn't have any kind of problems. He was just a kid, you know?
yeah, so I'm going to show you the controller I got for my client.
Now, Cremo was known by the name Bobby to his family and friends, and he was born on September 20th in the year 2000. Bobby actually started his very first YouTube account at age 10, and he didn't use it to watch videos or post like camera lists, recordings of him playing video games. He used it to do things like gaming controller reviews that were surprisingly professional for a 10-year-old. He went on to make multiple YouTube and Twitter accounts, both to organize new gaming clans and also to promote them. And at age 14, he was already promoting his graphic design work. That's also around the time when I see him first use a version of the username Awake. Now, also around the 2014-2015 time period is when the internet was experiencing the rise in alternate reality games, also called ARGs or ARGs. I've heard it
sound like
both,
fun.
and I just really don't know what I prefer. ARG is kind of like, sounds like a Lord of the Rings elf or something. So then I'm going to stick with ARGs.
Or an onomatopoeia. Arg!
Like modern day treasure hunts online. Sometimes they're used as marketing campaigns or otherwise just collaborative games that use real world elements as parts of the plot. Some of these games adopted a darker, more cryptic aesthetic, including complicated cryptography and something called steganography.
Is that like Pokemon Go?
Of digital information in a digital image. We'll talk more about that in a different chapter.
That
But
looks like
basically,
white noise.
cryptic puzzles that could
She almost actually put me to wake.
or
Put you to wake.
hidden somewhere.
Right?
All
I can't
of
even
them
speak right. Holy crap.
No, but that's funny.
Actually go to places and seek something out in the real world. And sometimes these games even
Right.
incorporate creepypastas, which can rarely lead to people forgetting that it's just a game. For example, in
Can't even write.
Stop.
Cream of
Breathe.
dessert.
hour and a half or so apart, Two 12-year-old girls lured their friend into a forest.
Oh, that one was fucked.
Oh, I
And
hate
in an attempt to
that.
become
No,
proxies of the
no.
fictional character Slender.
Yeah, Slender Man.
Unfortunately survived, and the two girls were found not guilty due to insanity and
These
committed
bitches were
suicide.
crazy.
But this spurred a debate on the effect
One of them was crazy.
Hold on, I don't know the story.
That
Anybody?
might be contagious.
Oh, these are all like friends that were in school together. I think one was like new to the school, and anyways, 3 chicks is really hard to make good friends, but they watch the Slender Man shit, and I don't know the story about Slender Man, but apparently he needs victims or he tells people to do stuff. I don't exactly know, but these girls, 2 of them, got it in their mind that they were going to stab their other friend, and so like they did strange shit to her. They tried to stab her in the bathroom. They tried to take her out to these different places, and like they were just kept torturing her for the day. And then, the interesting part is at the end in the interrogation, the girl on the top here, she was like, "Yeah, I just knew that we were gonna stab her, and like, so I had to like tell my mom that we were gonna spend the night at someone's house because she asked too many questions, and then." Yeah, we were like going to go in the bathroom because there's a drain there. So like the blood would just go down. Like they didn't really think of reality, but they're fucking serial killers. Or okay, they're not. They're little killers that didn't actually succeed. But like no one ever tells you what's really going on in your little crazy mind unless you're that age and just
it
blabbing your
sounds like
mouth.
they had no concept of morality. Thanks.
The
Mom.
top one didn't. The bottom one kind of did.
They actually kill her?
They didn't end up killing her.
She
I don't
survived. I
think.
mean, they stabbed her a couple times, but
So she just ran home.
Drugged
I don't
herself
remember
out
if
the
she had to
woods.
get found or anything anymore. Was she found in the woods? I think they might have left her out there. I don't remember that part. The intriguing part was their interrogation afterwards, where it's like, wow.
Yeah, for real.
Man,
It's just
that's horrible.
For a
Okay.
fake thing, it's not real. Slenderman is made up story.
Exactly. That's a lot of stuff is.
Immersive internet storylines on kids because unlike movies or books, these storylines required the whole community to work together in like a forum to piece together the lore over a series of months or even years. And at that point, the line between fantasy and reality can blur, especially for kids. Primo was undoubtedly into these concepts, especially since, as we know, he put one together all of his own, which has yet to be fully solved. That portion of the story, along with the more detailed ongoing quest to solve his heavily encrypted manifesto Arcturus, has been reserved for later on in the project. So in 2016, Bobby dropped out of school to pursue a career as a rapper. Now, if you knew nothing else about this case so far and were just following along, this may come as a surprise from the lanky, somewhat quiet teenager who liked to skateboard and play video games with his friends. In fact, it kind of came out of nowhere. And not only did he pick up rapping, but his lyrics, they were a bit off as well. So whereas most rap of the day...
None of them rhymed. That's where we knew there was a problem.
Towards the tune of what's called conscious rap, which is rap with the deeper, more spiritual lyrics that rose in popularity among underground hip-hop artists starting in the 80s and 90s. So he would rap about open doors, pyramids, the stars, and the tenuous nature of reality. Another song from 2016 says, "We all can do it, but we either choose or we're blind to the new age movement." And then in the same song, he references the apocalypse and then alludes to having some sort of divine purpose. So we know that Bobby was heavily influenced by the late hip-hop artist Capital Steez. And this is very obvious because he references Steez in his song lyrics quite a bit and even mimics some of his lyrics and melodies as well. But it goes a bit further than that. And when my investigation took me down that rabbit hole, that's when everything started to finally come together and make sense. Capital Steez was a Brooklyn hip-hop artist who founded the rap group Pro Era along with artist Joey Badass in 2011 when he was still just an 18-year-old kid. But Steez was very gifted, and pretty soon a company called Cinematic Music Group entered the picture to represent Pro Era. But they quickly signed Joey Badass and seemed to kind of pass over Steez. So he got a bit disillusioned with his career and became increasingly obsessed with a lot of esoteric ideologies such as numerology, chakra systems, and fifth dimensional transcendence. He was particularly fixated on the number 47 for its angelic relevance. Now to Steez, the 4 and the 7 represented the heart and the crown chakras respectively. And the two of them together as the number 47 or 74 represented harmony between the mind and the heart. Now, if you had to explain the significance of the number 47 according to Steez in a single word, that word would be balance. So Pro Era adopted Steez's 47 logo, which bore an intentional resemblance to the Nazi swastika. Now, Steez justified the symbol as a perfect harmony between Eastern and Western culture, since the swastika was originally a symbol for peace in the East and then later a symbol of hate in the West.
Like it's actually a Buddhist symbol for like peace and light and,
And
the sun.
happiness.
And like really, I was thinking, I was like, they were like,
Depends on which way the ends are
me being
pointed.
like a wordplay genius, I took the sticker like swastika. I'm like, yo, let's make a 47 sticker. And I'm like, people are gonna be ignorant, so why not just play with their brains, you know?
Now, this led to a lot of controversy and even accusations of anti-Semitism towards the group. Steves began to fall further and further down the New Age rabbit hole, abusing LSD and other hallucinogens, and then he inevitably entered a depressed state, jumping to his death from a high-rise building in Brooklyn on December 23rd, 2012. But more on that later. So Bobby showed some similarities to Capital Steves, but there's still quite a bit of mystery surrounding what came first, his obsession with Steves, which consequently produced the similarities, or if the similarities already present drew him to Steves' music. What we do know is that as early as 2016, Cremo left some notes behind on a few lyric sites where he confessed to using hallucinogens like acid and mushrooms and using copious amounts of marijuana, as well as referencing being lost in his head and experiencing derealization. And keep in mind, Bobby was only about 16 or 17 years old at this time. Sometime in 2017, the lyrics take a notably depressing turn. And we know around this time that Bobby and his girlfriend, Rose, broke up and she moved to Florida. And it's heartbreaking.
So this is like kind of like a little bit of Matt Harris territory right here. You know, break up with the girl. Things the world ain't right.
Break, it would have just a tremendous impact on Bobby for several years. I mean, like a bad impact. Like this kid's heart was broken, poor guy. And then as if heartbreak isn't like the worst thing ever, Bobby's best friend, Anthony Laporte, would end up dying of a drug overdose in July of 2017, which is a really bad year for him. So the next few years would be very tumultuous for Bobby as he progressively withdrew from his old group of Highland Park friends and became more involved in various online communities, particularly that of various lo-fi rappers. So in a 2017 song, he mentions that he had a dawning at age 16 where he realized nothing was real and was all in his mind. And he pondered why all of his old friends were distancing themselves. So clearly we have this troubled kid, dropped out of school, experiencing...
This lady, when she's editing her videos, needs to stop for a second. As opposed to going from one thought to the next and splitting them right there, she needs to actually let there be a gap. Because people like me, seriously, everything that this lady said has gone in one ear and out the other. Half the stuff has gone way too fast. I have no clue what the hell she's even saying. She's just rambling.
I'm getting some of it, but not. It's. I understand what you're saying. It needs to be a little bit like more organized, but at the same time, she's doing a story about someone who's crazy. So why wouldn't it sound like this? I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that you're wrong.
I
guess a way to compartmentalize all
I get
this
your
crap.
point, but holy crap. Like seriously, like because her voice is that pitch, she's putting me to sleep.
Yeah, she is.
Like I'm like, oh wow. I'm like sitting here. I'm like, oh my god. I got to stop for a second. I got to stop.
Seriously.
So that
Okay,
way
is everybody
I
needs
can
to
catch a
breathe.
breath.
Everybody needs to breathe. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of information, and
It
I think it's
is,
the style she has done these in as well. It's
some of the stuff
very
I'm
hip
really
kind of style, kind of like new. I think she called it sync wave style. Like the earlier videos, you'll see what I'm
You
talking
can
about.
see the split.
This is more like
you can,
report
you
style.
can see where she stops a thought and she goes right into the next one. Like you can see that there's spots where the video.
I mean, if she's editing this herself, then I understand. I try to get rid of all my uhs and ums and things like that, and a lot of times it ends up sounding unnatural because it does. It sounds like you're not taking a breath from one thought to the next.
Yeah,
I don't. Some of the stuff I'm really following because I know what she's talking about with some of it as far as like
right. It's interesting, but it's so hard to stay with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess if you kind of like did the first two, it might be a little easier because some of this is a rehash, but then it's a little deeper dive into it as well. So it might help to see the first two, but it's just I hear what you're saying.
Look, I'm just happy that there's somebody from a younger generation who has the wherewithal to do this kind of deep thinking. Because most of the time,
this is really
I know
good
you
point.
guys are like making fun of me before or whatever, but I know it sounds like a simp, but it's not. I'm just like, oh, there's somebody out there who's going to be able to be smart enough to change my diaper when I'm 90. You know what I mean? That's really all that I care about. Like, oh yeah.
You're playing way down the road.
Come on in. Tell me all about your conspiracy theories. And I'm
Julian
sorry
says that
that I soiled myself.
Julian likes it. Julian's like up for diaper changing.
Well, it's
right. People said squat cobbling. Don't tell me you don't know what squat cobbling is. Oh God.
I don't know.
We have to circle back on that one. That's a whole.
Sheeple Hunter that icon reminds me of a movie that I just watched.
I bet.
Messiah of Evil.
That's Yuri.
Who's Yuri? The Sheeple Hunter is Yuri?
Yeah, that's Yuri. The avatar. That's Yuri.
The guy. Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Psychopaths generally have a history of conduct disorder. So, it's weird. Didn't we see something not too long ago about was it this guy, the guy up in Buffalo, and Uvalde that were all was it Tumblr or Discord or something? The glowies were like, yeah, come on, do it, go ahead. They were basically being grouped as serial killers, like the kid that had a job at Wendy's who could not afford $4,000 worth of high end.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like where this is going.
Is it okay? All right. I'm jumping to the end. I hate.
I understand. Like I haven't seen this either. I'm watching it for the first time as well. But we've had conversations. I've had conversations with her about this, and we've done kind of like deep dive, kind of like she's kind of like helping me find out information, and I'm asking a lot of questions.
Talked to this girl?
You've talked to this girl?
Yeah.
And I'm getting shit for complimenting her on how sexy her brain is.
What do you mean?
I totally just was like, I'm not. I mean, it's funny. I'm laughing at it because it is funny. She could use a little less eyeliner, but
just a little
bit less.
I agree with you.
They all have our styles. I'm pretty au natural too.
Hashtag fashion victim.
I'm not even like worried about it. So funny.
Yeah.
You guys have already gotten to the eyeliner part of it.
The whole eyeliner, eyebrow, the whole thing.
I'm telling you, like it's almost like a natural thing that I've got. I can like hijack any thread of thought and whatever. And this time it was eyeliner, and Cool Frog fell into it. I'm sorry, I did not mean to do that.
Me and her too are way too much alike. So like, of course, my eyeliner is like a lot lighter, but.
Well, she's as old as my daughter. I just wish my daughter thought like she did.
Right.
Maybe someday.
She's really smart. She's got.
Basically.
She's a private detective.
There's a sexy.
I'd like to hear what she actually sounds like, as opposed to the edited that she actually does in the.
She has a Twitch channel. Just Twitch.
Well, I know what you mean, like live. Like you want to hear the uhs and the
I want to hear the ums and the ahs.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I don't know if you're on right now.
What do you mean? You don't know, like when somebody's normally talking and they start a sentence fragment over 5 times before they actually get to the thought.
I mean, like I do.
Well, it would we all do. Yeah, exactly. And this
like
is
we all do.
Yeah,
I want to hear what she actually sounds like, not this edited.
There's 2 editors because let's be honest, it's a bit repetitive. And it's like 8,000 verses.
Hold on. 8,000. I'll hook you up here. Hold on. Be following. Hold on.
I thought I heard America Shirts. Whatever that voice was sounded exactly like America Shirts.
It did.
What happened the other? It was like the other Friday where America Shirts was on there, and I threw down that you guys you're the vocal equivalent of Abbott and Costello, and then it went on forever, and I was like, oh my god, what the hell did I do?
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving this hula megalol so many watch hours. Just because you can't stand that I fucking speak out about shit you don't fucking like, and I'm a woman. If it
Something
was
about
some fucking dude talking this shit that I talk, you wouldn't give a fuck. It's just because it's me saying it. You fucking idiots.
does that turn you on?
That sounded like your old lady walked into the room and started telling
Didn't it?
everybody.
Right. Dude, my old lady wasn't that smart. She wasn't that smart.
What just happened?
That was her. I did it on Twitch, but I got my other account up, so I can't really.
That was who? This girl we're talking to?
Yeah.
Or listening to?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the real thing.
That's the real thing.
Well, hell, man, I don't want to go anywhere near now.
You know, it's discriminatory against a Texas accent, I guess.
She's from Texas.
This
is her like railing on
and
somebody.
I don't have the time to correct that shit.
Maybe not.
Okay, I'm sending it. You're gonna figure.
Playing a game.
Somebody
did. Her name. She's on Twitch. So you can look it
Everything
up.
that I've
Correct
left
it.
in there
Other thing.
is important because
She's talking about there's a lot of talking about this documentary on there.
What's her name?
BxBulletTV.
This is BxBullet. Okay.
Yeah, right. I was like, we're like halfway through this thing before I was like, oh, that's the girl that this whole thing got
I
started.
invited her over.
So
Never-
where was
never
the
wants to
family
come over
during
and hang
all
out
of this?
there.
Yeah, let's talk about them.
she's
So
kinda, like,
Bobby's family
shy.
is said to have been well known and respected in the Highland Park community. Bobby's dad, Bob Cremo, is a relatively well-known figure in Highland Park.
That's
He
Bob
owns a
with the
deli
big
as well as
tits.
a series of convenience stores in the area, but mainly because he ran for mayor of Highland Park in 2019. Now, news reports would claim he ran as a Republican. I'm not sure why they would get this so wrong. I guess they just wanted to, again, make it a partisan issue for whatever reason. But a quick search of the Highland Park government website shows he ran on a Democratic ticket. And then other people said he ran as an independent. So I'm not really sure what was
The
going
reason
on
they
there.
do that is because they know there's going to be people out there that believe it no matter how much the actual truth comes out. That's why they start off with that. They'll start off with, it was a mean Republican, and they'll let it out there because there's going to be 100,000 people out there that believe that everybody who has an AR insert number here, because they don't know what it really is a Republican. That's why they do that.
Well, you know, something
They'll
else
say
that kind
that
of
he was a Republican because everyone will believe it no matter if it's true or not.
something else you probably proved in the first two videos, or maybe in the first one, is that people just ran with the immediate information. Like this dude that she showed
yeah,
like, way back here, like this guy right here.
You're
You
right.
see that guy in the bottom right there? See him? See him? That guy right there? He's got a huge channel, huge psychology channel, right?
Right.
He took the information the media gave on day one and did an analysis and decided all this stuff about this kid. Decided all this stuff about this kid.
Funny you should say that. I was watching one of his videos about something.
Grande, yeah. And so, but now knowing her stuff, when you go back to it, he sounds like a quack. He sounds like he doesn't know shit, you know. And it's like it's embarrassing.
Most
like,
of us don't know.
yeah, but it's like that's influence. You know, he's influencing people constantly with information, setting their mind, and so is the media. And they never go back and circle back. So like he operated on just 3 years of information, nothing prior to 3 years of information. Like the stuff that she's going back into, the history, the skateboarding, the kid with the YouTube channel and the controller. Like they don't include any of that shit. All they go is, oh yeah, this is definitely a personality disorder, and you know he did this stuff, and he was a loner and lone wolf, and they don't say, well, what happened to this guy?
All the
You know,
while knowing that not only is he not going to circle back, but the person who heard that is not going to circle back. They're going to hear it from somebody like you or me or Cool Frog at a party. If a subject like this happens to come up around the fire in the yard where everybody's hanging out having a beer, and somebody's stupid enough to bring up this subject, and then we say, where did you hear that? Because that's totally not true. And that person's going to feel like a total idiot. Like, I don't know. I'm going to go get another beer.
Right?
Yeah, that's
But
basically
they
it.
quickly signed Joey Badass,
Right,
Bobby's
that's not
FYD card. Strange when you think about them. I mean, some people are really quick to call New Age beliefs weird because they believe in things like chakra alignments and crystals, for example. But
Yeah, we just finished the family part, so just like
they are weird.
so Bobby's mom, Denise Pacina, this is where things get a little on the weird side. And I
Just
guess,
for cat.
okay, I have to preface this by saying that it is not my intent to judge anyone's religious or spiritual beliefs in this investigation.
But here
Even
we
if
go.
things seem strange to me, I'm going to stop and remind myself that pretty much all religions seem pretty strange when you think about them. I mean, some people are really quick to call New Age beliefs weird because they believe in things like chakra alignments and crystals, for example. But I mean, we did just hear about the end time Messianic Jewish Pentecostal movement. My point is that
what does that even mean? Why is she comparing those two things?
Why does she keep on looking to the side? That's what's confusing me. Are her thoughts even cohesive when she can't even sit there and she's continuously looking over to the side of her face?
Well, what I mean is, and I'm
you
not
get what I'm
saying
saying?
that,
She's not.
I do
There's
get
just something
what you're
about
saying.
this girl that's just driving me crazy. I had to go watch one of her other videos real quick so I could hear the ums and the ahs and actually know that she's actually a human being and not some robot that's actually.
I don't know. I'm not giving out the YouTube awards this year, so I'm not really judging hard on that. I'm kind of just trying to pick up the key information.
This is when this happens, when somebody says, "I'm not going to get down on your religion or whatever," and they say the thing that she just said about chakras and blah blah blah. I mean, we did just hear this thing that was all about insert Christian belief here.
You see, Madcore's.
Well, because he went to synagogue and he went to church, so it goes with the story. If you're listening, it goes with the story, and that's so she's.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you know, it's not like she's really not inserting any of her own opinions here. It's really just her research.
And that's how it should be. Yeah, she's reporting.
I wouldn't really,
asking questions.
I try to focus more on what she's talking about and how she's doing it, or anything like that.
She does a good
that's how I am.
job.
I'm after the information.
I mean,
I'm
no fashionista, but the dress that she has on matches the background that she's displaying, and I'm curious about the other devices and is on what looks like a bed over there, the candles lit and stuff.
You're definitely falling in love. I can
Pretty
hear
good
it.
evidence that tradition.
Well, I want to know what
she's
that
a very
laser
pretty
gun
girl,
is
that's
on
for
the
sure.
wall
But holy
behind her.
fuck!
Well, I'll give you her number, man.
I don't want her. Are you kidding me?
All right.
The last thing I need in my life is another freaking.
I got enough going on.
Everybody's
all right. Well, I'll just keep talking to her then. All right.
No.
Okay. I'll still tell her you guys
she'd
are
be
high.
she's interesting.
She's a smart girl. Like that's the thing. It's like she's a really intelligent person.
I'm not.
Yeah.
There's a fine line between a compliment and a simp.
Yeah. No. Actually.
Exactly, Julian.
The guy-
Separate the church and the dick, please.
Right.
The guy I was on the road with would say all insults are compliments, all compliments are insults.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Separate the church and the needle dick.
There you go.
In many
Or the needle
cases,
camel.
And that energy and crystal healing do not work for like cancer treatment. Although a lot of these groups will promote it as such, which is definitely something that I believe could be harmful. Now, likewise, a person who's having
I know people
suicidal
that
or
do that, by the
homicidal ideation may need professional help, and a certified chakra cleanser that may not do the trick.
Again, did you see Madcore's
So,
chat?
to be specific,
what do you say?
Yeah. He's down.
she has a charge for driving under the
He gets where you're coming from.
a lot of
'cause you've-
police visits to the Cremo residence for verbal or
Talk to her.
physical altercations between her and Bob, mostly in the early 2000s, but that has kind of seemed to slow down and ultimately stop altogether. Though I should note that Denise and Bob, while still technically married, they live in separate houses a few miles apart. Nevertheless, people who knew the family said they believed Denise cared for her son and did the best she could. Denise's online footprint is otherwise pretty small, so a lot of her personal history is unknown, but going off her Facebook page, she does appear to be involved in several New Age religious movements. Among them, the Church of Latter-day Saints, which is the Mormon church.
They come up a lot. In fact, when I was on Michael's show, I talked to him about this.
Yeah, that's too bad. Seriously, that is. I mean,
he was really good at
I know
explaining
that
it.
I would get real.
Are you Mormon?
No, not at all. But it was something
Making
that
sure.
it was something that I heard, and I have to preface this by saying that because we are all flawed, no matter what, including our religious leaders, even the Pope. And I know Catholics out there don't like to think this, but the Pope is just a man. Everybody is susceptible to the fall. Okay. But Ravi Zacharias, who has posthumously has been found to have had some sexual weaknesses, said this. And the reason why I agree with it is because I believe that
Take that off.
Oh, Timothy's back.
Just because you have an issue in one area does not mean that the things that you say in the other area aren't true. In other words, I could agree with Adolf Hitler that it was a nice day today. Does not mean that I want to burn 6 million Jews. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, having said that, when Ravi Zacharias had said, and I believe this, this makes all the sense in the world to me, that any religious movement that takes attention away from the work that Jesus did on the cross, forgiving everyone for their sins, if you believe in that he is the only Son of God, any religious movement that takes the attention away from that concept, by definition, is a cult.
Real quick, you are responsible for everything that happens on your stream, regardless to what I say, ID says, or anybody in your chat has to say.
Are you saying that because of what I said just now?
Nope, had nothing to do with what you said.
Okay.
It's. I'm just saying, it's the last thing that I said. You're also responsible for anything that is said in your chat. When it comes to certain instances of anything that has to do with the koof or anything like that, that stuff can be brought up and you can get a strike for that stuff. Make sure your
even in your
knows.
chat?
Yes.
Oh, so you need to
Make sure your chat understands that when they bring up certain things,
right,
that certain things don't get left on the YouTube side like that. Take that off your screen again.
I was trying to delete it, but I don't know how to do
Well,
it.
actually,
can my mods help me with that? I think I got a few here.
I was just gonna, if they can't, I'm sure Sinbad knows how to do it. Sheeple Hunter should know how to do it.
Yeah, good. If
I
you
saw
have
Nacho
decent
Kitty. She's one of my prime #1s here.
Timothy P. Southwick.
Timothy, meet Julian. You guys need to talk.
Well, I was gonna say, like,
no,
I have another Twitter profile under Reality Czar 1 that
I agree with them though. Everybody should totally look into all that stuff that was actually in that chat. Totally.
Yeah. Romans 1,
You just have to be careful.
Romans 1:28.
Right. Just be careful what you're actually putting in your chat.
Yeah,
and allowing in your chat.
For real. If you're going to be responsible, that's
a seasoned veteran right there.
Why would
you are responsible for all of that?
If Section 230 rules wouldn't apply to him if they reply to
but I agree, Timothy. Tech. Everybody should look into that and actually see what's actually going on.
Okay, which one is that? The purple triangle or everything before that?
Somebody got it. People, thank you.
Oh, naming of lemurs. What are you talking about? Cool frog. Which thing that Timothy said?
It's gone.
It is.
They just removed it for him because of everything that it had to say about the koof and other
on the StreamYard side. It's gone. Can you hear my mouse working? Can you hear my mouse wheel?
On the StreamYard side? No, the StreamYard side, it's still there.
Okay.
On the StreamYard
side, right. 107.
It's the one that says look up the history and the naming of certain things that have to do with what koof, where koof came from, for all the other things that are out there. Anything that has to do with that whatsoever. Speaking of jabs in any other way or shape or form, really kind of is frowned upon when it comes to.
I'm gonna copy that and put that
live streaming, and they don't like it.
Well, by request, here it is. Lemurs.
But everybody should totally check into.
Here's some lemurs. Lemurs look like this.
Particular.
They're cute, I guess. You like that kind of thing.
What am I thinking of? Not lemurs.
And they live in Madagascar. So if you're over there, check out the lemurs.
What are the animals that follow?
That's what you need. American shirts. He would have made that funny.
Don't look up the rest of that. Don't do the what the koof is actually named. Don't do the other side effect things or whatever that have actually been created by people like Bill Gates and taking out mass populations of
Every time you
people
say
in
that,
different
Hey, Timothy,
areas.
man, real quick.
every
dude.
time you say that, I
Real
send
quick.
American shirts.
Real quick, dude. Real quick. First of all, I don't know where you're getting the idea that we follow death cults or eugenics people. We're quite the opposite here, and I don't know who has seek Jesus or who is in the position to
None
do
of
that.
us have anything to do with that whatsoever.
Right? Yeah, but we don't need Jesus to tell us that that stuff's bad. I mean, nobody does. But if they do have Jesus, that's up
No
to them.
one needs to have Jesus tell them that things are
Yeah.
bad.
Let's go, Brandon.
If they do, that's great. And
Straight out.
Yeah.
We've done our research. We understand.
Yeah.
Timothy.
That's why we're playing this. We're
still
against the cult.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Timothy, come on in. The water's fine.
I don't mind a digital preacher, but I mean, I will tell digital preachers to, hey, get it right. It's like, the street preachers now in the comments, and the best way to bring people to your ideas is to talk with them, not in an accusational way, but in a way that gains them interest in what you're talking about. Like, I think I like learning about the Bible stuff. I like learning about stories from people who are interesting when they talk about it. So I'm very much open to learning the Bible.
If you see what he's actually saying, he's like, it's not you all, not to y'all, and but to everybody else as well. He's just trying to enlighten chat, like chat doesn't already know if they don't already, that those things that they're pushing are bad. And,
right. Well, that's he just jumped in, so he didn't.
True bloods that are left out here, whatever in this world, really do and have done the research and understand.
The good Lord Jesus.
I say just
Christ.
take a chill. Just take a chill, have a conversation. Don't feel like you gotta promote anything here. We're just watching this video together. It's very interesting. If you have kids, you might want to watch because it might affect one of them one day. If you see them start to go downhill, you might be able to stop it by looking at this. Yeah, that's the thing with me. I'm very interested in the kid aspect of this, like how it's affecting innocence and what it's doing to children. And if this is going to come at my kid, I'm going to be ready for it if it is.
The good Lord Jesus Christ, the one and only Son of God.
Do you know him?
Yeah, so we're just learning about these things. We're not promoting them, all right?
Now, many people have been criticizing the Mormon Church lately as being a cult, at least by many of the standard definitions, such as the fact that the Mormon faith is built around the second coming of Christ, during which all the unsaved people will perish in a doomsday type event. Now, this combined with various other New Age beliefs taught in the Mormon Church also make its members more likely to fall prey to some of the more predatory New Age religious scams. Looking at Denise's likes and shares, we get a lot of very strange vibes from her. Once again, we're seeing this overlap with QAnon that many of these pages that she likes and engages with have, including those pertaining to Donald Trump, gematria, numerology, and prepping for an economic collapse. Now, far be it from me to make the claim that we're not at risk of an economic collapse, but this is the equivalent to saying that we're at a risk for a giant earthquake. And rather than having sensible preparations, we should be building bunkers and isolating ourselves from family members. I mean, some of these prepper pages are intense.
What those two?
They usually have links to websites where you can purchase bulk quantities of canned foods and other supplies.
You have to discover it. And then secondly, be true to that mission, no matter what else is happening in the world around you, no matter how many people who condemn you or who stop being your friend. If you need friends, then you're not going to pursue your mission. I'd rather fulfill life's purpose than to have decorative fake friends, right? The person who does not understand who they truly are does not understand the fact that they are more than their physical self, or the fact that they are a genius, that they have been blessed with a broadcast engine, which is their own contagious mind. The person who doesn't understand that may not make it through what's coming. If you refuse to surrender to satanic forces, they can't make you do it because it has to be a free will choice. So the core understanding, the faith, the recognition of who we are, what we're here to do, this is like a secret card that you can play. It's the survival card, because once you understand that, no one can force you to give up living.
Other people in the organizations may stockpile guns and ammo, which normally I would not have a problem with, but supplies are low, okay? Save some for the rest of us. And they're also to be encouraged to attempt to convert their families and friends before it's too late and they all succumb to the hellfire. So Denise had obviously fallen into this terrifying world of paranoid Facebook mom conspiracy theorists. And then on top of the conspiracy post, she's also into all of these new age ideologies, which again, they can vary among groups, but pretty much all of them place a strong emphasis on the individual and their own experience as opposed to a hierarchy of authority. And because of this, each individual tends to kind of combine bits and pieces of various established religions to make their own mix, which means that they have a tendency to kind of intertwine this conspiracy stuff into their religion. Her posts are equally bizarre. So in this post, she shows nearly identical pictures of her hairless cat and says that people who can see that there are two different cats in the picture, one of which is spiritually awakened. So unfortunately, I guess I'm not a seer. In another post, she goes on a very interesting rant about why sex is only necessary once a month, and then describes in detail how a man and a woman's consciousness can be propelled into space and into the sacred field of enlightenment during the female's orgasm. This post, man, I cannot. I mean, besides the fact that this is the most ridiculous I've ever heard a woman give for not wanting to have sex more than once a month, I can just imagine Bobby and his siblings looking
But what time of month?
and just being like, Mom, please get off the internet, Mom. Mom, give me your phone. Mom, give me your phone. She also shares a personal story, which looks to be promoting her new venture into spiritual healing. And the post alludes to her personal struggles and how she used spiritual healing to overcome those issues. And we can see that she owns a business called Trilogy Healing Systems, where she promotes services as a new age spiritual healer, which from the domain information, she's only had up and running since 2020. Could she have ventured into new age ideology relatively recently as a way to overcome her alcohol addiction and marital troubles? And if so, you have to wonder if she may have also attempted to use that to help Bobby. So what exactly are the things that Denise does at her business? Well, a quick glance at her business website reveals a profile typical to a large number of others in the same communities. So they frequently believe in a lot more supernatural elements as well, like spirit channeling, astrology, alternative medicine, and spirit healers. We'll save getting into the weeds for the next chapter, but one commonality that some of these more radical New Age beliefs have is that they believe that the entire planet Earth is trapped in the third dimension. So they'll commonly teach that intergalactic light beings have been sent to Earth in a human form in order to...
Yep, here we go. We're going into the Galactic Federation of Light territory, and this is crossing over with the Drake Bailey stuff, Original Q. You guys have heard me talk about Original Q. He was very much a militia guy, prepper guy, and he had a connection with aliens too. And he was getting all of the plan we were supposed to follow and wait for, the shadow government was going to take over and get rid of the Obama administration, who was evil. The aliens were going to be helping us with that. So it's strange when all this stuff starts to tie together again. This is stuff I was looking at 10 years ago when I was infiltrating Drake's group, which wasn't hard to do. But I was just there to protect the Ron Paul people, really. And and listen to this guy go on for hours about this stuff. Like he had so many connections to the feds, and they were all working together. Well, not in the feds. He was working with the military and the militia and the aliens. It's really exciting times. Of course, nothing came true, right? But he's still out there doing it. And this is part of what he's doing. So it makes me wonder, like, what he is actually really doing behind the scenes.
To assist people in reaching this planetary shift in consciousness. Often this will be described as a shift to the fifth dimension.
The 3D, 5D Earth split is here. Now, what is the 3D Earth? That's the world we're born into. The Matrix. What is the 5D Earth? It is the awakening, the great awakening.
Uh-oh.
There are two Earths, 3D Earth and 5D Earth. The cat down the road is in the 5D doing a little samba, baby.
Oh, God.
Hello. Hey.
Now, there's plenty of evidence on this website alone that Denise is into
Orchida.
all of this stuff, as well as some other holistic practices that she
I remember talking about this last night, Cold Frog.
therapy, which involves
The
chakra
3D
alignment,
versus the 4D versus the 2D.
Right.
I'm listening to this guy. I'm like, I there's no reason why I should be like this, but here I am. Like, no, you don't get it. It's what I said. I gotta go up. Well, wait. No, I'm still good here. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna start the cam. This is the
Along with
Ellicottville Mo Master. That's a beer number 4 from the from the variety pack. Happy birthday, me.
IPA. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Number
you,
4,
Zoe.
man. So you're feeling good right now.
Yeah, it's summer. I am. I'm all right. I'm working on. I'm
We'll get
working on.
there.
I'm working on my other monitor over here while I'm listening to this stuff. And every once in a while, somebody says something. Goes, there is so much of this stuff that takes me back to the word of faith bullshit, pass the plate, give me all your seed money, faith money thing. That like televangelist. Where all the like the grifts of grift, like the people that are grifting today learn how to grift from these people. The Kenneth Copelands, the Kenneth Hagins, the Jimmy Swaggarts.
Oh, they're kind of all behind.
Like, all of it.
They're all
Like,
handled by the same people. You know, that's the other thing.
I wouldn't even say like they're handled by the same people. They just just understand that human beings. All right.
Conspiracy of idea. That's what I call that.
No, it's this. If I was going to, if somebody wanted to ask me, how do I know there's a God? And I would point those people out, and rock stars, and money, and movie stars, and say, I know that God exists because there is no other animal, no other creature on the face of the planet that has the capacity to worship besides a human being. There are people right now who are worshiping this girl on the screen.
Really?
And they're to some extent, and they are worshiping money, and they are or a movie star, a fanatic, a fan,
Okay, just
or
in
a
general.
rock star. You understand what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
the animals don't do that. They don't like. There is no. There may be a hierarchy to whatever pride or tribe or group of whatever. Like there's the head gorilla that eventually will die off or whatever. There's that animalistic leader. But there is no other creature on the face of the planet that has the capacity to worship a higher being to the extent that you give away life, the thing that you need to live. Give away your money because of this belief system. And the reason why I believe that God exists and that the capacity that the human being has to worship a God can be thwarted by cults, charlatans, and the like for their own financial gain. But it doesn't discount the fact that there is a God, and the reason we know there is one is because we have the capacity to worship one. Does that make it does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really go into my take on religion and stuff. I'm going to say that for another time, but I totally hear what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, maybe that's what my channel should be about. Screw this comic book shit.
range of other services, including childbirthing and doula work, apparently, which
I'm being summoned. I'm
explains
gonna
why
go
she
for now.
follows so many Brazilian.
Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, thanks for being here, cool
No,
I
it's
appreciate it.
always a joy, and thanks for talking so
What's
good.
going on?
about
You got to do anything, or
he says the
Justin's
nicest
anywhere?
things about me after he's had to put up with me.
Sorry, Winnie. What'd you ask me?
Oh no, are you going anywhere special? I can send the stream over to when we're done. We're going to wrap it up here at the end of this, and
not that I can think of. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, if I don't
He's
think
10
anybody
probably-
has.
you're going to 10 kids, man. That's cool.
I mean, Michael Malloy's got a show running at the moment. He just started, so anybody
Okay.
that knows him or whatever can go over there.
if I can, if I
don't think that you have set it up to actually rate him. So
can I send it over there afterwards, or do I have to do it a certain way?
he has to actually have something set up for you to rate him. So
Yeah, he has to
I
do it
don't
on
know if
his
he's
end, yeah.
intelligent enough to actually do that. He's a
Aw.
very smart guy, but I don't know if he knows the how to actually set that up.
I was giving him shit about his bookshelf just now.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I know. I probably should feel bad about that, but you know. Well, normally when you have a bookshelf in the background, the books are all set up
Like
straight.
StreamYard stuff. How do you send that? How do you do that?
I think you Cole, you don't have to go into YouTube Studio for that, do you?
To raid somebody?
No, to set yourself up.
He
to
needs
be
to
raided.
actually go to his backroom studio or whatever, go into the
gonna say,
community tab
in
and tell it
studio.
who can actually raid him.
Okay, so
Oh,
you
he
have to go into he has to go into his YouTube Studio, right?
He has to go into his community tab in the studio.
In studio.
Or in the settings or whatever, and actually change
there
that.
it
It's a
In his channel or in YouTube Studio?
in the studio.
In the studio.
In the settings of YouTube.
Of YouTube
Go
Studio.
to the community tab. That's where it's set up. It's like, and you can only raid if you're over 1,000, and that's where Winning's able to actually raid me because I actually have it set up for him to raid me.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah, community, and then
Branding, basic.
Okay, block links.
I've
block
seen you before in
links,
here,
Specific
Cool
channels. Specific channels who can redirect to my content.
That one.
And
That one you go and you
channels I
put in
subscribe to
where
and redirect to my content should be checked.
right.
Okay. But then do you have to fill in specific
You
channels?
do. You have to put in the at.
Oh. I
think you should be able to raid you. And only somebody that has over 1,000 subs can actually raid. So
Oh, okay. So I could like at comic art.
Oh, okay.
that's how that works. Is he needs to have it set up for you to raid him.
Hidden user
But
stuff.
either way, I'm being
Okay,
summoned.
bye.
I'm gonna
Bye.
go. I'm gonna do this stuff real quick. I really don't know what's all gonna happen, so it could be interesting. Everybody have a wonderful night. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for
Well, it
Winning
was a
Reality
great
if you
night
haven't
until
already.
you left us, and
Yeah,
now,
man. Thank you so
now
much,
I have
Cool
the
Frog.
sads.
Yes, you guys have a good
Love.
one.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Talk soon. Right.
I'm still listening. I'm here and attentive.
All right. Let's get through this. Let's knock this out.
Million reborn doll makers on her alt account.
Really realistic looking. Oof. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Maybe she sounds better
in
fast.
my sleep sometimes. And from there, her services just get more bizarre.
Is that-
So we
is
see
that
she's
worse?
also interested in this controversial trauma-based therapy.
Hey, Dr. Yes,
such
how's
as
it going?
EMDR, and she also performs spirit releasement technique, which is the exorcism of evil demons stuck inside of a person using hypnotherapy. And again, I'll stop short of unfairly judging other people's beliefs, but I think it's fair to say that if a
It's
paranormal
manipulation.
having suicidal or homicidal thoughts, maybe hypnotizing them into making them believe that they have demons inside of them is a good thing. And I'm not a doctor, so it's just a thought. So how do so many people end up with certification lists like the one listed in Denise Facino's Facebook bio? So think about it like that one friend who sells Advocare. They're like in this little pyramid scam cult, right? Well, in the same sense, a lot of these new age religious movements operate like pyramid scams or even cults. So they'll first offer up a pathway to spiritual enlightenment, which they claim will help you find spiritual meaning in life, shed a drug or alcohol
They're
addiction.
almost always about money.
These pathways cost a lot of money. And so
Dude, my ex is like on the cusp of this stuff. She like wraps rocks, like stones. Actually wraps really. She actually became really good at that. It's the one thing she does pretty good. And but she's like all these new age jobs and like hangs around the hippie scene and stuff. And it's just the same old shit. I've been telling her, I was like, dude, keep these people away from my kid, man. Like, all this stuff. It's just like I don't trust him anymore. I mean, I used to play music for him and hang out with him and party with him and all that stuff. And now I'm just like, dude. Now I know why. It was just a loser scene at the end because nobody wanted to do anything with their life, and they all thought that the wind goddess and the energy healing stones were going to set them straight. I just laughed at them and played music.
They were all pretending.
It's so fake, but it's almost like an addict excuse club. Like where people are just like, oh, we're family, but then when the shit hits the fan, they're not there for you.
We're family.
They're taking from you the entire time. Like I was supporting like 4 people, like just trying to help them out.
That's just it. What you were dealing with, honestly, is a microcosm of socialism or communism.
Yeah.
Everyone says we're family, and there's always supposed to be this love and blah 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 and whatever, and then somebody else does stuff. And
Right.
I'll put it to you like this: I've been self-employed in the past, and the stuff that I do on the side now, it's the stuff that I used to do as a sole mean of income, I do on the side now. But when I did it on as a sole mean of income, man, the people who want to trade their relationship as if it was coin of the realm, it's all over the place. They want to be your friend and they want to love you just so that they can get something out of you. And it's true. What I've heard, it was an Instagram video that said it better than I've ever been able to. You will meet some of the best friends that you've ever had going into business for yourself, because those are the people who know that their friends, they want their friends to make money. When I have a friend do work for me, I pay them and I tell them immediately, like, I don't want you to charge me like I'm your friend. I want you to charge me like I'm your client, because I want my friends to make money.
Right.
And that's not the same thinking that thing that you were dealing with, that commune thing.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand how capitalism is supposed to work.
Oh, no. Man.
I
No,
charge X for Y, and that's what you give me. There is no, I'll be your friend if you. That's grade school shit.
Right.
I'll be.
I mean, I was kind of
friend.
like, I was kind of like on the upper echelon of that scene because I was a musician. It was all about parties. It's all about the jam band music and the
Yeah,
parties.
right. But
and
were
the,
you
and
getting paid?
I was getting paid on the local scene, yeah, to play, but not a lot. But I was doing a lot of work and like putting up people. I have a day job. A lot of these people don't have day jobs. They didn't do anything with their life. I did something with my life and I learned to play the guitar. You know, at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I have a pretty decent job in manufacturing. I'm very, very happy for that job. It's not too far away. It's convenient, and it's not hard to do. But if I was doing what I was doing right now, you know, I was just saying to the one of the guys that does paint work for me, one of the bikes that we painted took first place at some local show. And the second time that happened, he goes, "That's really good."
Well, the scene kind of turned on me with
charge more. I'm like, yeah, maybe we should. We'll get on the next one. You know?
The scene turned on me in two different ways. It was like, one was the fact that when I started speaking about Ron Paul. Now I'm going to tell you right now, this is really naive of me, but I thought that the hippie scene was kind of the anti-establishment scene. I didn't know much about him growing up at all.
Right.
And I figure, oh well, this is what I'm looking for. And I figured it was like more of like a libertarian kind of situation, right? Where everybody's kind of like really, you know, they just wanted the man to leave him alone, right?
Yeah.
And I thought that's what it was. So I was existing in this scene for a while, long before this, just getting along with everybody, having a good time. Wasn't a parent yet, wasn't married yet. I just came off the road with a major band, and I was well liked by these local musicians who knew I had all these connections and stuff like that. And one of my best friends opened a music store, and they got involved in a bunch of other stuff too. But they, you know, we went back. We would go all the way back to college, not just this new scene that he was in when I got back off the road. And so they all latched on to me, called me family, you know, made me feel welcome. It was great. All that stuff, you know. I was like, well, this is cool. You know, I'm going to be a musician, and I don't mind. Hey, let's talk about prepping. And I don't mind helping people out with what I've been.
What's up, bro? What's up, happening? What is going on?
Not much.
I was just telling the story. Oh, sorry, that was you talking.
No, I was like, let's talk about, and they said like, let's talk about prepping, Daniel Craig. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. That's
yeah, I didn't want to leave you hanging in the lobby. We're just going to wrap the story up about my my crazy music past, but then I met this girl, we hanging out. She wasn't even part of the scene. She kind of grifted into the scene off of me. We had ended up getting having a kid. We're supposed to get married. Turns out to be this raging narcissist. And she was just after getting into the scene. She just wanted to get into the scene, is what I figured out, because that's what she chose over me and my son.
Yeah.
And
no.
yeah, fuck her. It's okay. I'm all right. I don't want to dwell on that shit. But But the point is that, you know, she's still friends with all of them, and these people are like my friends. And like they ditched the other thing they ditched before was the chick. It's a very matriarchal scene. And somebody even told me one time, if you guys ever, something that ever comes between you two now that you have a girlfriend in the scene, they'll probably choose her over you. And sure enough, they didn't give a fuck about anything that went on. They picked her over me. I was like, okay, fine, screw off. You guys are done. You're out of my life. I'm not. I chose to stop hanging out.
Jesus Christ! It's like that scene in fucking what's that Mark Wahlberg movie about porn? Boogie Nights.
Girl?
It's like
Boogie
that
Nights,
scene
yeah.
in Boogie Nights. where
The scene was called the
grilled in
Boogie.
Driveway.
The scene was called the Boogie. So.
Well, yeah,
and it's big in Georgia. It's big in North Carolina and other places. So if anybody in here knows what I'm talking about, they may know who I am, and you can go to hell with the rest of those guys. So I'm done with them, man. I'm done with them. You guys are. This is my new friend set right here. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's just it. I mean, your friends have to be the people that, God, I hate to say it, but they generally foundationally think alike, but will differ on some of the finer points, but that's where the fun happens. You know what I mean? Like we generally believe in, you know, that we don't want the country to die, and then we can like go from there on the nuances of how to keep that from happening.
Right. Yeah. They don't even think that that's going on with them. But anyways, I don't want to dwell on that for too long. How's it going on prepping?
Oh, doing good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah. Tell us a story. Yeah. Let's talk about prepping. You need to shorten your name a little bit.
You can just call me Talking or Prepping or Tyler.
Prepping. All right. Tell us a story, Prepping.
What kind of story?
Oh, something very personal and embarrassing that you don't want to go out on the to YouTube land. Something.
No, that's all right.
No, then something. Give us something bottom shelf after that.
The bad stuff we should get you in here for the tail end of this. We've been talking about we've been going for the last hour or so. We've been going over the Robert Crimo case as presented by BXBullet in her new mass shooter documentary, and it kind of went through some of the tail end. I would say go through and watch this yourself.
Now she's doing a good job, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's very thorough.
It is.
So we're kind of tail ending on that, but there was some prepping talk that was going on about
that was a Chicago guy, yes.
Yeah. And me and you should actually catch up and talk about Drake one day and the Drake connection, original Q, that is. In fact, this crew right here might actually be a great crew to have on for original Q. I actually deep dive into him, talk about my experience with him.
Original Q.
Original Q, yeah. Drake Kent Bailey. He's still out there, but he's the original Q. He's the one who had the plan.
Am I gonna get in trouble?
No, not unless you know him
right now.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm not even monetized.
No, I'm just saying, like, my go bag is right there in the back corner if I need it, because we're talking about this, because you know the Fibbies are going to be busting down my door for talking.
Dude, you'll see. He has no audience anymore. But one time he had a huge audience. He like broke Blog Talk Radio.
Roll myself across the room whenever they come in with my hands in the air, just going,
Dude,
I just want to make comic books. I just want to make comic books.
If Drake and the aliens come through the door, my jaw will hit the floor. I've been convinced he's full of shit all this whole time.
So the organization will encourage people to start their own businesses and then pay them to obtain certifications in order to help them in turn pay for their classes. That's why so many of these types have been ordained ministers by the Universal Light Church, for example. And they also usually sell overpriced mystical items, which are likely bought at a discount through those same exploitive organizations so they can make even more money off of them. And it can get even more malicious as well and even lead to psychotic tendencies, like we're currently seeing an ongoing criminal case for Lori
I
Vallow.
will never win an argument against her.
Me and Bullet were talking about this one too because it just came back up. This is going to be good. I think it's going to be on televised now. This is another story about like a kind of a doomsday cultish kind of thing.
Author of New Age Doomsday books within a prepper cult of his own. Now, if you're not following this case, Lori Vallow became heavily invested in the beliefs of Daybell's group, Prepare the People. And in the end, she believed her children were possessed by demons, at which time she is alleged to have murdered them both. So remember how I said that Denise was in the Mormon church? Well, so was Lori Vallow. In fact, the Prepare the People movement is a very, very similar concept to the beliefs of the Mormon church. So was Denise Messina involved in one of these New Age cults, or was she just a crunchy granola Facebook mom who dabbled in harmless spiritual healing practices. Well, we don't have to look at Denise's Facebook likes to know something's not quite right with her. We can also look back at her bizarre behavior towards the police and SWAT team when they came to execute a search warrant for Bobby. You know, when she pulled her shirt down and flashed her boobs and butt at them? Not something the most normal people of sound mind would do. And let's not forget that creepy statement by the neighbor talking about how there were 30 to 40 people gathered outside of her home early in the morning the day of the shooting. Was it some kind of worship service or something more sinister? Maybe
All night drug party.
What?
more about that. But as it stands, it would appear to an outsider that there may be some strange things going on in Highland Park. Now, after personally speaking with many people who live in or around Highland Park, one thing's for certain, and that's that it is home to a large New Age and occultist community. Granted, in order to have this kind of large community, you need to have a lot of well-off people. People who can afford crystals and oils and fancy New Age cult certification courses. But one resident I spoke to said that
I
there are
remember
many
going to see the
sectors
Grateful Dead once. It wasn't anything like this.
Huh?
I
What?
remember going to see the Grateful Dead once. It wasn't anything like this.
Oh, dude, it sure is, man.
I just traded-
Actually, it is. I played in a dead band for 7 years.
Like
I know this
looked at-
cat.
I saw Crosby, Stills, Nash, and the Dead at Rich Stadium when it was Rich Stadium, not Ralph Wilson.
You saw Jerry Garcia back in the day.
Yeah, right. And
Yeah.
I don't listen to the Grateful Dead, but I've been to 2 of their shows just because once in Buffalo, once in Pittsburgh, it was Rusted Root. And
Yep,
it,
and then-
it opened for Jerry was still alive then. And all I remember was a lot of people trading a lot of trinkets for a lot of trinkets.
Yeah, you get the grilled cheese sandwiches with the tomato and the garlic salt on them. They're great.
Right, all that stuff, and it was like I have this live tape that they played. They would have taped it with a Panasonic cassette recorder, just holding it up in the air while they're doing their weird hippie dance thing, and that was worth something, and that blew my mind. It was the first time I ever tripped on acid. I remember being at the very top seats of Rich Stadium, and the whole thing looked like a giant car speaker thumping.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
I was just talking the other day about there was a supposed potential mass shooter caught at a concert.
Yeah.
And they said he was huffing a balloon full of nitrous oxide in his car, then loaded 2 guns. And I was like, dude, that's the nitrous mafia, dude. They're out of Pennsylvania. You know these guys, right? The nitrous mafia. They run gas all over the country.
I don't know
Yeah.
the nitrous mafia.
They're called the nitrous mafia, dude. They're real deal dudes, man. They're real dudes. I've met many of them. I know some of them, but they carry a lot of money. That's why they have guns. They don't ever go in the shows. They sit up here to sell gas.
If you're the nitrous mafia, you're probably okay.
Yeah, you're loaded
because it's
No joke.
nitrous.
So now they deliver to your house. They'll deliver a tank to your house. They started out in parking lots, and now they deliver a tank to your house. If you want a tank for your party,
right? But
call the mafia. They'll bring it over to
But
you.
the point being, like you're going if you're going after the drug people
Listen, man.
who are giving you the drug that makes you go to sleep right now. You know that like no one who's doing
being
this
here.
is robbing anyone of anything. There's no violent crime on the other end of this thing. Have
Well,
you
of the gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for people cracking their heads open on the sidewalk.
Yeah, well, they fall over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're decent. They don't rip people off. They're. I mean, at least a lot of the guys that I've known for the years I knew them, they didn't do that.
Well, right, but my point being, like, if you're going to go after somebody, go after the bath salts people who are turning, they're zombies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it doesn't do that. It's just if you're already like rolling or having fun or doing, if you're having a night, let's say, then a little bit of gas on top of that kind of is fun. But otherwise, if you sit around and just do it for hours, you're just
Practice
filling your
dark
brain.
occultism and ritual magic, and offered to connect me to them if I had questions. Now, for all I know, this exists in every American suburb, but anywhere I've ever lived, at least, it's just not super common to know the names and phone numbers of like all the village Satanists right off the top of your head. There's some other odd things I came to notice during the course of this investigation as well. Remember this girl who claimed she went to high school with Primo and she totally 100% knew that he'd be a literal murderer one day? Well, I thought I recognized that symbol behind her in the interview, and it turned out I did. It's the chakra color system chart basically a rainbow with the red color on the bottom and the violet on top. And the reason it looks so familiar is that an object with the same color scheme was seen in Cremo's car along with a Kel-Tec firearm. And then going through witness statements on the day of the shooting,
Kel-Tec
I ran across
firearm.
this interesting interview.
That was his secondary weapon. When he drove to the next town over, he was planning on using that to do another shooting.
What is a Kel-Tec firearm?
It's just
I don't
a
know.
brand.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, it is.
It's a pretty popular brand lately. They make they specialize in making their guns with basically as much plastic as possible. So like very lightweight guns. They have a 5.56. That's it's not an AR pattern, but it shoots the same bullet, uses the same magazine. They're often like foldable to make them really compact and stuff. They've got
It's just like folds out right here. See?
What's that?
That's what she has on the wall behind her. It just folds out like that.
Yeah, they've got.
You can't see the person probably.
I think and so I think that might even be the bullpup. They've got a bullpup shotgun. No, that's not it. But they've got a double tube bullpup shotgun. They've got some cool stuff.
Cool.
But yeah, it's just basically just a brand.
Scheme was seen in Cremo's car along with a Kel-Tec firearm. And then going through witness statements on the day of the shooting,
Kel-Tec.
I
Never
ran across
mind.
this interesting interview.
I mean, I kind of know that it would happen, but not like this quick or to us. It's scary where we're living, especially with COVID and this and the shifting of the universe and
The what?
The shifting of the universe.
So again, while we don't know exactly what Denise Pacino was into or when she got into it or whether any of that rubbed off on Bobby, I think it's a safe bet that her beliefs did strongly influence him. And let's assume for a moment that that is the case. Let's look at how this kind of ideology can affect a child. So one of the things that all of these New Age groups have in common is a migration towards solipsism, which is kind of like derealization where the person begins to believe that nothing exists outside of their own mind and that reality is therefore an illusion. Now, on top of that, they also preach unity consciousness, basically that everything in the universe from stardust to humans, everything else is one. And this isn't a concept I find particularly problematic. As Bill Hicks so eloquently stated,
Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
however, many New
Oh,
Age
that's funny.
movements are a bit off course here and seek to end the concept
Anybody
of
else
reality.
hearing Tool in their head now?
Good is bad, right is wrong, alive is dead, and so on and so forth. Now, this kind of ideology has been used for decades to brainwash and subvert people, and it's commonly referred to as identity assault. Another way to put it would be the loss of the sense of self, which would result in a dissociated mindset. So a person in this state may begin to feel like their lives and potentially even the lives of others are meaningless. This is how Charles Manson convinced his whole family to commit brutal murders in the name of an apocalyptic race war. A lot of people think of MK Ultra mind control as a myth, because after all, they've done acid and no one controlled their minds. But that's just because formal brainwashing is quite a bit more involved than that. So first, a person is isolated from their family and friends and subjected to drugs such as LSD or other hallucinogens. And even without drugs, they can use things like sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, calorie restriction, humiliation, and punishment, and things like that. So once they've been weakened, they're subjected many times over to repeated phrases or lyrics. And this is the process known as psychic driving. The whole process is called depatterning, right? To take away the pattern that you have in your brain and leave it with a blank slate. Now, once a person's mind has been sufficiently depatterned, a new ideology can be asserted right in its place. And this new ideology, it might attack someone's core values and belief systems and just continue to dissolve the way they view reality. And if it sticks, which it often does, a person might become fully integrated within that cult and be unable to see anything outside of it. In the sentencing trial of Charles Manson and his followers, a research psychiatrist and LSD expert named Dr. Joel Fort took the stand and told the jury that Manson had used LSD to produce a new pattern of behavior for the girls, resulting in a totally neutral system which saw death or killing in a completely different way than a normal person sees it. Dr. Fort was then challenged and asked if he was implying that a school for crime could exist, in which vulnerable people were given LSD and programmed to kill, to which he replied, "I am indeed telling you that." So these ideologies, in my opinion, they can be very dangerous if they're taught recklessly or at an age where most people are vulnerable, like during their formative years. Because even if you don't believe that the material world around you exists, you still have to remain cognizant of the fact that you being here, this physical reality, is extremely important. As one 47 related account I spoke to on this matter so eloquently stated, Eyes are meant to blink. They're not meant to remain open forever, and they're not meant to be closed forever. They're meant to blink, open and close, open and close. Primo, like his idol capital C's, had pried the third eye open and kept it there indefinitely. But even with some of the questions answered, there were still plenty of more mysterious things to explore here. For example, what about all the references to Satanism and other esoteric principles in the music? That kind of stuff's not typically associated with the New Age ideology. So what exactly were we looking at here? There was definitely something more here than just your typical run-of-the-mill New Age religious movement. Something far darker and more sinister. My pursuit towards a more thorough understanding of these concepts would eventually lead me to Primo's most likely motive, as well as exactly how he got to that point. And that motive was way more bizarre and alarming than I could have imagined. Like, you guys think it's been weird so far? Just wait till the next episode. It's gonna get even crazier. But to get there, I had to take a journey back in time, back to the life of his idol, capital C's, and then back even further than that, to the surprisingly dark and occultist roots of the Brooklyn hip hop movement. After all, as Charles Manson would famously say in an interview from prison, when he was asked how he got so many young, peaceful hippies to blindly follow his orders.
What is it about you that made all these young people come to you, that made them follow you? The music. Just the music. I sang like this.
The music, dude. It's very true.
Yeah, I know that.
I've lived it, man.
You take a Black Sabbath, okay? And some. Is it Black Sabbath?
Oh man, no, I'm talking about the hippie scene, dude. The hippie scene, music scene, the one that Manson was behind, the one he's talking about, the new age people.
I know that, but there is a succession of notes that is supposed to be kind of off key, that is supposed to be more of a occultish summoning type thing, like a bam bam.
It's a combination of the drugs and the long extended jams, because it takes your mind and takes different places. What you do is you vamp on a chord, or you vamp on two chords, or you vamp on three, and you do build. You do tension and release, tension and release, tension and release. I play this for 20 years, man.
So
it's the same stuff. Yeah, it's like Fish, Widespread. It is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to play it. But for the people out there that are just, they're going on 2-3 days without sleep, they're partying day in and day out.
Without enough
dude,
REM
it's
sleep,
like
you start
have that
tripping out
effect.
anyways. If you don't have enough REM sleep, you start to hallucinate.
Yeah, the party's what keeps them awake, and the music keeps them going, and it never stops. Like we played for full weekends, man. Like basically just with the sun up, kind of like chilling back to acoustic. But then by nightfall, full on headliner. I was a headliner band, full on headliner band, just going for hours. Then we had a late night band, which is like the super duper jam band that just could jam for hours. We less songs, more jamming. People sat there and danced all night long.
That's interesting that you would find your way to this from that. Because I found
I've had a crazy ride, man.
I found my way to, I would like to say to this as if it's another church, but I found my way to this. Honestly, it was weird. It was like I feel like it was an elaborate practical joke. It was 2 weeks before I was about to move to Key West. My sister
live in Key West
for a year.
Oh,
in the 90s. In fact, I remember voting for Bob Dole while I was down there for all the good that did. But my sister said to me, and she was listening to radio, and she goes, "Oh, you should listen to this guy, Rush."
Oh, Rush.
She's 5 years older than me, so like everything that I thought was cool or relevant or whatever usually came from her. Like I learned to play chess.
You know who like the biggest population of people who love Rush is? Computer programmers, database guys, and
over the road people too.
Okay.
A lot of people who are over the road, because that's where like AM radio, it goes from one town to the next or whatever. But I imagine this. I mean, 2 weeks before I moved to Key West, she turns me on to Rush Limbaugh, and now I'm hooked, and I'm living in.
I thought you meant Rush the band from Canada.
I knew that this was happening. I was waiting for it.
No, like Rush Limbaugh, not Rush the band. I mean, I went to high school. I know who Rush was. My my parents, my mother would never let me listen to them because rock and roll was evil. Which brings me back to the thing. This is I got to hear from there. And when I say like, if I wanted to listen to rock and roll or read a comic book, I had to sneak it in, like Russians were trying to sneak in, Rocky IV, or the French underground was trying to sneak in information. It was
we're living in the backlash from that now. This is the backlash from that, and there'll be a backlash from this, from that, from this, from that, and it's all about the divide and conquer. Again, my channel is about root cause issues. It goes back to division, a root cause issue of our problems, and how they're able to manipulate that back and forth just like that. Those evangelists, the ecclesiastics as they call them, those jitterbug preachers, those guys are plants. They're feds. They weren't Christians. They were there to grift. I absolutely.
You seriously think so?
Yeah.
You mean like Kenneth Copeland and
the big
Robert Tilton?
Robert Tilton, of course. Robert Tilton. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, dude, he's like number one. When we were on the road, we would get in late to our hotels, and we'd flip on the TVs and we stayed at shitty hotels sometimes. We'd flip up on the TV. He was always on. We used to call him and troll him to get prayers said for us and stuff. We used to troll him all the time.
Yeah, those didn't work.
Yeah, no, there's a continued recording.
Have you ever seen? He's in Australia. His name is Pogo. He does a lot of. It's odd. He does a lot of stuff for Disney. It's all electronic music. It's not for Disney. It's of Disney material. But there is a song. It's one of my favorites that he does where he remixes Robert Tilton speaking in tongues.
Oh man,
I'll put the link in private chat.
You brought back some memories right there of just going into the hotel and getting the weed we had gotten from the crowd, because we didn't never carry it in the van, but the drummer always needed to have it for the show. So part of my job was to find some. There were always plenty of people willing to give it to us. Like, we were jam band scene, man, so that stuff kind of followed us. And we would go to the hotel late at night and roll it up and then turn on Tilton and just crack up, man. And then hit the sack and get on the road again. Oh man, hey,
I'll find it.
Thank you everybody for coming tonight.
Hubaba Kanda, 3 minutes and 13 seconds long.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay. Well, hey, I want to have you guys back for the Drake stuff. Original Q. This is going to play right into the areas you guys know a lot about too. And we'll take a trip back in time to 2011, 2012, and we'll look at Original Q and Kent Bailey.
Original Q, that is intriguing. I gotta.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of screenshots from the time. I went back into my old groups on Facebook, and I took screenshots and kind of built a timeline out. Some of it's in my very first live stream where I did talk about it some, but the Drake stuff I didn't talk about too much. I hinted at it, but man, there's some good stuff there in terms of how it connects to modern Q. And the thing is, I'm trying to get Drake. I'm trying to figure out a way to get Drake on an interview. Like, I don't want to dog him. I want to be straight up with him, but I think if I'm straight up with him, he won't come. But he's still out there. He's still kicking it around.
Drake?
His name's Drake Kent Bailey. Here, I'll show you real quick because I brought it up. So I'll do that. Let me see where I can find this. It's a lot of it's on my. Okay, I know I have. Very. Yeah, so he had the whole plan, like he was like Q would tell you, he had the whole plan, only his plan was a little bit different. It was like the original version of it. And
let's talk about something. That is a fire extinguisher in your left tentacle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're proud of me that I knew it was your left, not my right.
Oh, it's right. Yeah, in the full image, each tentacle's holding an item useful.
Okay, right, something like a needle and thread and
like a hammer,
an AR-47.
Something like that. Yeah.
I heard somebody say AR-47 in a video. I'm like,
Okay.
no, you don't say those things.
Do it like this. All right, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So.
Oh, I'm already excited.
Yep. There's Drake right there. Can you see him? Okay.
Yeah.
This is a new age
They'll let
secret
anybody
plan
on the
group
internet.
right here, right?
They'll let anybody in this club.
And if they fired you over that, you could sue them.
Yeah.
And why put
Good
your life?
Drake talking. This guy talks too much. He thinks he's controlling the universe. Come on, Drake.
It's funny. I think that's what Cole Frog thinks about me.
Was back then. But he had a militia group. I'm going to pull some stuff up while he's doing it.
The guy on the bottom left had a militia group.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
just recover
You'd be surprised. The majority of militia
Break
groups.
that up into zones, areas, or whatever, and the wants and needs of the people in the zones determine the list that each of these three
Wouldn't be an
will
issue.
bring to the table. So what you've got is Europe, 3 people.
That's why Taiwan's got to reunify with China, although they're going to keep their own local government. That's going to be tied Wouldn't be in. an issue.
Yeah.
There's reasons for a lot of the stuff that's going on.
That's one of the dumbest things.
Or whatever is an adjustment, preparing for this transition.
Where did you say America
Already said
came
transition?
in? Is it Canada, America, and Mexico?
Mexico and a small part of South America.
Yeah. Well, Central America.
All of Central America.
Mexico and all of the small countries on the peninsula, including a few of the countries, and I don't know which ones, from South America are going to be included in one of these areas. Each area gets 3 representatives, period. And even though they're huge, you have to understand that the logistics is a nightmare. Trying to get a bunch of people that hate each other in terms of religious belief or whatever to go along with the program is difficult at best. They've done it before, so they can do it again. From the timeline ideology that I got from Lucor in terms of how long it'll take, they said that it shouldn't take longer than 3 years maximum.
I don't even think it's going to take that long. Bear in mind, most of this is going to go down post-4 transfer, where all the trauma and everything is removed from people's memories and everything, which is going to make things a lot easier. So
So their whole state of consciousness will be different. Therefore, they're not going to have this.
All the crap from here ain't going to.
They're not going to have all that warring and angry, nasty attitude.
You don't have to fight over what kind of vinyl siding you put on your house anymore.
This is the group I infiltrated.
What hand you use to flush the toilet? I mean,
See it right here?
There.
Hold on, let me stop this. Original cue, man. Not lying. The you can read this. We just talked about this, right? So for more than a year, Drake, as he is known, has been predicting mass arrests of the Dark Cabal. This is from 2013, so this is after we got out of there, because after Ron Paul left, we had no reason to be there. That rules the U.S. and the world, but every date has come and gone. He once had thousands of online followers, but has steadily lost his audience because of his announcements that never materialized. Among other things, Drake claimed telepathic communication with the ETs, access to inside Pentagon information, and knowledge of suppressed technologies. This can cure diseases, regenerate lost limbs, and deliver unlimited free energy. And here's a direct link. Let's see if this is still available. Okay, yeah, there we go. So we can actually come here and go back and listen to some of his broadcasts. This is going to be super interesting. It's a lot of fun to listen to. I used to have to sit through hours of this stuff. And this girl, the great Grammy, she's still out there. I'm trying to get her, if I can get a hold of her. Like I became friends with her and I'm trying to get her to maybe come on and be the interview instead. And then this Denise seems to like she's still kind of working for Drake. She's still posting his stuff, but they split apart. And
Have you considered? Sorry, it's late and those
No problem.
beers are heavy. Have you considered starting your own cult? It seems pretty easy that you could just be like, I know.
what do you think I'm doing, man? You're already here.
All right. Here's the thing.
Oh no, I've been sucked in. Prepping, you're here too.
Yeah, man.
Here's the
We got to
thing.
get the prepping going on
we're-
for the
we're
end of
lieutenants,
days, man. End of
If
days.
you lead the cult, if you lead the cult,
Free Sheeple
you
Hunter,
make
man. You're
all the
awesome. I'm so
money.
happy you're hanging out.
If you lead the cult, you make all the money. But if you're a follower, you have all the fun.
Yeah, but we have plausible deniability as well. You and I, we can beat on the people that he tells us to beat on, and then later leave.
That went to
They may come at us with video cameras, as the Scientologists. You know, there's always that. You know, they may come after you with the video cameras afterwards. After you decide to leave the cult.
Yep.
Just
You
remember,
never know.
Just
Man,
remember,
choice-
Hey,
if you're a cult
choices,
member,
choices.
If you guys want to dig into this yourself and kind of take a look at it, you know the name, you know where he's at, you know what he looks like.
Oh my god!
This is the channel he's on now. It's really interesting stuff, but it's this guy, and then there's another channel he's on too. So
The stories that I could tell you about one.
this guy thinks he like blew planets. This guy.
Nagwin
I
Ministry.
mean, we could have a lot of fun with these guys, but they're also militia prepper people too. So they might interest you guys in that area as well. And I can take you back to the militia page. Let's see. Hold on, we can find that real quick.
Like going forward into if there is ever a collapse of the United States and there's militias out there, and you can like it's a militia smorgasbord board, however it's pronounced. These people are going to be out there. Like you're going to be out there with all of your stuff, and you're going to run into a militia, and you're going to think to yourself, all right, so they're American, but then what else is wrong with them? And it's going to be like this guy, Drake, and he's got what? Is some belief in a celestial black hole that will suck your soul away, or unless you get
A lot of rogue males too.
Yeah,
a lot of rogue
weird.
males.
Oh my god. I think that's why I prefer divorce over civil war.
I wish I thought that was possible.
Yeah. Well, you've been through it before.
I have.
And so have I. What? Divorce.
Which one? Which one?
Divorce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's painful but preferable. I'm just saying.
The name Drake too is Drake is synonymous with the militia hero from way back.
Oh, okay. So he's all right. Back.
I don't remember what the name. I think I saved this one. I was going to show you the name. But this site's broken down now. As in, we're not using it anymore. But
Gotta say, Memento Mori's got a really cool avatar.
Ass arrest. He was launched into fame by David Wilcox, some dude who is like unfortunately out of Virginia Beach.
David, why is that so familiar?
You've heard of it before, for sure. He's the guy who thinks he's Edgar Casey's reincarnation.
You're making me Google.
He's been on Ancient Aliens.
Oh. Well, now I'm scared. Oh, Wilcox, folk singer songwriter. That can't be right.
David Wilcox.
COCKS.
Yeah, here I'll pull it up.
No, that's a choral conductor.
Divine Cosmos. Did I get his name right? Maybe I told you the wrong. Pretty sure it's David Wilcox.
Divine Cosmos.
This is the whole thing he did with Drake. This is what got Drake popular.
Oh, yeah.
Mass arrest.
Wilcox, not Wilcox. Okay. Got it. DivineCosmos.com. Right to Mo, look at the size of his head.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's very David Hogg shaped. You think?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Like my journey starts here. I could subscribe for David's updates. History Channel, Ancient Aliens, New York Times bestseller, New York Times bestseller. Already he's suspect.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness! And he has this weird science fiction-y shirt on the. Are you seeing this? No, maybe hold on a second. His whole getup. It's actually a Klaus Schwabish when you think about it.
Yeah, they're all tied into ancient aliens and all that stuff.
Yeah, check out the double-breastedness of this thing. We'll share real quick. Look at the size of this guy. Look at the size of his head.
It's an alien.
Head. Yeah, and this whole double-breasted thing that's happening right here. That's a little pretentious, don't you think? Because it makes me think that there should be like a Starfleet badge right over here, you know. And
For sure.
maybe what he really needs, he needs a headband. He needs a headband to take away from this noggin. We're crying out loud. Receding hairlines are not doing this guy any favors whatsoever. But my journey starts here. I'm not going to put anything in. Oh, no, but my first name. What I pick here. Jethro. That would be my first name if I was signing up for this. No offense to anybody. Oh, and look at how big of a thinker he is. Oh my goodness, this is terrible. Cringeworthy.
I'll find a malicious site for next time. We gotta wrap it up. Guys, thanks so much for being here, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, good hopping on, chatting with you guys.
I was digging it. I can't.
Yeah, we'll get you in here earlier next time.
Only a quarter after
Yeah, for
2.
sure.
Only a quarter after 2.
But I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that's been here. Make sure you're subscribed and the bell's rung because I'm totally shadow banned.
Did you like this stream prepping?
I believe I did. Yes.
I certainly hope so. We all have to do our part. I know I like this.
I'm doing my part.
I like. No, honestly, when it comes to that movie, isn't the best thing in that entire movie for anybody who's really thinking about what's going on in the classroom scene?
Which one is that?
What, the movie? I'm doing my part. Starship Troopers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing my
No, the
part. That's
best
what
part
I'm
was when he was pulling out of the spaceship and he scraped it. Just kept smiling.
No, you're talking about
no. Galaxy here.
Galaxy, yeah, Galaxy Quest.
Oh yes.
No, I'm talking
What's
about
ironic?
Starship Troopers.
The shower was
in
the
the
best part.
classroom. In the classroom with Mr. Radchek, and he's explaining how government works.
Oh yeah.
No,
The
is it
irony
just
is
me?
actually, don't they both? Doesn't she scrape the ship in that scene as well? Or no, she doesn't.
Comes really close.
That's right.
Yeah, she's the good pilot.
That's right.
Yeah, Denise
Yeah,
Richards.
Galaxy
I
Quest
believe.
is a
I
classic,
still to this day, I
actually.
think Denise Richards is just a sex robot.
She's pretty
It's not like she's absolutely perfect. There's just something that's a little too synthetic about her. I just don't. I don't believe it. I think she's a sex robot. Yeah. But
She
thanks for.
She definitely has that vapid Hollywood look from that era.
Yeah, right. What else do you need?
Just the like, are you
Yeah.
on like just cocaine all the time? Like, there's
Right.
just nothing in there? Just like,
Yeah. Here's the X. Here's the X on the floor. Stand here. Look in that direction. Repeat the line. Yeah,
exactly.
that's all you need.
End of line.
Professionally pretending.
Yep.
Thanks for
but
having
yes,
that.
All right, you guys will stick around. Thank you everybody for being here. You guys hear this part? You hear that?
Do I
It
hear
coming
what
through?
part?
You hear the music?
I certainly hope so. If it's any good,
Let's just try and do an
I don't
outro
hear
here.
life a motherfucker. I got some music. If you need some music.
There we go.
Here we go. Tom needs.
All right. Thank
All
you guys
right.
so
Well,
much.
that was.
Have a good night.
Thanks, man. Take it easy. I'll see you on the next one.